Keeping Wednesday, we will now have the singing of the national anthem led by the honourable member for Brampton West. Canada.
This is true.
What's wrong? The song.
Oh.
In all our sons command, with glowing hearts we see thee rise, his church strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, extend beyond exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Ouvre les portes, let the doors be opened. Order. Statements by members. Déclaration.
Statements by members.
Honourable member for Barrie.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most prestigious awards in Barrie is the City Council Spirit Catcher Award. The Spirit Catcher stands high above the city's waterfront and symbolizes the city.
Great.
This year's recipient was Arch Brown, no relation, by the way. Arch already holds an incredible array of honours, including the Chamber of Commerce's Hall of Fame, Honorary Colonel of Canadian Forces Base Borden, a Senator of the Grey and Simcoe Foresters, the Queen's Golden Jubilee Medal, and the Order of Canada.
Wow.
Arch has been a tremendous supporter of the McLaren Art Gallery in Barrie and Georgian College. His donation to Georgian College resulted in the building of the Arch and Helen Centre for Visual Arts, and Arch's friendship with former Premier Bill Davis also played a big role in the development of Georgian College in the 1970s. Arch has had a distinguished career with Canadian Tire as its national sales director. He introduced the company's groundbreaking cash bonus program, Canadian Tire Money, and set up most of their stores across Canada. Today, I salute Arch as Barrie's 2009 Spirit Catcher Award recipient and the work he has done in building Barrie for the better.
Honourable member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to you on behalf of the senior citizens of Vancouver South, Southeast Vancouver in particular, and on behalf of the Southeast Vancouver Seniors Arts and Cultural Society and their chair, Lorna Gibbs. There is a dire need for a seniors centre in this area of Vancouver. Census indicates, Mr. Speaker, there are 25,000 seniors living in the southeast quadrant of my riding. That's almost a third of the total senior citizens living in Vancouver. And there are 9 senior centres in the city of Vancouver, 8 of them west of Main, only 1 east of Main, and none in this area. So there is a significant need, and I can tell you that Vancouver City Council and the province of British Columbia are trying to find ways of making this a reality for the senior citizens, and I would urge the federal government to work with the provincial government and the city of Vancouver to make this a reality for the senior citizens of Vancouver, senior citizens who've actually built this country into what it is today. Thank you very much.
Honourable député.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Quebec Teachers Week takes place from February 1st to 7th. I'd like to pay tribute to these devoted individuals. These are artists who transmit knowledge. They're thousands of teachers who work in Quebec. The teaching profession is often undervalued, and yet we need to remember that we owe our teachers a debt of gratitude for our education, that of our children. They've given us a wealth of knowledge, values and skills which have stood us in good stead today. Teachers are the stalwarts that managers and parents rely on to tackle head-on the challenges in the area of education. Teaching, just like learning, isn't always easy, but both are indispensable. Regardless of the subject taught or the level at which it is taught, teachers deserve a pat on the back. Dear teachers, your work is appreciated. We recognise your skill and the quality of your work, which puts our youth on a path to success. You have taught us and you are still teaching us, and you should be proud of what you achieve. The Honourable Member for Westminster, Colequitlam.
To highlight World Cancer Day, a day of action against a disease which, as it has with far too many, has touched me personally. 2 of my children have battled cancer, 1 as an infant and 1 while in university. In the 1990s, I was proud to be an initiator of a parliamentary study on breast cancer, which resulted in the groundbreaking report, Unanswered Questions. These committee hearings were a turning point, Mr. Speaker. Many of the women who testified are leaders today in the fight against cancer. We've come a long way. Research funding is up. Every province has a breast screening program. Canada led the way on a vaccine for cervical cancer, but so much more needs to be done. Cancer patients need a catastrophic drug plan so that they can focus on fighting cancer, not on fighting to make ends meet. Today, I join thousands of Canadians across the country in a call for political action and public engagement in the campaign to control cancer and to beat it, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, today on World Cancer Day, I rise to speak to an issue of great personal significance. Every week, thousands of Canadians will be diagnosed with cancer. Cancer is not discriminatory in who it affects. In September, my family and I experienced the tragedy of losing a loved one to cancer, as many Canadians have also experienced. That is why I'm proud to be part of a government that has risen to the challenge of working towards a solution. We began a Canadian strategy for cancer control in 2006, and this has led to new research and initiatives, such as the Canadian Partnership for Tomorrow project in 2008. It will explore how genetics, how environment, how lifestyle, and how behavior contribute to the development of cancer, Mr. Speaker. And I believe it is important for the millions of Canadians this disease impacts to know their government is working hard on their behalf to help beat this terrible, terrible disease. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 12th of November, it was my pleasure to attend the Gala Meritas for the St. Leonard Community and Economic Recovery Corporation on the theme of Big Builders, where we paid tribute to Mr. Claude Poirier, the President and Chair of the Board of Directors for Magnus Poirier. This tribute underscored his contribution to the development of St. Leonard and his generous social, community and philanthropic engagement. In addition to sitting on 14 boards and as the honorary guest at many events, he made a name for himself by instituting the Quebec branch of Réseau Ado Teenagers Network, which is a non-profit organisation whose mission was to prevent suicide among youth. Mr. Speaker, as member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel, I'd like to express my gratitude and give him my sincerest congratulations, which are well deserved. It's with people from Claude Poirier that we're going to make such great achievements in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in the House today to remember a dear friend of our community, Mr. Donald Jasper Sproul, who sadly passed away on December 20th, 2008. Don, who was born and raised in Dufferin County, was an outstanding pharmacist, an involved and dedicated citizen, and a tremendous father, husband, and grandfather. In his over 30 years as a pharmacist and owner of Sproul's Drugstore in Orangeville, Don compassionately provided countless residents of our community with sound advice and guidance, and always with a smile. His dedication to our community carried over to his work with the Orangeville Optimist Club, where he was a member for 35 years and was known for his infectious enthusiasm. He also served as an energetic board member and volunteer of Hospice Dufferin for several years. His proudest achievement was his family. Don will be greatly missed, but will always be fondly remembered for his remarkable community service, dedication to his family, and incredible spirit. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, in cahoots with the Liberal Party, the Conservative government has chosen to forsake Quebec by meddling in Quebec's areas of jurisdiction, by unilaterally changing the equalisation program to Quebec's detriment, by watering down Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons, by creating a single Canadian securities regulator. That's what the Federalists have to offer to us. The government is boasting that it's applying open federalism and claims that it recognises the Quebec nation. But these few examples demonstrate once again that Quebec has everything to lose by remaining as part of Canada. The Federalists are continuing to impose measures that fly in the face of everything that is proven to work in Quebec. Quebec is capable of taking charge of its economic, political, cultural and social considerations and capable of mastering its own destiny. Bring Quebec's sovereignty on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise today to acknowledge my colleague and friend, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Member from Calgary East. Last month, the President of India bestowed upon the Parliamentary Secretary the highest honour given to overseas Indians, the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award. As an Indo-Canadian, the member from Calgary East has displayed a leadership role in the Indian diaspora in Canada and has been tirelessly active in the promotion of Canada-India relations. Whether during the years of the Liberal government when our relations with India were foolishly left to the side, or today when our improved relations with India are blossoming into expanded and mutually profitable trade, the member for Calgary East has been front and center, helping build the personal and professional links between the two countries. Congratulations, my friend, on this very prestigious honor, a testament to the value of your continued efforts.
The Honourable member for Esquimalt-Wandafuka.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Stand to support the International Union Against Cancer in recognizing World Cancer Day. Each year, a staggering 7 million people die from cancer and close to 11 million new cases are diagnosed worldwide. Last year, in our country alone, 166,400 people were diagnosed and 73,000 people died from this disease. The theme for this year's World Cancer Day is encourage a balanced lifestyle based on a healthy diet and physical activity. This is especially important for parents who need to encourage their children to eat well and be active and maintain a healthy body weight. For 30 to 35% of all cancers can be prevented from doing this, and we know that the earlier you start, the greater the benefits you receive. Mr. Speaker, on this World Cancer Day, it is vitally important that we encourage children and adults alike to eat well, exercise, and not smoke. And in this way, we can reduce the incidence of cancer and save lives.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, recently an agreement for unity government was struck between the parties of Martin Tsvangirai and Robert Mugabe. While this is a positive development, the people of Zimbabwe need real change. Since the signing of the Global Political Agreement on September 16, 2008, Canada's position has been very clear. Effective change in Zimbabwe requires actual political shift by the country's leadership. This extends to the government of national unity as well. Canada has been and will continue to be insistent upon this point, Mr. Speaker. In September, Canada imposed target sanctions against Zimbabwe's ruling elite and associated entities. These sanctions will remain in effect until Zimbabwe has demonstrated positive shifts in policy that results in improvements in freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to stand in solidarity with the people of Zimbabwe. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Warrant Officer Gaetan Robert served his country for 28 years. He was known as a soldier's soldier. Robert showed this quality in his final days when he returned early from a 3-day break to help his fellow soldiers. It was on that day, December 27, 2008, that Gaetan was killed when his vehicle struck a roadside bomb just outside of Kandahar City. Gaetan was a soldier in the 2nd Battalion of the Irish Regiment of Canada based out of Sudbury. His Lieutenant Colonel John Valtonen had this to say about Roberge. He was the embodiment of a proud professional Canadian soldier. Roberge was not just an exemplary soldier, he was a loving son, a dedicated father, a caring husband, and a fun-loving brother. As his father says, an all-around great man. Gaetan was known to be quick to help and lend a hand. He was a family man through and through and enjoyed skating with his family and taking his children to hockey games. His service to our community and our country will not be forgotten. May he rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, Quebec and Canada lost one of its great patriots and political women this week, the former Quebec Minister of Health and Conservative Senator Madame Thérèse Lavoie-Roux. Born in Rivière-du-Loup, Ms. Lavoie-Roux was a graduate in social sciences and her career path was extensive. She was at the Montreal Hospital for Children, the Social Service School of the University of Montreal, the Rehabilitation School of the University of Montreal, and the Institut Marguerite Douville. She was chair of the Catholic School Board in Montreal until she became head of the Montreal School Board and then was elected to the National Assembly in Acadie riding. Her reforms made her employees more versatile. She legalised the profession of midwife and decentralised the healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to express my condolences to the Lavoie-Roux family. The Honourable Member for... The Honourable Member for... The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Last week, we were party to a pitiful event. The member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean cried out from the rooftops that it was impossible for his government to support the forestry industry because of the softwood lumber agreement. The member not only angered the industry but also forestry workers from his riding who cannot fathom why he won't take action. What we need to know in this matter and need to understand is that the government is well within its rights and had the ability to act by providing loan guarantees to the forestry industry, which is a measure that the Bloc Québécois has been pushing for a long time. Faced with a forestry crisis which is hitting his riding hard, Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, Quebec, is the member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean once again has decided to wash his hands of the matter, forsaking workers and families who he'd promised to help, preferring to rehash his party's political rhetoric once again. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Special month for me. Black History Month allows us to celebrate Canada's accomplishments and recognize the remaining challenges. I was 16 years old when Lincoln Alexander became the very first Black Canadian elected to this House. I am grateful beyond measure that my own daughter witnessed my election in 1997 as the first ever Black Quebec MP, and that she, at 16, also witnessed the election of the very first Black President of the United States. We still have a long way to go. Right now, I'm the only Black MP sitting in this House. However, it is the capacity of democracies like Canada's to effect fundamental change based upon the belief in equality that brought me to this chamber and my daughter to a world where she, and not the color of her skin, will choose her future.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, since 2003, cattle producers in my riding have been unable to export to Jordan as a result of a ban imposed because of BSE. But yesterday, the Canadian government re-secured full access to the Jordanian market for Canadian beef and cattle exports. That's great. As a result of this announcement, the value of Canadian beef exports to Jordan is going to increase. This news, along with similar deal with Hong Kong and the signing of several free trade agreements, is proof positive that this government is delivering for livestock producers. Last month, the Agriculture Minister announced the creation of a Market Access Secretariat to better coordinate government initiatives with producers and industry to aggressively pursue new markets. And as the Prime Minister said yesterday in regard to the U.S. cool, this is the government that recently got changes to the country of origin labeling. In these times of global economic turmoil, the Conservative government is reducing trade barriers, opening new markets for Canadian exporters, and standing up for Canadian producers.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'Honourable...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, A year ago, the Minister of Finance refused any direct support for the auto sector, saying they wouldn't get into the business of picking winners and losers. While the Government of Ontario was trying to keep auto plants open, the minister criticized them for, quote, old-fashioned thinking and Band-Aid fixes. Because the government allowed ideology to get in the way of action, we now need surgery and not Band-Aids. What does the government and this Prime Minister propose to do to stop the bleed in the auto sector?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the House will know that the difficulties of the auto sector are not just in Canada, they are continent-wide and in fact worldwide. Particularly the Detroit Three companies face major challenges. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I joined with Premier McGuinty and we are working in collaboration with the Government of the United States to facilitate the restructuring of this industry, which is going to have to happen, but to ensure in the process that we keep our share of this vital industry in this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Trop tard, Monsieur le
Too late, Mr. Speaker. The automobile crisis is affecting not only workers in Ontario, but also their colleagues in Quebec and in the Atlantic provinces. This is a national crisis. Last year, the government refused to act. Why did the government do nothing? Do they believe that it's inevitable that the sector will fail and they dare not say it? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are working together in full cooperation with the Government of Ontario and the U.S. administration for the restructuring of this industry, which is so vital to Canada's economy. And, Mr. Speaker, I would invite the opposition to work along with us for the benefit of the industry and for the entire Canadian economy. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, all last fall, the government sat by waiting for the Americans to put together their package. And by waiting so long, they may have cost Canadian auto workers their jobs. The question now is, what specific measures is the government taking in Washington to ensure that Canada doesn't lose product mandates, production jobs, and assembly line capacity when the U.S. government and U.S. industry finalize the rescue package for their industry?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a completely integrated continental industry. We cannot fix this problem ourselves. That's why we have acted in full collaboration, not just with the Government of Ontario here, but with the American administration. Our officials are in touch with their counterparts in Treasury and in the U.S. government each and every day, Mr. Speaker, and I would be happy to provide the Leader of the Opposition with briefs on that if he so desires.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, there's speculation that General Motors may pull out of Canada entirely. While the industry has struggled to meet his February 20th deadline, the Minister of Industry has been idling. Mr. Speaker, the Detroit Three are working hard. The auto workers are at the table. The U.S. government is on the ball. While Canadian communities remain desperate to retain auto sector jobs, this minister is the flat tire slowing down progress. Mr. Speaker, when exactly did this minister actually meet with his American counterpart to ensure our Canadian jobs are protected?
All right. The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government has been working with, as the Prime Minister indicated, with officials in the United States, as well as with the Government of Ontario. We have a strict set of conditions which mirror what the Americans are also looking for the industry, to restructure that industry and to preserve our 20% production capacity. The Honourable Member asked me to meet with my American counterpart. When President Obama appoints that counterpart, I will meet with him.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, we have just heard that the City of Toronto has announced that it is being forced to cut over 6,000 childcare spaces, almost 1/4 of all the subsidized spaces in Toronto, due to a shortfall in federal funding. And we fear that this may be just the beginning. How can this Prime Minister claim that his government is helping the most vulnerable when he imposes these short-sighted cuts on Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member has her facts entirely wrong. There have been no cuts to child care funding. In fact, Mr. Speaker, through the Canada Social Transfer, the funding for child care to the provinces this year will be going up 3%.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, according to the Minister for Economic Development Canada, the government no longer needs to give loan guarantees to the forest industry because it would go against the softwood lumber agreement. Guy Chevrette from the forestry industry of Quebec doesn't understand why what is good for the automobile industry isn't good for the forestry industry. He thinks it's a lack of political will. Will the Prime Minister inform his Minister of Economic Development and let it be known that it's possible to give loan guarantees to forest industry because this does not contravene the softwood lumber agreement? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as the Bloc Leader knows, the Canadian Association, the Forestry Association, supported the budget, but instead of repeating propaganda with respect to the budget, the Bloc Leader should condemn his own members for having circulated propaganda which promotes terrorist organizations. Order. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member apologized, wasn't aware of what was on the video, but the Prime Minister refused to answer the question. In 2004, he went and said that there would be loan guarantees for the forest industry. In the Leaders' Debate in 2004, he was asking for the same thing. I'd like to ask him today, will he inform his minister and ask his minister to stop spreading falsehoods when it is possible to provide loan guarantees to the forestry industry? He should answer questions rather than flee reality. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. The respect of our agreement with the United States and access to the American market is the most important thing for that industry. Once again, instead of looking for flaws in the budget, the Bloc Leader should unequivocally admit that singing the praises of terrorist groups isn't part of the Quebec values. Order. The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, this budget was crafted not only to the detriment of the manufacturing sector in Quebec, but it also harms the environment. Instead of helping green energy, the minister is becoming the spokesman for the oil industry and the tar sands. How can the minister speak out in favor of a high-polluting industry and try to sound credible as a defender of the environment? The Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, our government's position is very clear, and our intentions are clear as well.
Speaker, firstly, a North American approach to combating greenhouse gas emissions. A North American approach, that is our position. That has been the position of President Obama, and frankly, Mr. Speaker, that has been the position of their coalition.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, with its latest budget, the government deliberately gave large sums to develop nuclear energy, which is dear to the hearts of those who promote the oil sands. Will the minister not agree that this budget clearly demonstrates a bias in favor of certain industries and shows that there is no interest at all for renewable energy, which is beneficial for Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The fact of the matter is that this government is a world leader in renewable energy. Over 70% of our electricity comes from non-emitting resources. As well, Mr. Speaker, we are moving towards 2020 when over 90% of our emissions will be our electricity will be emitting emissions-free. So, Mr. Speaker, this government is moving forward on this file. We are a world leader, and we are the ones leading us to a cleaner, greener future.
The government's efforts with respect to the needs of families are a true failure. We've just learned that in Toronto, 6,000 childcare spaces will be lost. 6,000 families will be in a crisis, and they will have to find childcare for their children. And those who work in these centres will be laid off because of the negligence of this government when it comes to the needs of families. Why has there been no action in the budget that was supported by the Liberals? No action for childcare. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is that there have been no cuts to childcare transfers to the provinces. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as I said a few moments ago to the other member of the coalition, that the transfers to the provinces through the Canada Social Transfer will be going up 3% this year.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, my question is really for the leader of the new coalition in the House here between the Conservative Party and the Liberals. And I noticed that he had trouble finding his way to ensure that the issue of women and their needs were mentioned in the budget. I'm hoping that he will rise in his place and respond now that 6,000 families at least are going to lose childcare for their families. 1,000 childcare workers stand to be thrown out of work, which would make this Prime Minister and his government just as guilty of throwing people out of work as any multinational corporation. Why do we see no action to support childcare from
the Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development? Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The facts are that we are spending 3 times as much money on early learning and childcare as the previous Liberal government ever did. In fact, we're increasing the Canada Social Transfer to the provinces by 3%. That includes significant amounts for childcare to help families. And in the last year alone, that funding has been used to create over 60,000 new childcare spaces right across this country to help families get the choice.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that people are about to be thrown out of work and families are about to lose the childcare spaces. You're going to have mothers and fathers who are at their wits' end already with the economic crisis, trying to figure out how they're going to find care for their children. And this is about to roll out in many, many communities. And the answer we're getting from the government here is that they're about to do absolutely nothing about it. Certainly, if you read the budget, you see no action being taken around one of the most important issues facing us. How are we going to make sure that we get proper care for our youngest kids and support their families if this is the kind of attitude we get? Mr. Speaker, where's the act?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago we took action when we launched the Universal Child Care Benefit.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, that was designed to allow parents the choice of where and how to have their children cared for. We believe that they deserve to have that choice. On top of that, we provide incentives to corporations so that they can create child care spaces on site to help families, and we're increasing the Canada Social Transfer to the provinces, which includes childcare funding, by 3% next year, and we've already created 60,000 new childcare spaces across the country.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, citizens of the nation's capital were shocked to learn that last Thursday, 2 truckloads of sewage waste from Ottawa's water treatment facility were refused entry into the United States because the material was radioactive. Yesterday, 2 more waste shipments were found to have elevated levels of radioactivity. I have a simple question. Can the minister tell this House unequivocally that there is absolutely no connection between this radioactive waste and the nuclear facility at Chalk River?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday when we were contacted by the City of Ottawa, we immediately phoned the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission in order to inquire what aid they could give to the City of Toronto in the matter. What they have done is they have dispatched an inspector to the City of Ottawa to help them track down what the radio contamination is. The CNSC has assured me that the radioactive material is more likely a medical isotope, iodine-131, than it is associated with the Chalk River facility. They have further assured me, Mr. Speaker, that it is not related to the incident at Chalk River, and I would expect that the member would listen to this and understand this instead of fear-mongering.
The honourable member for Ottawa. Order. The honourable member for Ottawa South. Order.
Mr. Speaker, is the minister suggesting that the citizens of the national capital shouldn't be worried about a nuclear spill? Is she actually serious? Mr. Speaker, sewage waste triggering a radioactive alarm is unprecedented in this country. It automatically places shipments from Ottawa on the United States post-9/11 nuclear high-risk watch. Why doesn't she tell Canadians that? Secondly, the safe management of nuclear waste is strictly a federal responsibility. Minister, answer this question simply, unequivocally. Yes or no, are they linked?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I was anticipating the question, but it got caught in the rhetoric beforehand, I suppose. Mr. Speaker, what should be clearly understood by the member from Ottawa South is this. We've indicated that in Chalk River there was no radioactive leak into the Ottawa River. CNSC has assured us of that. And if he continues on with his CSI investigations of linking two completely unrelated incidents, Mr. Speaker, he is fear-mongering.
The honourable member for order. The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, federal authorities were advised of the incident on Thursday. Municipal representatives and the public were only made aware of this yesterday. Once again, this government did not provide essential information relating to nuclear safety. Can the minister explain why the City of Ottawa is in charge of the investigation? Why is the minister not meeting her obligations yet again? The Minister of Natural Resources.
In my conversation last evening with the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission President and in a memo given to me today by the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission in a statement, it has been indicated that this is not a matter for the CNSC to look into because the City of Ottawa is not a licensee underneath the CNSC. However, we are more than happy to help our friends in municipalities when they do need aid in the matters. We have dispatched an investigator to come and help them with respect to identification of the radioisotope. We're doing everything we can to help the City of Ottawa.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has stated there were no radioactive leaks into the Ottawa River. Yet, as a matter of course, plumes from the reactor are released into Perch Creek, which flows into the river. Can the minister simply confirm a leak of radioactive water occurred at Chalk River, contained or not, on December 5th or since? And can she confirm this leak continues today?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the incident in December at Chalk River has been described by the CNSC as one that did not have a radioactive leak into the Ottawa River. They have assured us of that. I have further indicated previously in the House we've asked for reports from the Atomic Energy Canada Limited, from the Department of Natural Resources officials, and from the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission so that we may look at what happened on December, and then we may study what happened, and then we may report on the matter, and that's where the issue stands right now.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. The Minister for Canadian Heritage prefers to provide $25 million to bring foreign artists to Toronto and cut $45 million from artists here at home who are promoting Quebec and Canadian culture abroad. The result is that everyone is against this decision. How can the Minister for Canadian Heritage say that he's listening? How can he dare say that the budget is a good thing, except for his two buddies from Toronto, when the entire cultural sector in Quebec is against the decision? The Minister for Canadian Heritage. Where do I begin? It isn't true that the cultural sector is against this budget, and here's what they say. In supporting these events, the Prime Minister recognizes the role of this sector for Canada's economy. That is what the leader of Just for Laughs said. We are investing more than we ever have in the history of the country, and whenever we make these investments, the Bloc Québécois constantly speaks out against them. The honourable member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. This minister has a very strange way of seeing arts and culture. His government transfers $21 million for the Olympic flame relay, and perhaps he thinks it's contemporary dance. Does the minister intend to see reason and show good sense and return as quickly as possible the millions of dollars that he took away from artists for foreign touring? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
One thing. In her first question, the member criticized the Canada Prize. Our government is putting forward an endowment of $25 million to create the Canada Prize. It'll be the largest multidisciplinary prize for arts in the world. It'll put Canada permanently as a cultural capital in the world. It is a remarkable achievement for this country to have such an incredible event, such an incredible opportunity. Record prizes for arts and culture in this country. Wow. It is going to make this country stronger on the international stage, and that's why the Bloc Québécois is against it, because we're making this country stronger through arts and culture.
The honourable member. Order, please. The honourable member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, a letter dated October 26, 1999, indicated that André Junot, the president of the National Battlefields Commission, dealt with a strategy that dealt with the sponsorship scandal. It was addressed. How can this deal with the lack of respect that was included in this letter, and how can he still be in place there for the celebrations? Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out to the member that it is not a political event. This is an historical event for which I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the events will be presented very respectfully. The honourable member for Quebec should be more responsible. She should convince her colleagues in the Bloc to disassociate themselves from the words spoken by Mr. Falardeau and Mr. Bourgeois, who in interview have been vulgar and threatening in their remarks. Mr. Speaker, given André Junot's wanting to reenact the Battle of the Plains of Abraham, it makes me think of the same type of approach that was dealt with by Jean Chrétien and his sponsorship scandal. How can it be that this is not recognized as a federalist propaganda operation by the people? The Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, this is very clear. The Bloc is looking for a reason to justify its presence. In the Soleil, February the 1st last, there was an article that said that the President of Bombardier, as well as where there are is very disappointed by the reaction of the Bloc given this event. The honourable member for
Westmount.
Yes. The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Speaker, when I asked the Conservatives what their plan was for the aerospace sector, the minister told us that Lockheed Martin was making investments. I'm happy for Lockheed Martin, an American company, but what does this have to do with our government's plan to strengthen the Canadian aerospace industry in these challenging times? So let me ask the question again. What is this government's plan for the Canadian aerospace sector?
The Honourable Minister of Industry. Speaker, it's the very plan that the Honourable Member voted for. It's called the budget. It's called our action plan, our economic plan for Canada. That's what he voted for, Mr. Speaker. This plan is multifaceted. It includes obviously an economic stimulus, a way to give a break to Canadian taxpayers and to small businesses, but it also includes plans to continue to encourage and support an aerospace sector in this country, including the Canadian Space Agency, I might add, which the honourable member knows a little bit about. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, that this plan is going over very well in the sector because they know we are on the side of a growing industry and an industry where Canadians can compete and win.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie. In other words, Mr. Speaker, this government has no strategy. As I indicated to the minister, these are jobs by the hundreds that are at risk in the aerospace industry. While Canada is hesitating, other countries are dealing with the issue. In France, the government has put out 5 billion euros to support the Eurobus sales. What is this government waiting for? Is it going to wait until foreign countries eat our lunch? The Minister of Industry. We certainly support the industry here with a program that is very clearly set out. The proposal is very well known in the province of Quebec, and the Montreal Gazette said our aerospace industry, the local one, is strong, efficient, and we do agree with that statement. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's not at all the type of news that we hear, because taxpayers have invested a great deal in the aeronautics industry. There is Technology Canada that has developed the leading edge of technology. We have a crisis now, and we have to protect these investments. What are the Conservatives waiting for to safeguard the Canadian taxpayers' investments in the area of the aeronautics industry? The Minister of Industry. As I said, Mr. Speaker, our budget, our economic action plan for Canada certainly supports this sector throughout the country, in Quebec as well. There have been many announcements, many programs, of course, but I believe that this is a competitive sector.
The world, and will continue to be. We will continue to support it, just like we support businesses that are moving ahead across this country to support Canadian jobs and opportunity, and that will continue, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Those are empty words, Mr. Speaker, because in Quebec, aeronautics represents some $12 billion and some tens of thousands of jobs. The Conservatives have no plan. They have nothing there. All we hear is platitudes from them when we ask what they are going to do to protect the industry. Will the minister not admit that he is sacrificing the aeronautics industry in Quebec? That's the goal of the Conservatives. I'd like to have some figures. The minister.
Mr. Speaker, the figures are clear. They are found in the budget. They are found in the SADE program. Her colleague, the honourable member for Markham, when confronted with the situation earlier this year, said, and I quote, "I think it's clear that this decision is driven by seat gain aspirations because the money is going into aerospace in Quebec and not into the auto industry in Ontario." Mr. Speaker, that's what that member said. When are the Liberal Party, when are they going to get their facts straight, and when are they going to get their arguments straight, Mr. Speaker?
That's right. Honourable member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a trading nation, and our largest trading partner by far is the United States. Canadians are rightly concerned about protectionist rumblings in the United States Congress. Can the Prime Minister update us regarding this critical situation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I indicated to the House yesterday that the American administration shared our concerns about the present state of the stimulus package. In fact, President Obama said yesterday, I think it would be a mistake, though, at a time when worldwide trade is declining, for us to start sending a message that somehow we're just looking after ourselves and not concerned with world trade. The
President also recognized the very real risk of provoking a trade war, which would be in the interest of no country, including the United States. We are very encouraged. All Canadians should be very encouraged by the words of the President.
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, police officers are the often unsung heroes of Canada who put their lives on the line every day to keep our families and communities safe. They deserve our full support. Why then has this government done the unthinkable and unilaterally cut the wage increases that RCMP officers and their families were given and were counting on? How is it this Prime Minister has millions of dollars to stack the unelected Senate with Conservative friends, but not enough for an RCMP wage hike that they were granted by Treasury Board last June?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We value and respect the good work that the RCMP is doing to keep our communities safe. It is critical, however, given our current economic circumstances, that we all tighten our belts. Everyone is being asked to do their fair share to help manage government expenditures. I might point out that in no way are the RCMP being singled out. Public sector unions and other public sector employees have, in fact, understood the situation that we're in.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court of Canada recognizes the right to free collective bargaining for public servants, yet this government won't. It has unilaterally capped public service salaries instead of bargaining those salaries at the negotiating table. It has rolled back negotiated wage increases for the RCMP, and other government workers fear the same. These workers are not fat in the system. They are essential to the safety and security of Canadians. Will the minister commit today to uphold Canadian law and grant all public sector workers the right to free and fair collective bargaining?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Perhaps I could expand on that answer then and say not only do we value and respect the good work of the RCMP, we respect and value the good work of public servants generally. I have been a public servant for most of my life. I know that they work hard, they do a good job. I think it's critical, given our current economic circumstances, that we all contribute to this. I believe that MPs will also be asked to contribute in that fashion.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States has indicated his intention to set conditions for those companies that get aid from the government and to reduce the salaries of their CEOs. Does the Prime Minister intend to imitate President Obama and require Canadian companies, the banks in particular, that get aid from the government to limit their salaries and the bonuses that they give? The Minister of Finance. I thank the honourable member for his question.
Has looked at this issue together. As you know, we are working together with our G20 partners to create mutual economic stimulus around the world, because that will help relieve the global recession. This also was one of those issues, one of those points that was agreed on. You'll note this week that some of the Canadian bank executives have voluntarily restricted their compensation. You need to note also that we have not put 1 cent of Canadian taxpayers' money into our banking system, unlike the United States, the United Kingdom.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, the elderly are forgotten in the budget. For those who only have their OAS and their GIS, they are underprivileged and they live below the poverty line. What is the Minister of Finance going to do to help these people? This is not wealth we're talking about, but this is a minimum income that should be guaranteed to a society that respects its elderly. The Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, we have a great deal of respect for our seniors. This is why we established a department for seniors. We also have a council that will determine, identify, and analyze the needs of our senior citizens so that we can act to help them, as we have done with the supplement.
For York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister stands and asks and answers leaders' questions on every subject but childcare. Why? I'd also like to suggest that the Minister of Human Resources leave her office, go into a child care centre and ask parents. Then she'd find out that the impact on child care of her government's programs has been zero. Not a little bit, zero. Another example of the Prime Minister's attitude on government programs. Like programs, who really knows whether a program money's in place or whether it's for next year or the year after, and the public's been the loser? When will the Prime Minister act like a Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development. Ordered.
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear the action that we've taken to help parents, to help families get the form of childcare that they choose. Sometimes that's at home with mom or dad. Sometimes that's with granny. Sometimes it's informal daycare. We have made all of those options possible through our universal child care benefit, which we delivered inside of 6 months to every parent over the age of, with a child under the age of 6. And we know through our relationships with the provinces and the funding we provide them that so far in the last year they've created over 60,000 new daycare spaces.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister's self-proclaimed political genius. Give the public what it wants, even if it doesn't get it. Reality isn't the program itself, it's the announcement. But then for the Prime Minister, this pesky economic crisis ruined everything. Now program money actually needs to be spent. People need services. Because of our budget announcement, the Prime Minister now has to report that he's actually doing what he said he'd do. The Leader of the Opposition realized that somebody has to act like a Prime Minister. For 3 years, why hasn't this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, our Prime Minister has demonstrated tremendous leadership. He's the one.
Hear, hear.
Thanks to his leadership, our country is better prepared to face this global economic crisis than any other. Thanks to his leadership, we are entering it later than most countries in the G7. We expect to go shallower into it, to come out sooner and stronger. That's leadership, Mr. Speaker. The others should try it.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, there's an $8 billion hole in the Conservative budget. In November's economic update, this government was ridiculed for padding its books with phantom sale of government assets to pad its books. Despite criticism from all sides on this scam, it's back in Budget 2009. Right there on Table 4.2 in the budget, there's a gaping hole. Can the government tell taxpayers where the money will come from to fill it? Fire sale of assets, layoffs, program cuts, or higher deficits?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
As the budget makes clear, Mr. Speaker, there will be a capital asset review, just as we have an ongoing expenditure management review with respect to the operating and program expenses of government. This hasn't been done since the early 1990s. It's incumbent on the government as good managers to make sure that we review assets as well as operating expenses, and that's precisely what we're going to do in this budget, which the honourable member voted against.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
This honourable member actually read the budget, Mr. Speaker. The finance minister is not coming clean. We have a budget that's based on rosy numbers of the sales of billions of dollars in public assets. At the bottom of a market, no less. Great deal. Exactly what public assets are the Conservatives planning to sell, and what other programs are on the chopping block? The former U.S. Embassy, perhaps, the CN Tower, or maybe, well, I don't know, maybe CBC. Is that what they're intending?
Yeah, CBC.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
No, I'm not. That's why we do an asset review, of course, Mr. Speaker, to look at all of the assets of the government, to see if it's appropriate to have public ownership of all of these assets, many of which were acquired many years ago. We do the same thing with respect to government operating programs. As I say, Mr. Speaker, that's just good, sound economic management of government.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, I was astonished 2 days ago when I received in my personal email a message from the member for HoC. She sent a series of articles in an email with respect to the conflict in Gaza. What shocked me the most was that the 27 attachments, of those 27, several lauded the jihad, the Palestinians, and so on. The minister, it would see that the Minister of Public Safety, could he tell the House what is the official status of the groups that were mentioned in the emails? The Minister.
I, too, received the surprising email from the bloc member from HoC. I can confirm that Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the Brigade Martyrs of Al-Aqsa are all formally listed under Section 83.05 of the Criminal Code as terrorist groups, all of whom have knowingly carried out terrorist activities. Now, I would hope that all members of this House would condemn terrorist activity, and I certainly don't think it's appropriate for members of this House to use their House facilities to distribute that kind of propaganda, and I would certainly ask that the honourable member, the bloc member, apologise to this House and Canadians for having distributed terrorist group propaganda.
The honourable member for Ajax Pickering. Order.
Free speech and the right to oppose government is vital to any democracy. Yet this Prime Minister seeks to crush it, to punish it at every turn. Most recently using the budget as an instrument of revenge against a particular province. Now Conservative operatives pushing a bogus investigation to destroy a former member of their caucus who dared to speak his mind. It seems there are no limits, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister apologize to the member for Cumberland-Colchester on behalf of the Conservative Party of Canada and uphold the reputation of this good and decent man?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Public Order. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this is, of course, an RCMP matter, and the government does not interfere or direct in RCMP matters. However, I can observe that the RCMP did confirm yesterday that this file is closed, and I can also further advise the honourable member, who apparently missed it, but Conservative Party officials have also made clear that they do not believe that the honourable member in question from Cumberland-Colchester did anything wrong.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Amnesty International, like other organizations, are asking the Prime Minister to bring Omar Khadr home. The Prime Minister should take the opportunity to bring Mr. Khadr home because of his position as a child of soldier. President Obama has said that he is closing Guantanamo. It is time to bring him home now. The Minister, the position with respect to this matter is a position that is reflected by previous governments. We know that this individual was charged with very serious crimes, and we know as well that the President of the United States, in 2 directives, has undertaken to look over the matter. We are awaiting the process, which is presently underway, to run its course. The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, Minister of Canadian Heritage and the Public Service Alliance of Canada has not published a report to Parliament on official languages since 2006, and yet they are supposed to be published every year. The former Minister of Heritage said last year it was a duty for all federal institutions to do so, otherwise that could result in prosecution. Mr. Speaker, is the government going to respect the law of the land and bring in reports like this, or is it hiding something? The Minister of Canadian Heritage. We have nothing to hide. We are proud of our investment in official languages. $1.1 billion over 5 years. This is an increase of some 20% over the past for official languages. Just be careful. Just be careful. I will be appearing before the committee, the Official Languages Committee, and I will be happy to answer any questions put to me around the table. Our government is investing in official languages and much more than was ever done in the past.
Mr. Speaker, livestock producers in my riding and across Canada have been hurting since the BSE crisis hit them in May of 2003. For years, the former Liberal government's failed farmers it did nothing to reopen markets for our livestock producers. Can the Minister of Agriculture please tell this House what action he's taken to open up new markets and help the bottom line for our cattle industry?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know the livestock industry appreciate the great work done by the member from Lethbridge on this file and the work that he continues to do. We were very fortunate in January in our trip to Hong Kong in conjunction with the livestock sector to reopen that market to a lot of the cuts we don't make use of here in Canada, Mr. Speaker, or internationally for that matter, which will double our sales to the Hong Kong market. Yesterday we received great news from a small dynamic market in Jordan, Mr. Speaker, that will open its doors to complete access to us after the BSE crisis. That's the beginning of many good announcements to come, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, crews began killing 60,000 turkeys at a farm in Abbotsford, British Columbia, after the CFIA confirmed several of the birds had contracted an H5 avian influenza virus. Farms in the Fraser Valley also suffered avian flu outbreaks in 2004 and 2005. What specific steps have been taken to determine the source of these outbreaks in this particular region?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, there are two turkey barns that have been put down in the Fraser Valley. Some 36 farms are under quarantine, and we're testing those birds. No other instances come to light. It is a low pathogenic strain. As far as we can decipher, Mr. Speaker, this is contained in the wild birds that are abundant on each of these farms as well.
That will conclude the question period for today. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development has a point of order arising out of question period, I believe.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to clarify for the record that when I said that the Canada Social Transfer would be going up 3% this year, I did mean the fiscal year 2009-2010.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South also has a point of order arising out of question period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the answer provided by the Minister of Natural Resources, she referred to a report that she said she had in her possession, Mr. Speaker, that apparently tells the House of Commons and the Canadian people that there is no connection between these two nuclear events. This Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission report should be tabled, in my view, immediately, Mr. Speaker, for Canadians to peruse and to put this extremely important question to rest today.
Security for Canada.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this honourable member has been in the House long enough to know that the requirement is if a minister quotes from a document, Minister of Natural Resources did not quote from the document, it will not be tabled.
The Honourable Member for Wascana is rising also on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Government House Leader just to reflect on this issue for a few moments? While the Minister may not have made a direct quotation, the subject matter is obviously one of enormous public interest. And in order to lay this issue to rest and to satisfy any public concern that may exist, would the Minister please consider the point that the documentation she has could be very useful in resolving this matter once and for all, and it would be a public service to table that document.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this issue is resolved. It's only the fear-mongering of the honourable member that leaves it unresolved.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse, on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend you on the efforts that you're making in this House to bring a bit of decorum to the fore. We have started a new session. We have a newer budget that's been adopted. Some people seem frustrated and are making regrettable remarks which wouldn't be tolerated in the National Assembly of Quebec. I'm asking the member of Laurier-Saint-Marie, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, to withdraw his unparliamentary remarks. Mr. Speaker, let's be mature. Words like ignorant, chicken, doesn't work in Quebec, doesn't work in Ottawa. The leader of the Bloc Québécois should stop shaming Quebecers and parliamentarians, insulting constituents and parliamentarians, TV viewers. There should be greater decorum in this House. I'd ask him to apologise immediately, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, I said it was against his remarks and he was ignorant of what happened. He was ignorant about his file. These are not true, his remarks. The Prime Minister refuses to rectify things that aren't true, and therefore he is ignorant of what is in his file, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse has another point of order. Mr. Speaker, well, you can play with words as long as you want, but there's an issue of basic respect. I'd like to remind the leader of the Bloc Québécois to use parliamentary language and to behave appropriately in the House, because if he goes to the National Assembly one day, what he says in this House in Ottawa won't work in Quebec City. Now, this has nothing to do with what's happening in the House. So we're not going to continue this discussion here, perhaps in another forum. But this is not really a point of order for the House, in my opinion.
Hello.
Order.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I have the honour to table a Notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on January 27, 2009 and related fiscal measures. I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion.
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise today to table the first annual report for the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime. Excellent. The report provides an overview of the activities and operations from the creation of the office in April 2007 to the end of March 2008. I'm also tabling the government response to the annual report of the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime.
The response demonstrates our support for the recommendations in the Ombudsman report and gives us a sense of what the government intends to do, that is, to tackle the issues identified by the Ombudsman, which require action.
Tabling of documents.
Tabling of documents.
Government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34, I have the honour to present to the House reports from the Canadian branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association concerning 4 conferences: the Commonwealth Ministerial Debt Sustainability Forum by the World Bank in Washington, D.C., April 9th, 2008, the CPA UK branch seminar held in London from June 8th to 20th, 2008, the 33rd Regional Conference of the Caribbean, the Americas, and the Atlantic region held in Anguilla from June 28th to July 3rd, 2008, and lastly, the International Parliamentary Conference on International Development held in London, November 17th to 21st, 2008. And I have signed copies in both official languages here for you. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following reports of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation at the Council of State Governments Southern Legislative Conference 2008 annual meeting held in Oklahoma City this past July 11th to 15th, the Council of State Governments Eastern Regional Conference 48th annual meeting held in Atlantic City, New Jersey this past August 10th to 13th, the Democratic National Convention held in Denver, Colorado this past August 24th to 28th, and the Republican National Convention held in Minneapolis, Minnesota this past August 31st to September 4th. Thank you.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Charlton moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement the Recommendations of the Pay Equity Task Force. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The right to equal pay for work of equal value is a basic human right. Although pay equity is protected in Canada by the Canadian Human Rights Act, pay equity in Canada is not a reality for Canadian women. Proactive pay equity legislation helps to compensate women for the historic devaluation of women's work. Traditionally, women have worked in undervalued and underpaid occupations like caregiving, cleaning, and nursing. Canada must implement effective pay equity legislation to advance women's equality. Mr. Speaker, pay inequity has wide-reaching negative social and economic consequences for all women and their families. That's the reason for this legislation. We need proactive pay equity as outlined in the 2004 Pay Equity Report and a pay equity commissioner to end the disparity experienced by Canadian women.
Hear, hear. Well done. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Ms. Charlton, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When will the bill be read a second time?
House. Mrs. Jennings, seconded by Mr. Garneau, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Regulating Telecommunications Facilities to Facilitate the Lawful Interception of Information Transmitted by means of those facilities and respecting the provision of telecommunications subscriber information. This motion is deemed adopted. L'honorable député de...
Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grace-Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm quite proud to represent this bill again in the House. You've already mentioned the title of the bill, but it's also commonly known as the Modernization of Investigative Techniques Act, or MITA. The Modernization of Investigative Techniques Act, MITA, will ensure that law enforcement community in Canada and our Canadian Security Intelligence Service maintain an ability to investigate crime and terrorism in the face of rapidly evolving communications technology. This bill would reduce the ability of criminals, organized crime members, and child pornographers to use sophisticated technologies to carry out their activities undetected. Under MITA, telephone and internet service providers would be required to include an interception capability in new technology. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about ensuring that Canadians and their communities are safe. Police and CSIS need to have the tools necessary to be able to intercept, legally of course, new communication technologies. If adopted, this piece of legislation will ensure that criminals can no longer take advantage of new technologies to hide their illegal activities from the law. I hope that this bill will receive the support of my colleagues on both sides of the House.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
Ms. Jennings, seconded by Mr. Garneau, moves that the bill be now read a first time and reprinted. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Quand ce projet de loi...
When will the bill be read a second time?
La prochaine séance de la...
At the next sitting of the House.
Ms. Matheson moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Office of the Oil and Gas Ombudsman to investigate complaints relating to the business practices of suppliers of oil or gas. This motion is deemed adopted. L'honorable député de...
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I think if you'd have another look, that bill was actually moved by the member for Hamilton Mountain and seconded by the member for London Fanshawe.
You did. I think I said Ms. Charlton, seconded by Ms. Matheson when I read it, so I think I did. People seem to think I did, so I hope that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After the unexpected and premature prorogation of the House in December, I'm so pleased to finally have the opportunity to reintroduce a bill that establishes the Oil and Gas Ombudsman. This bill is being introduced on behalf of irate consumers who are tired of continually getting hosed at the pumps. As you will recall, Mr. Speaker, this bill creates the Office of the Oil and Gas Ombudsman that would be charged with providing strong and effective consumer protection to make sure that no big business could swindle, cheat, or rip off hardworking Canadians. I'm pleased to report that the bill has been endorsed by the Consumers Association of Canada. Currently, people can only complain to each other about being gouged at the pumps. My bill creates a meaningful vehicle for having those complaints taken seriously with mechanisms for investigation and remediation to help consumers fight the squeeze. Since this is not just an issue in my riding of Hamilton Mountain, I'm pleased to have my bill seconded by the member for London Fanshawe. I am hopeful that members from all regions of this country, and indeed from all political parties, will endorse my efforts to put an end to highway robbery. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Charlton, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Such motion.
Motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Ms. Charlton, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Holidays Act, Remembrance Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to reintroduce a bill whose adoption I've been advocating since I was first elected to this House. My bill to amend the Holidays Act, Remembrance Day, would honour those who have sacrificed their lives for our country by making Remembrance Day a legal holiday. I look forward to this bill's quick passage to honour all of those who have died serving our country.
Ms. Charlton, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
Motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At a prochaine.
The next sitting of the House.
First, introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Présentation de
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker.
Table a motion, rather, from constituents from overall the both sides of the river in the National Capital Region. It concerns, Mr. Speaker, the possibility of building a bridge to get the heavy truck traffic from outside of the core of our capital city. And in particular, the petitioners are asking that the government instruct the National Capital Commission to proceed with a detailed assessment of an interprovincial bridge linking the Kanatech Industrial Park to Gatineau Airport, which is option 7 of the first phase of the interprovincial crossings environmental assessment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable
member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition signed by 900 people, many of them responsible for organizations providing services to immigrants, and they are asking the government to not relocate the downtown offices for Immigration and Citizenship Canada in the it's in the Le Bourgneuf sector, and they don't want it to be relocated to that part of the city which is not well served by transit. They don't want people will not be able to get there by car. They don't find it logical to move the centre to that area.
For Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After the unexpected and premature prorogation of the House in December, I'm so pleased to finally have the opportunity to table 2 petitions on behalf of some of the thousands of seniors who are supporting my national campaign to fight for fairness for ordinary Canadians, and in particular for seniors who were shortchanged by their government as a result of an error in calculating the rate of inflation. The government acknowledged the mistake made by Statistics Canada in the last Parliament, but has refused to take any remedial action. The petitioners call upon Parliament to take full responsibility for this error, which negatively impacted their incomes from 2001 to 2006, and take the required steps to repay every Canadian who has been shortchanged by a government program because of the miscalculation of the CPI. The petitioners are people who have worked hard all their lives, have played by the rules, and now are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. All the petitioners are asking for is a little bit of fairness from their government. It is a privilege to be able to table this petition on their behalf.
Honourable député de
Notre member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'm speaking to table a petition supporting C-545, a bill relating to textile labeling. This bill is identical to the new bill C-271 that I tabled last week here in the House. It will require that each garment be labeled with a reference number that consumers can use in order to determine the name and address of the factory where the garment was manufactured. This bill has the support of the Action Group for Fair Trade and Amnesty International. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to congratulate Samuel Bergeron, a young man from Nicolet in Quebec. On his initiatives, this petition was circulated with more than 500 signatures for a cause in which he believes. These are young people like Samuel who give me faith in the future. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, today I am tabling a petition with more than 800 signatures from constituents of Manicouagan, mainly workers. Sickness is always unexpected, and it doesn't distinguish among social classes. Those who signed this petition are asking Parliament to review the EI program so as to provide an acceptable minimum of weeks for benefits that would take into account medical treatments for workers who have to take leave to fight their illness and who must have extended medical treatment.
For Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present a petition today from residents of Don Valley West expressing concern about current hostilities in Sri Lanka. Particularly, they're calling upon the Government of Canada to put pressure on the Government of Sri Lanka to provide the population, the Tamil population, food, shelter, medicine, and other fundamental necessities. It also calls upon the government to call upon the United Nations and other international relief agencies to enter the area to provide witness to what is going on, to also call upon the government to call for an immediate ceasefire and to take immediate steps to call for the UN to provide an observer to monitor human rights abuses. Thank you.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
On the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
D'accord.
Agreed. Notice the motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
The Chair has received 8 notices of application for emergency debates. They're all on the same subject. I will call the member who first filed a letter, the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth, who may wish to make some submissions on this point at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to appreciate the efforts of other members who have submitted the same request. Mr. Speaker, in Sri Lanka, in the northern part of Sri Lanka right now, there is a devastating violent situation unfolding. Thousands and thousands of citizens and civilians are under threat. A great many of them have suffered the attacks. The situation is deteriorating. Mr. Speaker, I've had the chance to speak with members of the Tamil community here who literally, as you begin to speak with them, break down into tears as they talk about their family members and what they're facing. Mr. Speaker, we have an obligation and an opportunity as a country to take bold action, to call for a ceasefire on all sides here, to ensure that we're in the lead in providing medical and humanitarian aid to those who are suffering, and to play a role at the United Nations to call for the UN to be intervening in a very, very direct way. The tragedies that are unfolding here now are causing enormous pain to Canadian citizens, and literally every hour that passes, new images of the terrible consequences are coming to our attention. Mr. Speaker, you will know that this has been a subject of discussion here in the House, but I would appeal to you to consider the urgency of the situation, the will of so many members of the House who wish to have this matter discussed as a matter of urgency. I can add in closing that other countries are calling for ceasefire. They are taking action. They are moving very, very directly, and Canada should be amongst them. C'est le temps d'agir, Monsieur le Président.
Time has come to act, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that you will grant us an emergency debate on this very serious situation, which is very urgent, and I'm speaking about Sri Lanka.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth for his submission, which I'm inclined to grant at this time. I want to indicate that the Chair has received similar requests from 7 other members in the following order: the Honourable Member for Toronto Centre, the Honourable Member for York West, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt, the Honourable Member for Beaches East York, the Honourable Member for Don Valley West, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest, and the Honourable Member for Etobicoke North. Rather than hear submissions from them at this time, since I'm going to grant the debate anyway, I suggest they control their enthusiasm for debate until later this evening, when they'll have an opportunity to speak in the debate, if that is satisfactory. So we'll now proceed with orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C2, the Canada EFTA Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
When this bill was last before the House, the Honourable Member for Windsor West had the floor, and he has 12 minutes remaining in the time allotted for his remarks. I therefore call upon the Honourable Member for Windsor West. The Honourable Member for Wascana is rising on a point of order first.
Mr. Speaker, to deal with just a brief procedural item and not interrupt the Honourable Member who's about to speak, I wonder if among House leaders and whips there is agreement that with respect to the emergency debate that you have just announced for this evening pertaining to the situation in Sri Lanka, if we're all in agreement that the normal provisions with respect to no dilatory motions, adjournments, in the usual form, that we can all agree that those rules would apply to the proceedings with respect to Sri Lanka this evening.
So there'll be no requests for emergency debates, no dilatory motions, and no motions for no requests for unanimous consent during, and no quorum calls during the debate this evening. Have I listed everything? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Okay, the Honourable Member for Windsor West, then.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise again to speak on this very important issue, and that is with regards to Bill C2, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the states of European Free Trade Associations, in particular Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. And Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize that our trade relations are very key to how we develop our sector economies, how they affect Canadian employment, how they affect even issues of national defense and strategies related to growth industries in terms of technology and so forth. And we have believed in fair trade, and one of the things that the principal components of fair trade is to ensure that when a country that we're trading with has had a strategic advantage or has a system in place that is provided a benefit, that we actually deal with that and have a plan in place for our workers and our people over here in Canada. In particular, with the problem with this particular trade agreement as it currently stands, that we find very difficult. There are some issues with regards to agriculture, but in particular, the hardest one is the issue of shipbuilding. Norway has had several years, in fact over a decade, to provide a strategy that they've developed and then implemented to build their shipbuilding industry. And what will happen in this agreement is, over a series of years, we will see the phase out of 25% tariff that has partially helped protect the shipbuilding industry, which is still struggling over here in some respects. And we would like to see this as an opportunity in terms of what's happening right now and the laws of trade that are out there to actually rebuild our shipping industry. And it's something that should be noted, Mr. Speaker, is done in other countries. It wouldn't create an offensive front. It wouldn't be seen as one of protectionism because, quite frankly, the United States, for example, under the Jones Act, has a protection of their procurement as well, too, Mr. Speaker. They also actually, under the defense policies, have actually local and domestic procurement that they control. And we don't begrudge them for that. I mean, you can certainly understand the fact that they would want to maintain some of their base industrial elements that protect their national interests and their national defense. And that's something that's important for them in terms of their sovereignty and how they view themselves in the world, but also, too, in terms of their workers who have good skill sets, value-added work, which is very important with regards to the notation of shipbuilding. It's not something of just, simply sending natural resources out of the country. It's one that actually has value-added components. It's also one that's actually changing right now with new technology, and so you get those advancements in technological development clustered around the shipbuilding industry, and that also includes the elements that it connects to past the shipbuilding industry as well too. And I'm familiar with this in terms of the auto sector as well too. So they have that strategy, and it's a strategy that we haven't got up and raised our fist in anger at. And at the same time, though, Mr. Speaker, ourselves on the Canadian side, we have done the very least of things to protect our industries and provide the same stuff. It's interesting to note, because this is a big difference, and especially right now with the heightened discussion of what's happening in the United States with their Buy American clause, and what Canada can do and what they can't do, and what the United States can and can't do. And it's interesting because we don't even do the base minimum that the United States would respect. And one of the most egregious situations that's now come out to the public discussion forum is the fact that this government has chosen to procure $250 million worth of trucks from Texas. And that's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, because our trade agreement right now allows us to have defense procurement and allows us to purchase from our own country. And ironically, Mr. Speaker, we have a facility in Chatham, Ontario that was actually going to close a few years ago, and there was government support. The then Liberals said that they couldn't do it. It was against NAFTA. It was against everything else, and there was no way they could save this plant. We hit the streets and we worked really hard and we saved the plant, and it's actually been very successful until recent, paying itself well worth the investment it got from the government back to the coffers, be it not just from the company but also more particularly from workers who have paid taxes and also have been able to raise their families with some dignity, integrity, and also chase the Canadian dream of having a prosperous life in this country. Now, sadly, what's happened now, though, Mr. Speaker, is that the plant is in jeopardy. And ironically, the government has decided to abandon it, and $250 million of work going to Texas when retooling is estimated to cost at the Navistar truck plant in Chatham of $800,000. So let's weigh this out. For $800,000 of retooling, and the retooling would be done by Canadian workers. They would be done with a lot of Canadian content, and it would facilitate the improvements that are necessary on the truck that would make it meet the obligations of the Canadian military. It would also allow for new innovation in the plant, which is also a very good plant. It's been known for its quality. In fact, prior to much of its production being sent down to Mexico from Navistar, we actually used to get some of the Mexican-produced vehicles into Canada to fix them. So the men and women are very good, adept there at the skills, and are very solid workers. So we know that the quality would be of the highest caliber, and I'm sure that the workers in Chatham would really take a lot of pride building vehicles for our military here, and they would get behind this 100% and would produce the best vehicles possible. Instead, what they've done, instead of putting that $800,000 into the retooling, that would have actually had workers paying taxes again and going forward the future, they've decided to ship it all down to Texas. And when you compare the $800,000 versus the $250 million of the actual defense procurement content, you have to wonder, where is the strategy in this government, and why do they not believe that Canadian workers are just as capable of building vehicles for our soldiers, our men and women, and our military infrastructure? It would also guarantee, Mr. Speaker, and this is a key element, and with regards to this trade agreement that worries me, is that we would have a key element of our industrial complex that is still necessary for the world that we live in. And we need to have a manufacturing capacity that's going to protect our national interests. That's, the trucks will be used for a whole series of operations, and we know that if we have control over that, then if there's also future contracts, we could actually continue to be able to produce those vehicles, and if other countries might have an interest in the vehicle, they would come to us, and perhaps we could actually then have a continued expansion of the facility or a continuation of the work, which would go on for nearly a couple of years. So it's really disappointing when we pull away from that opportunity, and especially at a time when down in my region, the Windsor-Essex County area is at 10% unemployment, Chatham's up there as well too, and that those individuals would not be the men and women that would be assembling the vehicles for our country. And it's very frustrating because we lack the vision, necessary elements from this government to see that forward. I mean, they come forward with plans in this budget, for example, is that, well, they'll have Canadians go put sod on their lawns, but they're not going to actually help Canadians be able to maintain our industrial complexes that are necessary for our national security, and also are going to benefit the overall economy. And on top of that is going to be the cutting edge of the new development of the actual manufactured vehicles, because they will be the newest and latest in the field. And this is a problem with regards to our concerns on the shipbuilding aspect, is that there's going to be a loss of opportunity there. And it's not just ourselves that are calling for this. And I want to read a quote here that's very important. As the New Democrats, we're not alone on this. We know that a number of different shipping associations have made comments on this and objections. One of the ones that we have is right here from George McPherson, the president of the Shipyard General Workers Federation of British Columbia. And he states that the Canadian shipbuilding industry is already operating at about a third of its capacity. Canadian demand for ships over the next 15 years is estimated to be worth $9 billion in the Canadian jobs. Under FTA, under the FTAs with Norway, Iceland, and now planned with Korea and then Japan, these Canadian shipbuilding jobs are in serious jeopardy. In these terms, this government plans is sheer folly and an outrage. And he gets it right. He gets it right because he understands that it's not just about the current capacity that we have and we need to protect right now. It's about making sure that we're going to continue to be able to reap the rewards of that investment that we've done before. And, it's one of the things that has been, moderately positive with regards to the budget. We fought for this on the issue of capital cost reduction allowance for machinery and tools, something that the industry committee, when I was part of, we had a recommendation of over 20 different recommendations on studying the manufacturing sector, is that we came forward with a policy that, and it was supposed to be a 5-year policy. The government's had a position right now of doing it for a first 2-year period, and now they're proposing to do it for a 3-year period. So they do have the accumulation of the 5 years, but unfortunately, not having it done properly through a one period of 5, it really actually undermines the planning necessary for some of the actual capital cost reductions for some of the more expensive and thought-out equipment changes that are necessary in the future. But it is a modest step forward, and it's something that we certainly do support. But at the same time, it also provides some of the elements that are necessary for the actual procurement of additional capacity that could be important for our shipbuilding industry. We shouldn't just be simply relying or hopeful that we actually have our yards filled right now. We would like to see expansion. When you have this economic downturn right now, it's easy to be able to use elements like this as a way to have procurement, especially when you look at some of the defense contracting that needs to be done. The budget notes, it does note that there's going to be about $175 million allocated for a number of different craft. They're seen as small craft, but they're going to be built, and you would hope that they would be done in our own shipyards, and we could, with a proper policy, do that. And that's what worries me, and why the Navistar example with regards to the trucks being built in Texas instead of Chatham, Ontario, is disturbing, because we could see that $175 million contract awarded in one or several different ways to, once again, procurement in South Korea, or procurement from Norway, or procurement from the United States, all of those things. And I know I have to wrap up with this last minute, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak again on this, and also just to reinforce that as we get through trade agreements like this, we have to be very careful of the details. So one of the elements that I'd finally like to touch upon is that this government, or the past government, the Liberal government, thought they had it right when they actually brought in the free trade agreement and a new trade agreements after signing the Auto Pact. The Auto Pact made us one of the strongest auto manufacturers in the world, but when we brought in the actual other trade agreements, it killed the Auto Pact, despite the government arguing the day that we would stand up and be able to have it. And since that time, our auto industry has crumbled around us as others have decided to move forward. So I hope that's a lesson we keep in mind and vote this down and vote for Canadian action instead.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-55 not only affects shipbuilding, but it also affects a lot of other areas in Canada. Destructive legacies such as the softwood lumber sellout
have eroded our confidence in the ability of the government to defend the best interests of Canada through trade agreements. I have a lot of agriculture in Nickel Belt, especially in Verner area of Nickel Belt. And the NFU is concerned about this agreement because the provisions within the agreement concerning agriculture defer to the World Trade Organization principle and dispute mechanism, which will have a very negative impact on supply management by weakening Canada's position. To the honourable member from Windsor, I'd like to know what the government could do to improve this bill concerning agriculture.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the honourable member from Nickel Belt's absolutely correct. And it is important to note that there has been, especially Terry Pugh, Executive Director of the National Farmers Union, has identified the concerns that if we actually had to bring the agricultural component forward in this bill, that potentially under the WTO we could get a challenge with regards to supply management. And it's interesting to note because even though agriculture and auto don't often meet up together, they actually are a good example here. And then when I was referring to what happened with regards to our auto pact, and I think that the concerns are there. When you look at the fact of the matter is that it was the WTO and a challenge from Japan that eventually killed our auto pact here. And to those out there, our auto industry, we were 4th in the world in assembly. And now we've gone down to 9th, and we are falling further back. And on top of that, despite the challenges that we're facing, it's important to recognize that other things are developing in the industry. General Motors, for example, they're actually opening up the first plug-in electric vehicle in Detroit, Michigan, and they've actually just bought South Korean technology to bring their battery system online for that vehicle. And that's because the U.S. has set aside a $25 billion investment strategy of low-interest loans. So despite the challenges of the auto sector, and we're seeing plants go down here in Canada, in the United States, they're actually increasing their plant production on certain measures. So, and that's a really good example of the environment being connected. So the reason that it's really important is that, once again, is that at that time, the government, and the government today, doesn't worry too much about that, but one of the government members at the time, it was Trade Minister Pierre Pettigrew, he downplayed the WTO decision originally with regards to the Auto Pact. And that's traditionally what the governments of the day do, is that they'll downplay those decisions as they work themselves through the court system, and at the same time it'll undermine our actual ability to control our own destiny. So it's a warning sign. It's something that's very important, and it's also one that I think sets as a good example in the concerns expressed in the agriculture sector about this particular bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member from Windsor West for his presentation. And listening to it, I'm thinking about my home riding of Halifax, where shipbuilding is a huge issue for us. And I can tell you we have no strategy for shipbuilding in Canada, and it sounds like there's no strategy for the auto industry in Canada or for getting trucks built in our country. And I think the problem is beyond EFTA. We lack a comprehensive industrial strategy for our country, and the EFTA is just another example of a piecemeal approach to trade deals. There's no coherent fair trade vision and policy. There's no industrial strategy. So my question for the member is, what would his thoughts be about the bigger issue of lacking industrial policy for Canada as it relates to the EFTA?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Halifax for a question. And I've had the opportunity to tour the Halifax shipyards and to talk to the workers there and also the management. And I can tell you that there's a confidence element there that is very strong, that they could be part of something bigger, that they could be part of the future of procurement for Canada, whether it be the military or whether it be the Coast Guard. Those elements are certainly part of their thoughts of what they would like to do. It's not only just about having a job, Mr. Speaker. It's about having pride in a country that can produce the goods necessary for ourselves to be able to defend ourselves and also serve our citizens. And there's a natural connection there that really instills a nation's sentiments that that need to be recognized. And it's sad that we don't have that policy over here. We don't have the overall sectorial strategies that are necessary. Other countries are doing it, and one of the reasons that there's an interest to get into the Canada right here is because they know that we could be potentially vulnerable to the actual competition because they've had so much support in the past. And that's the Norway example where they went through a complete plan that they laid out, they worked on, then they actually implemented it and developed the shipbuilding facilities and capacity that really were very significant. And that's the important thing, is that they've got a head start. If you're going to start a 100-yard dash, but you have your competitor already 50 yards ahead, then it's going to be very difficult to catch up. And that's what we're talking about here, is that we want to see a fair a race in many respects. And I would say that it's really important for Canada to recognize now is that, especially with the stimuli packages that are happening out there, we're not asking about adding another layers of protectionism on things. We're talking about using the tools that are available to countries. And that's why you'll see countries looking at those elements, not only just the United States, but to Europe and as well as Japan and other places. They'll be looking at using their models of their economy that they have permitted within the actual trade agreements that they have to expand their services and capabilities. And what's important right now, and this is a sad thing where we're at today, with the greening of many of the different types of technologies happening right now, it's an exciting time. And even though our challenges are deep, our opportunities are even greater. And we could see a lot cleaner, a lot leaner, and more importantly, a stronger connection between the lifestyles that we lead and the environmental footprint that we leave behind. So, this is a great opportunity if we actually start to build on sectorial strategies. And that's why I would like to see this government take this as an opportunity to heart and move forward. Sadly, we're moving backwards still, and that's going to be sad because we can't be just a nation of supplying raw resources to the rest of the world.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Windsor West for his comments and around this particular trade deal. But what I'd like to have him address is the impact of that Navistar truck plant on that community and the surrounding area, because not all those folks actually live in Chatham. Mr. Speaker, when we see an impact on a city and a county and a community of that magnitude, it's a shame that we didn't take the opportunity to rectify it when we had that opportunity. As the Honourable Member said, a $250 million contract for trucks for our armed forces built in Texas rather than Ontario just doesn't seem to work out well. But what I'd really like the member to comment on, because I know he's in close proximity geographically, being in Windsor versus Chatham, is what happens to a community when they lose those hundreds and hundreds of well-paying jobs. What happens to the United Ways of those community? What happens to the nonprofit organizations of those community? What happens to the kids who want to play hockey or perhaps ringette or perhaps gymnastics, whose parents no longer have the ability to fund those things for those young people? Perhaps my honourable colleague could make mention of that.
The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's very, I'd like to thank my colleague from Welland to the comment and the question. It's important to make that correlation, is because we have a spiraling effect that really brings down other elements of the economy. It's everything from the persons that operate a small business and provide food services to also, too, those that want to invest in the area and look towards clustering around a major manufacturing facility. And as well, too, as it hurts the social infrastructure, be it the United Way or other charitable groups, because you have, say, for example, the CAW and other types of philanthropy taking place because of that actual economic activity. And I think this one really hurts too, Mr. Speaker, is that it hurts on a psychological level in the sense that what this government has said to the workers of Chatham and Kent area is they've said that we want to have our trucks for our military built in Texas. They're not good enough in Chatham and area for the $800,000 retooling. That's all that's necessary. It's small pittance, and it's all the jobs as well, too, that would be done by the people of our own country, many of them laid off right now. And they've said to those people that you're not going to be the ones that build the trucks for our men and women who are serving this nation. And that really hurts them. And I've been there, and I've talked to them, and that's how they feel. And it's sad, Mr. Speaker, because it could be different.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to this bill. I'd like to say from the start that I have concerns about this bill for a specific reason which I'm going to get into. A number of my colleagues on the Liberal side, in particular my friend from Halifax West, has worked very hard on this as well. But we are prepared to support the movement of this bill to committee, where it can be examined and studied and where we hope there might be some positive work that comes out as a result. I support freer trade in general, and I suspect that there are many industries and suppliers who will benefit from this bill, perhaps some even in my own region. But the issue for me is clear, and it's been talked about before, and that is the issue of the shipbuilding industry. I come from Nova Scotia, a province with a proud tradition of shipbuilding, world leaders, in fact. Today, we still have a shipbuilding industry, a proud one, an effective one, but one that has not been supported as it should, and not as some other countries have done, and in particular Norway, who was one of the 4 countries in the EFTA deal. This deal is with those 4 countries, with Liechtenstein, Switzerland, Iceland, and Norway is the tricky one. Now, I want to be very clear. Norway is a great friend to Canada, and Norway is a great friend to the world. Norway is a successful nation who take care of its citizens, and they're also a world leader in assisting others. In fact, I admire Norway. They are wholly admirable as a world leader. From 2001 to 2006, they were #1 on the Human Development Index. In 2007, they were actually chosen as the most peaceful nation on earth. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, in terms of overseas development assistance, Norway contributes about the same level of total dollars to overseas development assistance as Canada. The difference being that Norway has a population of less than 5 million people, and Canada's more than 30 million. So in terms of hitting Millennium Development Goals, they're far ahead of us. Their ODA contribution, percentage of GNI, is 0.95%, compared to ours, which is 0.29, and has dropped. So I think Norway is a nation that we should do business with. I admire the principles on which it governs its citizens and governs itself in the world. Canada and Norway are longtime friends. In fact, in my own constituency, one of my favorite events commemorates this friendship between Canada and Norway. The event is called the Convoy Cup, and it's the brainchild of one of our most remarkable citizens, Steinar Engeset, Norwegian consul in Nova Scotia. The Convoy Cup honors those who served in World War II, escorting merchant ships and naval vessels from North America to war-torn Europe. This critical function played a major role in the eventual outcome of World War II. And following the invasion of Norway by Nazi Germany in 1940, members of the Royal Norwegian Army and Navy maintained training and repair bases in Nova Scotia. The Convoy Cup commemorates this close relationship between the 2 countries. I'm proud that the Dartmouth Yacht Club in my own riding is the club of record for the Convoy Cup. I know other members from this House, the member from Sackville Eastern Shore, the member from Halifax West, perhaps the new member from Halifax, and certainly her predecessor, would share my enjoyment of the Convoy Cup and would share my admiration and that of many others, certainly including my late father, of Steinar Engeset. My concern with this bill is not because I am opposed to how Norway has subsidized and managed its shipbuilding industry, so much as it is that we have not done enough to support our own. We have a shipbuilding caucus in Parliament to which I proudly belong. We have heard at that caucus from just about everybody in the shipbuilding industry, and they've also appeared before various parliamentary committees. What is remarkable about this industry is that both management and labour are very much aligned as to the solutions for a way forward for shipbuilding. This is not an industry where management is saying one thing and labour is saying something entirely different. That's why I and other members from this House, the member from Halifax, the member from Halifax West and Sackville Eastern Shore, welcomed the announcement in December by the Minister of Defence when he said shipbuilding should be part of a stimulus plan. But we were perplexed when he also suggested that shipbuilders and trade unions should set aside their differences. In fact, I've been in numerous meetings where shipbuilders and trade union representatives have come together, presented together, and identified strategies for the industry together. The Minister indicated they had done their homework, the government this is, examining how other shipbuilding nations had found success. He even cited Norway as an example. We are not Norway. We have not protected our industry as they, or promoted it, as they or other nations have. We know about the Jones Act, the Merchant Marine Act in the 1920s in the United States, where the United States actually carves out shipbuilding and treats it specifically in trade agreements. So it's a tricky bill.
It's a very tricky bill for my colleague from Halifax West for these reasons. I meet regularly, as does he, as does other members, with marine workers like Les Holloway, Carl Risser, Gerard Bradbury, and others in Nova Scotia. I trust and value their views and consistently agree with them. I also meet with shipbuilding companies and executives who know how to build a shipbuilding strategy, and have spoken to MPs, to ministers, and to bureaucrats on a number of occasions. I recognize the frustration of those who are concerned that we are not as vigilant as other countries in promoting our industry. This isn't about ability or competitive spirit. Our industry has those things. A few weeks ago, the local Halifax area MPs issued a release where we called on the Minister to follow through on his pledge to make shipbuilding part of the stimulus package. I said in that release the following, and I quote, "Shipbuilding is still an important industry in Canada, an industry in which labour and management have worked together to provide options for action in these uncertain times. We call upon the government to come to the table and make shipbuilding part of the stimulus package, as they have previously said they would," unquote. In December, Carl Risser himself spoke to the historic role of shipbuilding in Nova Scotia, the quality of our work and the great tradition of the industry, and our potential for the future, when he said, and I quote, "We have the people, the technology, the will and the skill to see it continue," end quote. Mr. Speaker, there's many aspects to this trade deal. Many could be positive for the country, could be positive for our region, but there's work that must be done. Our critic, the member from Kings Hants, is aware of these concerns. He spoke to this bill on Monday in the House when he said, and I quote, "We need a comprehensive shipbuilding policy in this country, one that actually helps build a world-class shipbuilding industry that can compete and succeed. We can do a number of things in terms of our industrial strategy and policy to make this happen. As the government deals with EFTA, I think it also has to ensure that some of these industrial policy issues are addressed, and we as the official opposition will hold the government to account on that. I'm proud to be a Member of Parliament for a shipbuilding region and certainly won't abandon the cause. I'm also in support of fair trade and, in most cases, free trade. I will support this bill to go to committee. Look forward to hearing at committee from those who know this industry best. And hopefully we will work to create a national shipbuilding strategy that will rival those with whom we compete and those with whom we trade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Halifax.
Thank you to my colleague from Nova Scotia for his words, and in particular talking about our historical relationship with Norway and the Convoy Cup as a member of the Scandinavian Society back home. It's a really exciting event for us. But I was hoping that the member could actually comment about the decline of the shipbuilding industry in Canada, and in particular the impact that it's had on his riding, which is neighbour to my riding, Halifax and Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
The honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you. I thank my colleague for her question. And, I know that her commitment is for the shipbuilding industry as a big part of our sort of shared community. It is a big issue for me and my community. And I think that we have not done enough to protect shipbuilding. There have been some ministers, I think, in the past. I think of Brian Tobin, who met regularly with industry, with labour, and had I think, a vision for shipbuilding in Canada. This bill, this EFTA bill, had come up some years ago. It's not brand new to this House. And a lot of people have expressed concern, including a lot of people from our party, about whether this specific bill should go forward without a comprehensive shipbuilding strategy as part of it. And what can we do? Well, there's a number of things that we can do. Well, first of all, we need to accept that there needs to be a national shipbuilding strategy that includes things like Buy Canadian. The industry has indicated that there may be a direct allocation component to our shipbuilding strategy, which would provide for more stability in the labour force and also in business. The structured facility financing, the accelerated capital cost allowance being simultaneously applied is another piece. So we have a lot of work to do. What bothers me is when people suggest that this is a dying industry. You can't say that in a place like Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia was a world leader in building ships. It's part of our tradition. It's part of our heritage. We have the technology. This is a modern industry. We have everything that we need to make this a viable part of our national industrial strategy. We just need to accept that we need a specific shipbuilding strategy for the country. There are answers there. as I said before, the people who run the companies and the people who work in the companies share a common view as to how we go forward. And they've talked about it before. We don't need anything new. We have the answers. I think we need to just be serious about this and not make promises about being part of stimulus or about what it might be, but actually have some action in moving forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech. I thought it was a thoughtful speech and one that is a way out of this somewhat of a dilemma. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that many in this House are sort of in favor of free trade, and they speak in favor of free trade, and then they say, except this, except that, and this industry has to be exempted, and that industry has to be exempted. So free trade becomes something less than free trade, and after a while, you have no trade at all. Positions seem to be admirably advocated by the leader of the NDP last couple of days, where he was complaining about the attitude of the U.S. Congress in the Buy American policy. And yet, in the same time, he was advocating for the Buy Canadian policy on infrastructure. So I wonder whether the honourable member, he's made reference to an industrial strategy which would make a shipbuilding industry a competitive and viable industry. Is this a free trade except, or is this free trade where we can have both free trade and a viable industry?
Honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think, if you ask me right now what my preference would be, I'm very concerned about free trade deal, but I think as Liberals that we support free trade. But it has to be fair trade as well. And when we talk about exceptions to trade arrangements, people consider the United States the great free traders of the world, but they have carved out shipbuilding since 1920. They take care of their industry. Norway has subsidized the industry for many, many years, and they're not going to stop doing that because they have a free trade agreement with Canada. So I think you can have free trade, but I think it's only normal that you would have some exceptions. But I also think that the bottom line on this is that we do need a shipbuilding strategy for Canada. We need to look at the structured facility financing and the accelerated capital cost allowance being put together to help the industry. We need to have a Buy Canadian plan, as they have a Buy American plan in some industries. So we need a strategy, first of all, and then we need to look at the deal and how the strategy would impact on the deal. Whatever happens, Canada needs and has a remarkable level of integration, in my view, between management and labour. Canada needs a strategy. I think it's out there. I think it's possible for us to find it, to come up with a solution, and to move forward in a way that not only protects but enhances our shipbuilding, and we get back to the levels of employment that we've seen in years past.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honourable member for West Vancouver's Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for saying the name of the riding, because if I did, I'd use up all my speaking time. Mr. Speaker, I've listened with considerable interest to the last several speeches, and certainly the plight of the workers in this industry is one that we should all care about. However, I'd like to ask the Liberal member opposite, who just gave his speech, to reply to the following question. We heard his colleagues chiding the government for not dealing with the Buy American policy that could result in the loss of Canadian jobs. So as he advocates a Buy Canadian policy, how does he rationalize that with the need for us not to spark trade wars that would hurt not only Canadians but also our trading partner friends?
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, when I talk about a Buy Canadian policy, that's not with specific reference to any trade deal. That is just that it makes sense as Canadian government that when we need Coast Guard vessels or frigates or anything like that that can be done in Canada, it makes sense that we first of all would look to the Canadian industry to do that. I'm not suggesting that we should enter a deal and say no to everything right up front. I just think it makes sense. And I think that when he and his colleagues were on the opposite side of the House, they used to raise these same questions. Why don't we do this and why don't we do that to protect the industry? I think it makes eminent sense for us to say, when we need vessels, you know, there's most nations have specific regulations about shipbuilding for security reasons, that they would like to have the shipbuilding done on their home soil, that only makes sense. So I think there's all kinds of reasons to look at a Buy Canadian policy. And, you know, if you're talking about the United States, they have got the most rigorous controls over their shipbuilding industry in the form of the Jones Act. They carve it out so that they can't be hurt by trade deals of the like. So, listen, you know what? Fair trade, free trade, we need to go forward. The world is getting smaller. We need to do more. But we also need to make sure that we protect Canadian workers here at home.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The honourable member is rising on a question of the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess my question to the member is, given the fact that can he differentiate between free trade and fair trade? I mean, we have seen what happened with the softwood lumber industry and now the impact on our jobs here in Canada. Most recently, what happened yesterday with the announcement that Tembec was actually going to be laying off about 1,500 more workers. We understand that we don't disagree that there needs to be a fair trade agreement. The problem is that with the free trade agreements, they haven't been working in our favor. And we need to really look at what we're doing with regards to our shipbuilding. If we want to promote a Buy in Canada procurement policy of some kind or program, how can we do that if we're not building our ships here in Canada or similar products? So, you know, will the member acknowledge that the free trade agreement, the U.S. And Canadian free trade agreement with regard to the softwood lumber certainly was not to our benefit at this point in time, given the fact that we're losing a lot of our mills? And would he not be supportive of carving out the shipbuilding out of this agreement that we are talking about today?
Brief response from the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, as I say, I think the priority, first of all, whatever happens with the EFTA deal, is that we have a national shipbuilding strategy, that we get everybody at the table, that we need to get at the table, the people who run the companies, the people who work in the companies, and anybody else that we need to get at the table. That's the first and most important thing. Are we going to have a national shipbuilding strategy by the time this bill comes back for a final vote? I don't think we will, but we need to make some serious strides towards getting this done. It's really important for this industry, which means a lot in my area and in other areas of the country.
Now, the honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine is rising on a question of privilege.
I am, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much for coming back to the seat in order to take my question of privilege. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, February 1st at 10:59 a.m., I received on my House of Commons BlackBerry an email from the Member of Parliament for HoC. This email, which from the list of names to whom it was also sent, appears to have been sent to all members of this House. Mr. Speaker, when I perused the articles and images contained in the email from the Bloc Québécois Member of Parliament for HoC, it immediately became clear to me that it contained texts and images supporting and glorifying 3 organizations that our federal government has deemed to be terrorist organizations. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. Several of the texts and the images contained in this email can only be characterized as hate propaganda against a religious group. That is to say, they incited hate against Jews. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to have been part of a government that amended Canada's criminal code to include the criminal offences of hate crime and to provide a legislative framework with a clear, objective criterion for determining whether an entity is a terrorist organization and thus be listed as such with all of the legal ramifications that follow. But, Mr. Speaker, even more to the point, it's a privilege to be elected in this House of Commons. That's a point I made today in my SO 31, my Standing Order 31 statement. And part of the privileges, in my view, and I believe in the view of all of the members of this House of Commons and reflected in our standing orders, is that part of the privilege is that ensue from being elected to the House is that we are each allotted monies through a member's operating budget and equipment, which we are allowed to use in fulfilling each of our parliamentary duties and privileges. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have a code of conflict of interest for members of Parliament. We also have the standing orders which explain and determine how these resources can be used. But beyond this, we also each have an ethical and a moral duty beyond any requirement under our code of conflict of interest for members of Parliament, but including our standing orders, to use the resources, material and human, provided to us as members of Parliament through the House of Commons and which are paid for from the public purse, to use those resources wisely, prudently, legally, and in full respect of our laws and the rules of the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, the content of the email from the Member of Parliament for Ahuntsic can only expose, and did expose, myself, other members of this House, communities within my riding, communities in the ridings of other members of Parliament to anti-Semitic propaganda. They were an incitement to hate, and in my view constitute a clear misuse of the resources of the House of Commons. It was not even sent to my House of Commons email. It was sent to the BlackBerry. That's each member of Parliament's personal email address, which normally is given to us precisely so that we can screen out and ensure that we only receive it from certain individuals, certain organizations, and it's not widely publicized. It's only publicized to other members of Parliament, as a matter of course, through the whip's offices, and then each member of Parliament can determine to whom else they will allow access to the BlackBerry email address. Mr. Speaker, I would urge you to actually view and peruse the email which was sent from the Member of Parliament of Ahuntsic. I believe it will become clear to you that there is an incitement to hate against Jews, clear anti-Semitic statements and images that are contained in that email, that there is a glorification of 3 organizations which have deemed to be terrorist organizations by the federal government under our duly adopted and constituted laws. And I believe that it was a clear misuse by the member of Ahuntsic to have used parliamentary equipment and parliamentary services, i.e. our intra-parliamentary internet service, in order to disseminate this information. Now, the member apparently has stated that she had not viewed all of the images. Well, Mr. Speaker, given that we don't pay for this equipment, we do not pay for the services, it is paid from the public purse. I don't know how she was raised, but I was raised by my parents to take care of whatever was given me. And if it belonged to someone else, and I'm using it through the good graces of someone else, and in this case it's the public, it's a privilege that is given to each and every one of us as a member of Parliament to have access to a member's operating budget, to have access to all of the services provided to us, including internet services and intra-parliamentary internet services through the House of Commons, then I have an added duty to ensure that I do not intentionally or unintentionally expose members of this House to incitement to hate, to anti-Semitic comments and statements and images, and statements and images that glorify terrorist organizations that are all dedicated to the eradication of a certain population, the Jewish population. Mr. Speaker, if the member did not do so intentionally, then she was derelict in her duty, because she has a duty when using parliamentary services and resources to ensure that anything that she sends out is not contrary to our laws, is not contrary to our morals, and is not contrary to the privileges of every other member in this House. And I do not believe that an apology, which I have not heard and not seen from her, because the statement that she sent the following day is not an apology. Nowhere in that statement did I see I apologize. Nowhere in that statement did I see that I apologize for not having carried out my duties to ensure that I did not expose my colleagues to hate and to the glorification of terrorist organizations, and that I use parliamentary resources in order to do so. Mr. Speaker, everyone who was sitting in this House when I made my statement about Black History Month now knows why I take that kind of hate, that kind of hate propaganda, that kind of incitement to hate seriously. And I find it repugnant, Mr. Speaker, that a member of this House would misuse services which are paid through the public purse and which are a privilege to each and every one of us, to expose other members and other Canadians to that kind of hate propaganda, incitement to hate. Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will rule that indeed it was a misuse of parliamentary services, and it did indeed constitute a violation of my privilege as a Member of Parliament and as a Canadian.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened carefully to the question of privilege that has just been raised by my colleague for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. And I can say with respect that I don't want to deal with the substance of the issue, but with respect, I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, that through you, I'd like to tell my colleague that there is some confusion when we talk about using the equipment that belongs to the House or when we talk about breaches of ethics. I think we have to stick to the facts and to the apology sent in the form of an email. That said, with respect to the rules of natural justice and the right of each and every person to be heard, in view of the absence of my colleague for HoC from the House, I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to give my colleague for HoC an opportunity to explain her actions to the House before ruling and before going any further in discussing the question of privilege. Well, the chair will consider the situation, and I will leave this matter pending for the time being so that the honourable member who is the subject of the complaint can explain her actions to the House, and there might be other submissions following her remarks.
Go back to the debate that was before us. I therefore say resuming debate. Reprise.
Resuming debate.
Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak about Bill C2, the enabling legislation of the Canada EFTA trade agreement signed on January 26, 2008 by this government. This enabling legislation is something of the utmost importance to my riding and to the country as a whole. I'd like to begin by quoting a question. What is Canada going to get out of this agreement? Quote, I'd love to see someone answer the question, what is Canada going to get out of this agreement? End quote. Those are the words of Mr. Carl Risser, union president of the Halifax Shipyard and a constituent of mine, when he appeared before the International Trade Committee in April of last year. And they're words that we should be asking ourselves whenever we're considering international trade agreements. Mr. Speaker, ships are a part of my family's past, as they settled on the shores of Georgian Bay when they came to Canada. And my grandfather, Alan Leslie, worked on a steamer called the SS Caribou to pay his way through university. When I was little, we used to go down to the grain elevators to have a good look at whatever freighter was docked. My grandfather talked about what a blow it was to the area when the Collingwood shipyards closed. Half the jobs in the area were lost and the economy suffered greatly. And this trend continues across the country, leaving us with the limited shipyards that we see today. Despite having the largest coastline in the world, Canada has no strategy for the shipyard building industry, and the neglect of this industry makes it vulnerable. Now, as the member for Halifax, I represent a place with even stronger roots in shipbuilding, and the great work of this sector continues today. We can be proud of our strong traditions in this area, from the construction of wooden sailing ships in the 19th century to the establishment of our powerful Navy in the 20th. And through it all, Halifax has been a central force in that development. But as my colleagues, the member for Sackville Eastern Shore and Burnaby Westminster, and others have pointed out during this debate, we have deep concerns about the impact of trade deals, and in particular with this bill, their impact on the shipbuilding industry. Speaking with workers down at the Halifax shipyards recently, I heard about the need for targeted investment in the shipbuilding industry as part of an economic stimulus plan. With the government's plan to construct new joint supply ships and Coast Guard vessels delayed, workers are left hanging. While the shipyard there presently employs 400 to 500 people, that number could rise to 1,000 or more if it were working at full capacity. Those are good paying jobs. And it's been noted that one shipbuilding job creates about 4 spin-off jobs. The economic benefits of a strong shipbuilding industry are obvious. But unfortunately, this government has no industrial strategy, whether it's forestry or manufacturing. Our industries are being hindered by the lack of vision for a sustainable and prosperous economic future. In my consultations for the budget, constituents made it very clear that investment in shipbuilding was a priority. The government's budget made promise of a $49 million investment over 2 years to the industry, but there's worry that much of that will go to small craft and perhaps to repairing larger ships that will continue to be built elsewhere. That's hardly the kind of stimulus that the members in my community were hoping for. And my constituents wrote to me in my call for budget submissions. They called for investments in the green economy of the future. They called for housing and EI reform, but they also wrote to me about shipbuilding, and I'd like to share some of those with you today, Mr. Speaker. Bob Cameron, a constituent in my riding, wrote to me, in reply to your request for budget items, I'd like to suggest that with the need to replace aging destroyers, our shipbuilding industry could certainly use at least one to be built in the Halifax area. Leslie Pezak wrote, first, I want you to know how pleased I was to see in the Chronicle Herald you, along with Liberal, Independent, and provincial NDP, together supporting local shipbuilding. Sally Hodgson, who's actually not from my riding, she's from Dartmouth, felt compelled to write in. Of course, I will share these comments with my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour. But Sally Hodgson wrote in, we've been learning that both the Naval Fleet and the Coast Guard Department of Fishery fleets are again aging, and there is need to replace several vessels. Also, the cost of maintaining these older vessels is becoming prohibitive. The other part of the consideration is the inability of the Canadian shipyards to handle this type of work because they cannot obtain and retain the necessary skilled personnel due to the spike nature of equipment acquisition programs. This long-term program also has to be viewed as obtaining and maintaining a strategic resource. We have basically 3 choices of shipyard: Vancouver, Victoria, Lausanne, Quebec, and Halifax. These yards should be told to build a ship a year, and in their instructions as to what to build will be given in January of each year. End quote. So these were responses to a call for submissions about what do you want to see in a budget. I wasn't asking specifically for shipbuilding feedback, and yet I got so much of it. It's clear that this is an important issue to Halifax. And I'd actually like to point out Paul Ellis from my riding, who wrote, being from Halifax, I feel that shipbuilding requires a boost. We have the means, but not the work. Please vote for the people. In the budget consultations, I actually had the opportunity to take the news editor of The Coast, which is Halifax Weekly, around. I took him around the riding. We actually did an economic stimulus tour of the riding. We stopped by shovel-ready projects in the riding that are just waiting for federal investment. And I'd like to read a quote from The Coast, from that article. The news editor Tim Bousquet wrote, From there, we go to the Halifax shipyard and speak with Carl Risser, union president at the yard. There are unfunded plans for 2 joint supply naval ships, 4 Arctic patrol vessels, and 12 smaller coastal patrol vessels, says Risser. Quote, all we have to do is get that work on the ground. We start building ships, all of a sudden we can say to our workers, we're not going to employ you for 3 months, lay you off for a month, employ you for 3 months, lay you off for a month, end quote. Many of the laid off went to find temporary work in Alberta to hold them over the lean times, but that work too is dried up. Presently, there are 400 to 500 people employed at the yard, but contracts for just 2 Arctic patrol vessels will bring the yard to full capacity with 1,000 workers, says Risser. So that was from the coast during our economic stimulus tour of the riding. And while shipbuilding was failed by the budget, we're standing here in this honourable House debating enabling legislation that, if passed, will fail this industry again. We've seen the shipbuilding industry fade out due to lack of investment from consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments. It's clear that this industry is facing hard times, and much of that is due to unfair trade deals that pitted our shipbuilders against those in other countries where the production was subsidized. A 25% tariff is all that protected our industry from being erased entirely, and now this otherwise innocuous trade change could be the final blow for this struggling industry. Workers and their families in my riding deserve more. To return to Mr. Risser's testimony before the committee last April, he testified that this EFTA deal is a bad deal for Canada. I'd love to see someone answer the question, what is Canada going to get out of this agreement? I know we're going to destroy our shipbuilding industry, a multi-billion-dollar industry in Canada. It's on its last legs now, and it needs a real boost. We have that opportunity in front of us, but whether we take it or not is the question, end quote. The hasty signing of this trade deal will unfairly disadvantage workers in my riding and across Canada, and for this reason, I must voice my opposition. However, there is a very simple solution before us. The NDP is calling for shipbuilding to be removed from the trade agreement and for the government instead to invest in the industry to increase its competitiveness. It's a simple solution that could save our shipbuilding industry and hundreds of jobs in Halifax and elsewhere. I ask that other parliamentarians join us in making sure that trade deals like the EFTA are fair to both partners. Just yesterday, I met with Bernie McDougall and Jack Ferguson, 2 dairy farmers from Nova Scotia who are concerned about their industry and how the WTO negotiations will impact the production of Nova Scotian dairy products. Not often do you see dairy and shipbuilding linked in the House of Commons, but their question was, what will the Doha negotiations do for Canada? What will it do to support our dairy industry? It's a different industry, but it's the same questions. And it's the same demand for fairness in trade negotiations. While there are no dairy farms in my riding, the people of Halifax pride themselves on being able to buy locally and support Nova Scotian agriculture. When the subject of the EFTA came up while I was meeting with the dairy farmers, the farmers noted that the impact of the EFTA on shipbuilding is similar to the situation that they face regarding trade in the dairy industry. They also acknowledged the importance of the shipbuilding industry as part of a strong Nova Scotian economy, and they said, well, we hope it works out for those shipbuilders because those are good jobs, and if they're employed, we'll benefit. I reiterate, 1 shipbuilding job creates about 4 spin-off jobs. Once again, it shows that folks on the ground, producing goods and working in the real economy, understand what a fair deal is. It seems that the government has not come to this same understanding. It brings us back to the question, what is Canada going to get out of this agreement? Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues have pointed out over the course of this debate, the EFTA has some merits, but let's carve out shipbuilding until it can fairly compete with subsidized European shipyards. And this has been the testimony of witnesses who have testified before the International Trade Committee. There are solutions. They are simple. And Mr. Speaker, these are some of the solutions that were proposed. Andrew MacArthur from the Shipbuilding Association of Canada and Irving Shipbuilding testified, quote, so our position from day one has been that shipbuilding should be carved out from the trade agreement. We butted our heads against a brick wall for quite a number of years on that, and we're told there is no carve-out. If the Americans, under the Jones Act, can carve out shipbuilding from NAFTA and other free trade agreements, as I believe the Americans are doing today with Korea, or have done, why can't Canada do the same? We have to do something to ensure shipbuilding continues. The easiest thing is to carve it out of the EFTA. And if you do one thing, convince your colleagues in government to extend the ship financing facility, make it available to Canadian owners in combination with the accelerated capital cost allowance, and you will have as vibrant an industry as exists. End quote. Even those who are from the business community, who have a vested interest in actually accelerating the implementation of the EFTA, such as the Canadian Shipowners Association, justify their supports on the basis that Canada has forever lost its ability to build ships. We don't share their pessimism. With proper and intelligent support from the federal government, Canada's domestic shipbuilding industry could be rapidly up and running, as Carl Risser has testified and said repeatedly to media and to government. All that's missing is the political will of government. The U.S. has always refused to repeal the Jones Act, a legislation that's been in place since 1920 and which protects the U.S. capacity to produce commercial ships. The Jones Act requires that commerce between U.S. ports on the inland and intercoastal waterways be reserved for vessels that are U.S. built, U.S. owned, registered under U.S. law, and U.S. manned. The U.S. has also refused to include shipbuilding under NAFTA and has implemented in recent years a heavily subsidized naval reconstruction program. Why aren't we doing that here in Canada? Why are we not learning from both the mistakes and successes of other parties? While we're learning from the successes of other parties, I would like to bring up the case study of Norway. During the last 20 years, Norway, Canada's EFTA main competitor in this sector, has built a strong shipbuilding industry by initially protecting their market and heavily subsidizing production. Now Norway is actually able to compete in a zero-tariff environment, something that the Canadian industry is not currently able to do. During all that time, Canada had kept a 25% tariff on ship imports, but without a shipbuilding policy of any kind and no money to support the industry, something that my friend from Dartmouth Cole Harbour was just very recently calling for. The so-called generous 10 to 15 years phase-out terms simply means a stay of execution for Canada's shipbuilding industry. It's precisely this type of policy that allowed Norway to become a world-class player that it is today, and it's precisely what the federal government has failed to do by completely gutting Canada's shipbuilding industry. When we talk about business being an unlikely supporter, because they do actually want to fast-track the benefits of the EFTA, we actually can point to Mary Keith, who's the spokeswoman for Irving Shipbuilding. And this is a situation where you do have labor and industry on the same page, singing from the same choir book, so to speak. And Ms. Keith actually was quoted in the Chronicle Herald, my local paper, as saying, Canadian shipbuilders and marine service operations should be carved out from the agreements in the same way that the Jones Act carves out U.S. shipbuilding and marine operations from NAFTA, and in the same way that Canadian agriculture is protected. We've been advised that this will not be done. The future of skilled Canadian workers and the communities where they live is being traded away by our own federal government. End quote. And when I talk about the jobs that have been lost to the Halifax shipyards, we've lost workers to the West. And of course, I don't begrudge the West for the work that they are doing, but our workers are skilled workers specifically in shipbuilding. They're taking jobs, whatever jobs they can, because they know those jobs will be long-term, or at least for the medium term. Whereas in Halifax with shipbuilding, we get a little contract here, a little contract there. There's absolutely no security. I don't blame those workers for leaving, but they have skills and talent that they can bring to this industry. Earlier I talked about meeting with the dairy farmers and how it was a bit of an unlikely allegiance between farming and shipbuilding in this situation. But I'd actually like to read a quote from Terry Pugh, who's the Executive Secretary from the National Farmers Union. He also testified before the Standing Committee and brought a new perspective to this issue from the perspective of farming. And he said before the committee, quote, "The most critical and highly negative aspect of this deal from our point of view is its impact on supply management, for example, in the dairy industry. It's true that our access commitments remain in place for imports of certain commodities as specified under the WTO agreement, but the tariff rates on some of those imports have been dramatically lowered, some to the point of elimination entirely. It's good when the tariff rates on our exports are reduced. It's another matter when we see tariff rates on imports of dairy products, for example, coming into Canada reduced. I think the Ag Canada representative in early March pointed out that, for example, on butter, under 4,000 tons of butter coming into Canada, which is our access quota right now under the WTO, that's a 7% tariff. Under this deal, that 7% goes down to 0%. That is, without a doubt, a tariff cut from 7% down to 0%. The amount that's coming in stays the same, but the tariff rate is actually reduced. That is a key point, because what it does is effectively facilitate access to the Canadian market for imports of dairy products. We have to keep in mind that the more we open up our market to imports, the more we shut out Canadian producers from their own domestic market. As I pointed out, that cut from 7% to 0% for some dairy products coming in is definitely a cut in tariff rates, end quote. And this is exactly what the Nova Scotia Dairy Farmers Association came to talk to me about yesterday. We have an opportunity here to learn from the shortfalls of previous trade agreements. And I urge all members of the House to join New Democrats in opposing this bill as it stands to ensure that Canada's shipbuilders get something out of this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Oak Ridges, Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note that the NDP have voted against all of the reinvestments in the armed forces since we've been in government. So I'm gratified today to hear that the honourable member and her party are very supportive of some of the investments that we're making in our brave men and women of the armed forces. So, but I wonder if she might comment, Mr. Speaker, if she would agree that Canadian workers and businesses are amongst the best in the world and able to compete with anybody in the world, and that the best way in which to protect and, in fact, create new jobs is to open up markets so that our businesses can sell their products around the world, and that when we do that, they will be able to do it better and more productively, and that will, in fact, and that this agreement does, in fact, create more jobs. It helps protect Canadian industry, and in the long run will be better for Canadian business. I wonder if she could comment on that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. While I do very much believe in the Canadian shipbuilding industry and in our ability to compete, I would like to point out to this member that other countries do support their industries. And I would like to draw attention to the example of Norway. We can look to Norway as such an example on this issue. First of all, in Canada, we're not operating anywhere near our maximum capacity, and that's because we lack support from the federal government. Unlike Canada, Norway has actually used its period of tariff protection to heavily invest and expand in its shipbuilding industry, making it competitive and efficient, and that's what has not been happening in Canada. This way, Norway was actually able to phase out its government subsidies by 2000. Because the shipbuilding industry has been worn away here for so long by a lack of interest by the federal government, by the time the tariffs are dropped in 15 years, if no aggressive policy is put in place, there's going to be very little left in Canada other than foreign shipbuilding firms. So I actually disagree with the member, and I do think that it's time for us to have an industrial strategy all round, and that industrial strategy should include making firm investments in shipbuilding because the industry is hurting, my riding is hurting, and the workers are hurting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to commend my colleague from Nova Scotia on her speech, and I must say that she conducts herself very well as a Member of Parliament, and in spite of the fact that I hope the Liberals win in Halifax next time, I think she's doing a very good job as a Member of Parliament in this place. She was part of a press conference that we held just before Christmas with two Liberal members and NDP, two NDP members, and also the independent member from Cumberland, Colchester, Musqueam, Valley, when we called upon the federal government to follow through on a commitment it made to make shipbuilding part of a stimulus package. And one of the issues with shipbuilding is that you can't just ramp up and ramp down. As she and others have mentioned, as we lose our skilled workers to other parts of the country, and you just can't run an industry by ramping up and ramping down. And that's why things like direct allocation of contracts and having a national shipbuilding strategy is so important. And I'd like to just ask her, after we had that press release and press conference about shipbuilding being part of a stimulus package, as the Minister of Defence had indicated it would be just before Christmas, how does she think that shipbuilding did in the recent budget?
The honourable member from Halifax.
I'd like to thank the member for Dartmouth-Cole Harbour for his question and for his kind words. I, too, am hopeful that an NDP will actually take the seat in Dartmouth-Cole Harbour, but until then, he's doing a fine job in the House of Commons. It's nice to see you here. That was one chilly press conference. There we were on the harbour in Halifax. It was minus 20 with the wind chill. I know that's nothing compared to Ottawa. But we were out there with the workers, and we came together in a nonpartisan event. We came together as a nonpartisan press conference to say we need to invest in shipbuilding in this budget. And the workers were there with their flags. They came out and they rallied around us, and it was quite a hopeful and optimistic moment. And then the budget came out. And while there is a line for shipbuilding in the budget, if you do a scan, it does pop up. It's simply not enough. First of all, it seems to be only for small craft. Small craft, you're looking at about 6 months of contract work. There's also a lot of, there's some money in there for repairs, but generally that's repairs of vessels that are built in other countries. And when I was talking to the local there at the shipyard, they said the problem is with these short-term contracts is we can't lure our workers back home. Sure, it's 6 months worth of work, but is someone actually going to come back home so that they can work for 6 months and then be out of a job? We need a long-term strategy, and this budget absolutely fails the shipbuilding industry, and I'm proud to say that's why I voted against it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Sault Ste. Marie.
Commend the member on her speech, and she certainly speaks of something that we all have concern about here in this House, and that's how we protect the traditional industries of this country and the jobs that they provide to our communities. I remember being in New Brunswick in 1987 and visiting the shipyards in St. John's, and seeing there the stamp of Algoma steel on big sheets of steel that had come from my own city. And in that, understanding the interconnectedness between these industries. When you build ships in Nova Scotia, you then provide an opportunity for a steel mill in Sault Ste. Marie or Hamilton to sell the product that they make that provides the jobs in those communities. And so shipbuilding in Nova Scotia or in British Columbia or wherever it happens in this country has a ripple effect, a major ripple effect into other parts of the country that we can't ignore or deny. We're just wondering if the member would want to comment on that as well.
The honourable member from Halifax.
I would like to thank the member for his question. It's a very good question, and I think this is something I was alluding to earlier, that people who are working on the ground, people who are workers, understand the connection. They know exactly what's going on here. I can tell you the statistic of every one shipbuilding job creates 4 spin-off jobs, but what does that mean? I find it quite remarkable when a dairy farmer from Antigonish County, nowhere near the shipyards in Halifax, says to me, gee, I hope things work out for those shipbuilders because that could really help my industry. I can only imagine the pride of seeing the stamp of Made in Sault Ste. Marie when you're in Halifax. So this isn't just about using steel from Sault Ste. Marie or Hamilton Mills. It's also about local economies everywhere. It means that workers they have good paying jobs. They'll be able to weather this recession. They'll be able to purchase goods, which means that we have to create more goods. It's a win-win situation for local economies, for communities, but also for the federal economy. And that's why we are calling for investment in infrastructure through shipbuilding and actually having a dedicated industrial plan that includes shipbuilding. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Nickel Belt. Short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, like to congratulate the member from Halifax for doing such a fine job in representing Halifax, but I'm sure she's going to win the riding again next time, not only because she's doing such a fine job, but because the Liberals are supporting the Conservatives. In her statement, she said that for every shipbuilding job that is created, 4 other jobs are created also in the offset industries. In the budget, the Conservatives added 5 weeks to EI at the end of their period. I'd like to the honourable member from Halifax to tell me what kind of a difference it would have made if the government had added 2 weeks at the start of EI and then 3 weeks at the end. Would this have helped the shipbuilders that are currently unemployed?
The honourable member from Halifax, short answer.
Thank you very much for the question. It's a very good question. That 2 weeks at the beginning would have made all the difference in the world. 2 weeks is a very long time to wait before you even apply. But one thing that we often forget is you apply and then you continue to wait. It's actually quite a bit more time before you actually see any money coming in. And despite what the minister has said in this House that, in fact, 2 weeks is plenty of time to find a new job, 2 weeks is not sufficient. We do need that support at the front end, and it's something that we would like to see changed to the EI regulations. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am glad to be able to rise today and join with my colleagues in denouncing this bill, which will have long-term implications to the workers of this country. A bill which further commits Canada to a free trade agenda when what we should really be pursuing is a fair trade agenda. I find it interesting to see that we are continuing to negotiate these types of trade deals, given the difficulty we have had recently with the rise in protectionism, particularly from the U.S., our biggest trading partner and co-signatory in the North American Free Trade Agreement. It can be argued that we are the poor cousin in that arrangement, bringing only concessions to the table and having to live with the whims of our partners. We are seeing this with respect to iron and steel procurement in the U.S. stimulus package. We have also witnessed the long struggle to get an acceptable softwood lumber agreement with our American partners. In Northern Ontario, we are particularly aware of the failure of successive governments, both Liberal and Conservative, to protect an industry that goes to the heart of our economy. In Northern Ontario, we have watched the trend in the softwood industry as workers are being asked for concessions, mills are shutting down, and those lucky enough to still have jobs in the forestry sector are not confident those jobs will be there in the future. It's not because of a crisis in confidence of our products, work ethics, or the future of the resource. It is because these people recognize that they are working with the confines of a flawed agreement that does little to protect jobs here in Canada. In my riding, I'm going to go in French on this one, sorry.
In my riding, we have had 125 people laid off from Havel-Schröd and Lubin, several hundred from the Tembec mill in Kapuskasing, and also yesterday Hearst was told that there would be layoffs. Columbia Forest Products in Hearst has let some go. These events all have very immediate consequences for our small city.
If I fail to see the silver lining in this latest free trade agreement with the European Free Trade Association, comprised of Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. Although we are the larger partner in this agreement, at least in terms of population, once again we are conceding ground and making it difficult to ensure the future survival of important national industries. I am talking about our shipbuilding industry now. We are entering into an agreement that will all but guarantee that our shipbuilding industry continues to contract
and loses ground to foreign producers. This trade agreement will reduce tariffs on ships from 25% to zero in a period of 10 to 15 years, depending on the type of ship. The main source of competition for shipbuilding will be Norway. Norway has pursued a long-term industrial strategy for shipbuilding. It has a state-of-the-art yard that has been subsidized and are well established. Canada does not. We don't have an industrial policy for shipbuilding, and the infrastructure in the yards we do have is not state-of-the-art. Canadian yards are not on a level playing ground as we set them loose to compete under the terms of this agreement. I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, to go on any further without mentioning the good work of my colleague, the Honourable Member of Sackville Eastern Shore. Had governments listened to his call for improvements in Canadian shipbuilding capacity, we would not be voicing many of our concerns today. We would be entering into this agreement on a level playing field and be able to compete with not only Norway, but Japan, Korea, and any of the best shipbuilding yards in the world. Sadly, his repeated call for a shipbuilding industrial strategy have been ignored, and we in the NDP are forced to fight on behalf of the remnants of this once proud industry to ensure it does not simply vanish. I would also like to echo the sentiments of my colleague from Thunder Bay, Rainy River. I too am appalled that not only one ship is being built in Thunder Bay shipyard, not now or even in the past year. Yet at the same time, we are moving ahead with an agreement that will forever hamstring this industry. It is inconceivable that we would like to merely walk away from these good jobs in a time when we are meant to be moving heaven and earth to protect jobs in Canada. It doesn't end with shipbuilding, though. Our concerns go beyond that. There are serious implications for our agricultural sector in this agreement as well. The provisions within the agreement concerning agriculture defer to the World Trade Organization principles and dispute mechanisms, which will have a very negative impact on supply management by weakening Canada's position. The NDP opposes these WTO mechanisms and have strong concerns about their effect on our domestic agriculture capacity. Terry Pugh, the Executive Secretary of the National Farmers Union, told the Standing Committee on International Trade in April of 2008 that the most critical and highly negative aspect of this deal is its impacts on supply management, for example, in the dairy industry. He went on to say that while it's true that our access commitments remain in place for imports of certain commodities, as specified under the WTO agreement, the tariff rates on some of those imports have been dramatically lowered, some of them to the point of elimination entirely. He points out that butter coming into Canada in shipments of under 4,000 tons has a 7% tariff. Under this deal, that 7% goes down to 0%. The amount that's coming in stays the same, but the tariff rate is actually reduced. That just opens up Canadian markets to offshore products, and every time we do that, we shut Canadian producers out of their own domestic market. Isn't that a shame? It might be free trade, but it certainly isn't fair trade, Mr. Speaker. We have standards in Canada, and our dairy farmers are demanding. They work hard and they deliver a safe product through reliable supply routes operating under a supply management system that ensures as much. They operate under the basic tenets of fair trade. These are commitments to health and safety, respect of human rights, worker rights, and right to assembly. They operate in good faith. That is more than can be said about a government that rushes through trade agreements just to be seen to be doing something. A government that has made promises on icebreakers, Arctic Patrol Vessel, and the Joint Support Ship Project, none of which are moving ahead despite the fact that they could all be done in Canada. I'd like to give you a quote from Andrew MacArthur, Shipbuilding Association of Canada and Irwin Shipbuilding, and it was done before the Standing Committee on international trade on April 2nd, 2008. I know that it's been mentioned a few times in the House already, but I think that it's important that we keep hammering it away. He goes, so our position from day one has been that shipbuilding should be carved out from the trade agreement. We butted our heads against a brick wall for quite a number of years on that, and we were told there is no carve-out. If the Americans under the Jones Act can carve out shipbuilding from NAFTA and other free trade agreements, as I believe the Americans are doing today in Korea, or have done, why can Canada not do the same? We have to do something to ensure shipbuilding continues. The easiest thing is to carve it out from EFTA. And if you do one thing, convince your colleagues in government to extend the ship financing facility, make it available to Canadian owners in combination with the accelerated capital cost allowance, and you will have as vibrant an industry as exists. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the government that this agreement threatens Canadian industry and agriculture. This agreement sets adrift, perhaps forever, our shipbuilding history and its industry. It could also have dire consequences on our dairy producers and should be reviewed with a healthy dose of skepticism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member rising on a point of order. Member from Notre Dame de Grasse-Lachine.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions with all parties in this House, and I believe that if you seek it, you will see that there is unanimous consent to permit the following motion to be moved, that during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 52, following the first intervention of each of the recognized parties, members rising to speak may indicate that the period of debate be divided in 4.
Do we have unanimous consent? Agreed. So moved. We'll continue with questions and answers. The Honourable Member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. The Honourable Member from Nickel-Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend the member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing for her fine speech today. As a neighbouring riding to Nickel-Belt, the honourable member knows that a lot of mines in Nickel-Belt are affected by the shipbuilding industry. The more ships we build, the more steel we need. The more steel we need, the more nickel we need, especially for building from stainless steel. Also, the more ships we build, the more wood products we need, which affects fur riding in particular. I'd like the honourable member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing to tell me how shipbuilding in Canada would help these two industries.
The honourable member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member from Nickel-Belt for his question. Of course, when we are looking at shipbuilding, it doesn't just impact those people who are actually building the ships, but it does have a ripple effect into other industries, and especially the mining and the forestry industry as well. Everybody would benefit from that, not to mention some of our small business communities and some of the constructions industry as well. So certainly it would impact greatly, given the fact that we have seen job loss after job loss in Canada. Imagine that. We could certainly start building up our manufacturing industry once again. Wouldn't that be a great thing to put people back at work? You know, what we've been seeing is over and over again the skill shortage that we have. And again, by losing our shipbuilding capacities, again, we will be losing skills. So I want to thank the member again for his question, and I want to reiterate that the ripple effect of the job creation would certainly benefit Canada greatly.
The honourable member from Welland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I always find it somewhat bemusing from time to time that people talk about 6 degrees of separation. I listened with great intent to the member from Halifax earlier who talked about her grandfather in Collingwood in the shipyard, and couldn't help but reflect that my father actually came there as a new Canadian in 1963, and perhaps they worked side by side in that yard.
And what a legacy that would be, indeed, if the yards across this country were to be booming again like that yard that once was, and I repeat, once was, in Collingwood. But to the honourable member who's just spoken so eloquently about shipbuilding and farming across this great land, you know, we look at the trade agreements that's been signed by the last couple of governments throughout this world, whether it be the North American Free Trade Agreement, the Free Trade Agreements, and now, of course, this one with Europe and the one that was attempted with Korea and, of course, with Colombia. My question really forms around what those do for us. But let me just quote what George McPherson said, who's the president of the Shipyard General Workers Federation of British Columbia, because really this is an industry that is across this land from coast to coast to coast. And he says, the Canadian shipbuilding industry is already operating at about 1/3 of its capacity. Canadian demand for ships over the next 15 years is estimated to be worth $9 billion. I repeat that, $9 billion in Canadian jobs. Under the FTAs with Norway, Iceland, and now planned with Korea, and then Japan, these Canadian shipbuilding jobs are in serious jeopardy. In these terms, this government's plan is sheer folly and an outrage to Canadian workers. My question for the honourable member would be, who benefits from these types of agreements, which are called free trade rather than fair trade?
The honourable member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
I want to thank the member from Welland again for his question. Who does actually benefit from free trade? Well, basically what we've seen is that those at the top of any industry and almost ensure that those at the top of the big industries almost ensure that the smaller entities will have difficulty surviving. There's no such thing as a free trade. It just ensures that the biggest players dominate the industry. You know, it's just like the big corporate tax cut credits. The big banks and the big oil companies get the big credits. When you're looking at that, you know, $60 for every tax credit that goes to the big corporations, only $1 goes into EI. So I think that's a really big shame. You know, the rich keep getting richer, the poor keeps getting poorer. So when we're looking at the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement, Chapter 11 of the NAFTA allows for corporations to exert the democratic will of Parliament. So I think that, you know, that's really important that we keep track of what's really been going on, because no matter what the Parliament's will is, free trade agreements overrides that. So again, thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from London, Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her intervention in this debate. She mentioned the recent budget and its deficiencies, and how, despite the fact that there had been a great deal of concern expressed, this recent budget gives $60 in tax cuts to the most profitable corporations, including banks and oil companies, and fails those workers who have been unemployed by only returning $1 in a pitiful lack of reform to the employment insurance program. And I'm wondering if she could comment about the effects of this lack of employment insurance reform on her community, on my community, on your community, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, I want to thank the member for her question. So before I go into the details about the EI and how the impact on that is, which I tell you it's quite great, given the fact that just in the last 2 months of 2008, over 100,000 people lost their jobs, and we've heard job loss after job loss ever since. On the free trade, the free trade agreement, what I wanted to mention on there as well is that, you know, if we had fair trade, you know, wouldn't it be great that we would be able to compete, and we can compete, as long as there's a government willing to invest in the industries that we already have. I mean, for the softwood lumber, or for the lumber industry, for example, you know, when we did our pre-budget consultations, what we heard is, you know, they wanted access to credit. Reasonable access to credit would have kept some of those mills going and kept the jobs going.
And it's the same thing with our shipbuilding. If the government wanted to be serious about investing in shipbuilding, we would certainly be able to protect the jobs that we currently have and eventually create jobs. So on the EI part, what I'd like to advise the member is the impact on access to EI certainly has been gravely impacted across the north. And again, because of the inefficiencies across the board, across Canada, is that the required hours are not the same for everyone. So hence the private member's bill that I've actually put forward to reduce that to 360 hours for everybody, and I'm hoping that the House will support that at the end of the day. Well, not at the end of today, but by the time we discuss the private member's bill. So, but as I said, you know, when you consider that $60 of every dollar given as a corporate credit tax cut goes only $1 to the EI recipient, I think that that's an atrocity, given the fact that the economists have said that when a recipient of EI gets his money, he actually spends it into his community, and hence economic stimulus right away. Because within 2 weeks of him receiving his check, he's going to have spent it on the things that he needs. Whereas if we give big corporate tax cuts, what happens with that? They put it in their pocket and they go away, and sometimes it's invested overseas. So I just want to leave you with that, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? There's 1 minute remaining.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me a great deal of pleasure to speak to this issue before the House for a number of reasons. Of course, I'm speaking on Bill C2, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the states of the European Free Trade Association, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland, the agreement on agriculture between Canada and the Republic of Iceland, the agreement on agriculture between Canada and the Kingdom of Norway, and the agreement on agriculture between Canada and the Swiss Confederation. Madam Speaker, this bill, of course, is reintroduced, formerly known as Bill C-55, and it's enabling legislation of the Canada EFTA trade agreement signed in January of 2008 by the present government during the 39th Parliament. And one of the reasons that I'm pleased to speak on this issue is because this bill was initially introduced by my predecessor in Vancouver Kingsway, the previous Minister of International Trade, and I would like to take rather a different approach to a proper trade policy of Canada vis-a-vis the policy that was being pursued in the previous Parliament. Madam Speaker, I would like to begin my remarks by talking about the opportunity that this legislation gives us to analyze what would be an appropriate trade policy for Canada in 2009 and as we go forward. In my view and the view of our party, Madam Speaker, the principles that ought to be attached to an intelligent policy on trade at the present moment and in the years ahead are based on the following principles. First, we must base our policy on the concept of fair trade, not free trade. We must base our policy on the notion of having balanced and reciprocal agreements, that is, agreements that actually respect the principles enshrined in the agreements and that guarantee that both countries have equal and untrammeled access to each other's markets. I think, as I will speak about a little bit later, we'll see that a number of our recent agreements have failed in this regard. A further principle that our trade policy ought to be based upon is a foundation of a strong Canadian industrial strategy. That is, we profit best on the world stage and in our trade relationships, Madam Speaker, when we have strong industrial sectors in Canada and approach trade from a position of strength for our Canadian businesses and workers. We also need to build our policy on a position of a sound agricultural sector and well-functioning professional and service sectors in this country. In other words, Madam Speaker, we need to build our trade policy on a strong foundation of a well-functioning and healthy domestic economy. Madam Speaker, unfortunately this trade agreement does not meet the test of the principles that I have just outlined. It falls short in several key areas, as has been pointed out by several of the eloquent speakers that have preceded me. The essential problem with this piece of legislation is that it phases out tariffs, and this puts at risk a couple of very key and pivotal sectors to the Canadian economy, including the shipbuilding and agricultural sectors. Now, Madam Speaker, to elaborate a little bit more upon the concept of free trade and fair trade as a distinction, I want to talk a little bit about what I mean when I say fair trade. What we mean by that in the New Democratic Party is that we must ensure that we enter into agreements with other nations that respect the principle of fair wages for their workers, that respect the principle of avoiding unfair subsidies to their industries, and I will again speak about this particular aspect with respect to shipbuilding and what Norway has done in contrast to the Canadian government over the last decade. Again, it's based on the concept of true reciprocal access to each other's markets, and enforce standards in environmental protection, safety, and employment standards. Madam Speaker, if we enter into trade agreements with countries that do not have respect for each and every one of these principles, then what we do is we put at risk the Canadian domestic sectors that we have in this country, and we do a disservice not only to the Canadian businesses but also to the workers whom they employ. Now, I've mentioned before that two pivotal key sectors in this agreement that are put at risk by the provisions include the agriculture and shipbuilding sectors. Both sectors are particularly important with respect to the province from which I come, namely British Columbia. And I want to talk a little bit first about agriculture. It's a very, very important industry in the province of British Columbia. A number of MPs I see in the House today, I know, joined me last night at an association that was put on by dairy producers in this country. And in British Columbia, dairy production is a very important part of our agricultural sector. British Columbia has got the third largest production of dairy products in Canada. It employs thousands of families. It's a clean and renewable sector, and it's an important part of our domestic food supply. This is a sector that we really need to be ensuring remains healthy in Canada so that we have a stable food supply for our country, not only today but in the years ahead. Of course, shipbuilding is an industry that my colleagues have spoken about that have long, proud traditions in this country from the East Coast to the West Coast. And in particular on the West Coast, the shipbuilding industry has been under severe strain for the last several decades. And this bill, unfortunately, will do nothing to help in that regard. Essentially, Madam Speaker, this legislation would reduce tariffs on ships from 25% to zero over a period of 10 or 15 years, depending on the types of products. One category of ships goes down to 0% right away, and this provision refers to very large ships in the category of post-Panamax, which are ships not able to go through the Panama Canal. Now, what this means is that the Canadian shipbuilding industry that we want to encourage to build ships will, by this bill, if it goes through, be subject to compete with shipbuilding industries from other countries in the world that have been supported by their governments in a manner that the Canadian government has not done so domestically. And this puts our domestic shipbuilders at great risk. In specific, if we look at Norway, and our analysis has shown that Norway has got a great head start in terms of the support of their domestic shipbuilding industry. And with that head start, they are able to produce ships that, unfortunately, Canadian shipbuilders will have a difficult time competing against. Now, Andrew MacArthur of the Shipbuilding Association of Canada has made a compelling case on behalf of Canadian shipbuilders to have this industry explicitly excluded from this bill, as it is from NAFTA, I would point out. He notes that Norway's world-class shipbuilding industry is not subsidized today, but it does owe its present competitiveness to generous government support in years past. So, Madam Speaker, this is not just a policy or a position that's taken by our party. It is a position that's been validated by industrial sectors and business people in civil society in Canada. It's precisely the type of policy that has allowed Norway to become the world-class player that it is today, and this is precisely what the federal government once again has failed to do by not supporting Canada's shipbuilding industry. Madam Speaker, in terms of British Columbia, just recently the present government and the present Liberal government in British Columbia again declined to stand up for our shipbuilding industry. And the example is with British Columbia Ferries, where hundreds of jobs were lost by the short-sighted government investment in a German shipbuilding industry rather than supporting British Columbia jobs for building ferries in BC coastal waters. Our party has asked that the import duties on 3 Super C class BC ferries built in Germany be entirely sent to support the shipbuilding industry in British Columbia. And this very reasonable request has been refused by the current government and would go a long way to putting some much-needed money to kickstart the shipbuilding industry in British Columbia. Madam Speaker, shipbuilding and agriculture, besides being 2 key industries, are jobs that are not only, or industries are not only that provide good jobs, but they are the jobs of the future and they're sustainable. In terms of shipbuilding, not only does it provide good, well-paying jobs upon which families can be raised, they also have multiplier effects and spin-off jobs in a lot of the areas of our economy that I would think all members of this House would be interested in supporting, including research and technology, development, skilled trades, professional designing, engineering, and other types of jobs that are not only the jobs of the future, but are jobs that our children will want to be trained for and occupy in the years ahead. Madam Speaker, it's very important that when we talk about developing a trade policy that works in the years ahead, that we pay homage not only to the concept of having access to markets, but also one that promotes a strong national economy at the same time. I think I mentioned earlier that I would speak of an example where a previously poorly negotiated trade agreement has resulted in us not getting the access that was promised, and I think that example is illustrated by the softwood lumber agreement, where at the end of the day, not only do our producers end up having to forfeit billions of dollars in duties to the United States, but at the end of the day, we don't actually have the untrammeled access to the market that we were promised by the agreement. In my home province of British Columbia, forestry is an incredibly important sector that at present is suffering in a terrible way right now. We have almost record number of mills that are shut down. I've been told both by trade unions and representatives of the business sector that they can't remember the forestry sector to be in such poor shape in living memory, and those that have studied the issue compare it to the worst state since the Depression. We have tens of thousands of workers and their families who are laid off, and we simply have a problem that is harming the economy of British Columbia and Canada that can trace at least part of these roots to poor trade agreements. So, Madam Speaker, this is why it is so critical that when we do negotiate trade agreements like the present one, that we make sure that we get them right. And in this case here, we have to make sure that our own domestic industries like shipbuilding, agriculture, and any other industrial sectors that are affected by this that their interests are taken into account and taken care of so that we don't subject them to further erosion and further job loss and further difficulties in terms of bringing their product to market, which is what this bill will do. Madam Speaker, there are some good things in this bill. I think that entering into trade agreements with progressive countries that do have respect for their workers and the environment, like the types of countries that are covered by this agreement do, is a good step. But this piece of legislation can be improved. And in that respect, I would ask that the government listen to the remarks made by my colleagues and all members of this House that seem to consistently point out the same problems, and make sure that we develop policies and enforce policies that will ensure that we have a strong shipbuilding industry, both in the East Coast and the West Coast, that we do have a strong agricultural sector in this country, across the prairies, across Ontario, in Quebec, and indeed wherever we have a vibrant food production in this country. We have to make sure that we do have a vibrant forestry sector and industrial and professional classes in this country that will ensure that we create the jobs not only that are so needed today in this time of economic crisis, but which also will form the basis for a strong economy in the days, weeks, months, and years ahead. I did want to comment that there is some money in the budget for shipbuilding, and I think, again, that while that is a good start, and it's pleasing to see that there is some money for shipbuilding in this country, as has been pointed out again by my colleagues, it is far too little. There's a little bit of money for some Coast Guard vessels. There's a little bit of money to replace some aging infrastructure, including some wharves. But in terms of a true Canadian policy that will kickstart and sustain our shipbuilding industry, this budget simply doesn't do that, Madam Speaker. And I would encourage the government and all members of this House to pay attention to this, because we all have an interest in developing a vibrant Canadian economy in this regard. George McPherson, the president of the Shipyard General Workers Federation of British Columbia, has stated the following: that the Canadian shipbuilding industry is already operating at about 1/3 of its capacity. Canadian demand for ships over the next 15 years is estimated to be worth $9 billion in Canadian jobs. Under the free trade agreements with Norway, Iceland, and now planned with Korea and then Japan, these Canadian shipbuilding jobs are in serious jeopardy. In these terms, this government plan is sheer folly and an outrage. Now, Madam Speaker, that's from someone, again, who's involved intimately with the shipbuilding industry in this country, and I think this House would do well to follow and listen to his warnings in this regard. Again, Mr. Andrew MacArthur from the Shipbuilding Association, so now from management side, takes a similar view. He says, we have to do something to ensure shipbuilding continues. The easiest thing is to carve it out from EFTA, the present legislation, before the House. And if you do one thing, Madam Speaker, it's this: convince your colleagues in government to extend the ship financing facility, make it available to Canadian owners in combination with the accelerated capital cost allowance, and you will have as vibrant an industry as exists. So, Madam Speaker, I think that when we have the unique situation of both the industry businesses as well as the representatives of the workers joining issue and meeting minds on this issue, it would well behoove the members of this House to pay attention. So it would be my a great hope that the members of this House would join together and urge the government to amend this piece of legislation that once again does go some distance in arriving at an agreement that I think may derive benefits for our country and improve this piece of legislation. In the case of the government, Madam Speaker, the previous minister has stated that the shipbuilding industry is of strategic importance to the sovereignty of this nation. Our defense minister, in a press release last summer, stated that the government recognizes the challenges faced by the shipbuilding industry and is taking real action to help it both in the short term and long term, and that as a marine nation, Canada needs a viable shipbuilding industry to support our sovereignty. Madam Speaker, those are good words, and I hope that this government backs up those good words with policies and action that are consistent with that rhetoric. Madam Speaker, it is vital in this piece of legislation that we heed not only the comments made by members of this House, both within and outside this House, that we pay heed to the comments of the industry, that we pay heed to the interests of the workers, and that we continue to work towards a policy that will create the kind of economy that will serve us in the future. Now, I know that my colleague from Halifax did an all-party press conference out in Halifax at a shipyard, and I think that once again this underlines the fact that all parties of this House ought to be interested, as is my party, in developing and reinvigorating a shipbuilding industry that can derive and produce benefits for this country. Reference has been made to the Jones Act in the United States that has been in place since the 1920s and which the United States has studiously refused and resisted abolishing, including during the NAFTA negotiations. And that act requires the United States to have American-built, American-registered, American-staffed vessels operating on intracoastal waters in the United States. And I think that that's sound policy for the United States, and it's a policy that we should be pursuing here in Canada as well. And once again, it's a principle that, unfortunately, this piece of legislation before the House does not respect. So I would hope that the members of this House would join me in standing up for a strong, vibrant Canadian shipbuilding industry, a strong and vibrant agricultural industry, and fair trade policies upon which we can continue Canada's proud tradition as a trading nation. Madam Speaker, those are my comments. I'd be delighted to entertain any questions that any members of the House may have.
Yes, I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With the indulgence of the Honourable Member that just made his presentation, I would like to interrupt the proceedings for a couple of motions, Madam Speaker. There has been, I would suggest, quite extensive consultation between all four of the parties. And I think if you seek it, you'd find unanimous consent for the following two motions. I'll do them one at a time, Madam Speaker. The first is that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, all questions necessary to dispose of Ways and Means motion number 6 shall be put immediately at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on Thursday, February 5th, 2009, provided that a period of time equal to that used for the taking of the division shall be added to the time provided for the government orders of that day.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Agreed? Agreed? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion, and is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? And so carried.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank honourable members. The second motion is this, that for the purposes of subsection 4 of the Director of Public Prosecutions Act, the proposed appointment of Mr. Brian J. Saunders as the Director of Public Prosecutions be referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Okay. The
Honourable Government House Leader has moved a motion. Does he have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Carried. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member from Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for his wonderful presentation. In the past several years in Northern Ontario, mill after mill have closed down because of the policies of the Conservative government, especially their signing away $1 billion with the American government. The honourable member spoke about fair trade in his statement, and I'd like him to tell me how not only British Columbia, which he represents, but also the rest of Canada would benefit if we had a fair trade agreement, not only in the softwood industry and in the shipbuilding industry, but also in the agriculture. Thank you.
The honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I think I'll focus a little bit on the agriculture aspect of his question, if I may. And I'll start with answering with a quote from Terry Pugh, the Executive Secretary of the National Farmers Union, who said this: "The most critical and highly negative aspect of this deal, from our point of view, is its impact on supply management, for example, in the dairy industry. It's true that our access commitments remain in place for imports of certain commodities, as specified under the WTO agreement, but the tariff rates on some of these imports have been dramatically lowered, some of them to the point of elimination entirely. It's good when the tariff rates on our exports are reduced. It's another matter, however, when we see tariff rates on imports of dairy products, for example, coming into Canada reduced. I think that Agricultural Canada representative in early March pointed out, for example, on butter, under 4,000 tons of butter coming into Canada, which is our access quota right now under the WTO, that's a 7% tariff. Under this deal, that 7% goes down to 0%. That is, without a doubt, a tariff cut. The amount that's coming in stays the same, but the tariff rate is actually reduced. This is a key point, Madam Speaker, because what that does is effectively facilitate access to the Canadian markets for imports of dairy products, and the more this happens, the more we shut out Canadian producers from their own domestic market. So, Madam Speaker, this is a good illustration of the honourable member's question, which is, when you have free trade but not fair trade, what happens is that our own Canadian producers have difficulty in actually competing because the playing fields are not the same. We must ensure that any country that wants to import or export products into our country, that wants to trade with us, is committed to principles that have fair wages, respect for environmental protection, that ensure that the environment is not degraded to the point where our environment's being sacrificed so that they can actually lower the price of their goods. And once again, that ensures that we have reciprocal access to their markets, because if any one of those three factors are not respected, Madam Speaker, then what ends up happening is that we see the cheap imports flooding into our market without the reciprocal ability of our own domestic producers to export our products there. And in the case of the dairy producers, as I just mentioned, it actually even harms the ability of our domestic producers to supply our domestic market. And that just hurts our businesses and it hurts Canadians across the country, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Welland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his intervention on this debate. You know, this past week, just yesterday and today, the dairy farmers of Canada have come to visit many of us on the anniversary of their 75th year as being an organization, which was absolutely memorable, and it's great to meet with those, especially since it's those dairy producers who are actually close to our own ridings, in some cases actually in our own ridings. And one of the things that they wanted to talk about was the supply management system. And my question, obviously, for my honourable colleague will be around that issue and what that means in a sense of fair trade. But what they're talking about, Madam Speaker, is this whole sense that not only do we get great quality products, and I made the comment to those gentlemen when they were speaking to me, when they asked me about what was my sense of the quality and the security of that product that they were delivering in the dairy sense, milk particularly, and what were my constituents saying to me. And one of the things that came to mind was one of the most secure systems in the world is that supply management system. And one of the validators for that is mothers. Because it's mothers who buy milk for the youngest of us, for their children, and never have a question about its quality, about the security of it. And that speaks immensely to that supply management system and how well it works. And I think that's a tribute to the type of system that we've had and continue to have, and indeed could build upon if we so chose. But then again, that's the choice that we have to make, and one that's in front of us today is that very choice, that we could look to build on that type of a system and augment it in other sectors, and look to that and say, what is the good parts of that? Because consumers are very satisfied, Madam Speaker, across this country with the dairy products they receive, not from the perspective of quality,
perspective of security, because we have seen around this world when it comes to dairy products, there are some systems that are not as secure as our own. And I'm not so sure that we would want to have those systems given to us because we had no other choice, because we let ours disappear.
That's right.
So I think ultimately, if we look to that system and we were to say to ourselves, what are the good attributes of that system, and could we take those attributes and indeed overlay them onto things like shipbuilding and to other parts of agriculture in the context of a fair trade system in this particular case, and allowed the shipbuilding industry to have a kind of managed system, not so much like the dairy, but use those attributes that says once we allow them to be on a fair and level playing field with their competition, they would be more than happy to compete. And I wonder if my honourable colleague would like to comment about that sense of, does he see any kind of linkages, and does he see any overlap or any sense of, can we use and learn from those good things that we see in the supply management system in those particular dairy products?
The honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Welland for his astute observations and for bringing up the a player in this entire debate that perhaps has not been focused on enough, and that's the consumer, the Canadian consumer, and the fact that we take for granted in this country the fact that we do have a safe and fair system of delivering food and bringing it to market. And we can easily take that for granted when we start opening up our borders and trade agreements to the introduction of foodstuffs from other countries. I neglected to identify before that my own grandfather was a farmer who homesteaded on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border and began that in 1926, and was an ardent and firm believer in supply management and the need to make sure that the people that grow our food and produce all of our foodstuffs in this country are treated fairly. And once again, this was reinforced last night with the meeting with the dairy producers in this country, who also have made a further plea for us to remain committed to supply management in this country. With the focus on the environment that has really begun in the last 20 years, I think it's very important that we all become very aware of the fact that we have a very clean and safe food production system. And not only that, but it allows us to produce food locally. And so we don't have to, nor would we want to, begin having a trade system that sees us transporting foodstuffs from thousands of kilometers away when we can produce those foodstuffs locally and consume those products locally. So not only does it benefit our farmers, not only does it benefit our agricultural industry, not only does it benefit our consumers, but it also benefits our environment by having a strong trade deal that is based on supply management and principles that go beyond, Madam Speaker, simply price, simply introducing products into this country that are cheap. There is so much more to a trade deal than just the price of cheap goods, and once again, our party is standing up to enshrine those principles into trade legislation, and again, this bill before the House, unfortunately, falls a little bit short in that regard, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very proud tonight to rise and speak to Bill C-2, which is the Act to implement the Free Trade Agreement between Canada and the states of the European Free Trade Association, which are Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland, the Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Republic of Iceland, the Agreement on Agriculture between Canada and the Kingdom of Norway, and the Agreement of Agriculture between Canada and the Swiss Confederation. Madam Speaker, I don't know if I've ever told you about my late great uncle, John Lindsay McNeil. John Lindsay McNeil, he quit high school, which was common in those days, and he was a jackleg miner in the McIntyre mine. Now, I know you're thinking to yourself, McNeil, now that must be a Cape Breton name, and it certainly is. The McNeils left the beautiful region of Iona to come to Northern Ontario because working in the dangerous gold mines in Northern Ontario was safer than working in the collieries in New Waterford and Glace Bay. Anyways, John Lindsay worked underground on the drills and decided that he should get himself an education. It wasn't easy then, and actually it was a Russian immigrant who taught my uncle Latin on the night shift. This is a true story, Madam Speaker. I can see that I've got your complete attention on this. So he learned Latin on the night shift and went back to university at St. FX, where all the Cape Bretoners go. Anyways, he was involved in the first trade negotiations. He became a trade negotiator for Canada. He was in the first trade negotiations for Iceland. And now Iceland might seem like a small country to many, but we are a trading nation, and we send out our trade negotiators to come forward and come back with great agreements. Very interesting aside, when he was in Iceland meeting with the Icelandic Trade Commission, he had another Cape Bretoner with him. And after 3 days, they had a few shots of the Icelandic vodka, and the Icelandic Trade Commissioner looked at my uncle and he said, "McNeil," he said, "you're not one of those pithy little Celts." He said, "Look at your stature." He said, "You're one of us. You're a Viking. You are Nielsen, not McNeil." So not only was he able to deal with trade negotiations at the international level, but he also learned a lot about the hereditary of the people from the Isles. I say that, Madam Speaker, because when a trade agreement comes back from our trade commissioners who bring it to the House, it is the role of the opposition to ensure that the trade agreement is in the best interests of the country. That is our job. If we fail to do that job, we have no business being here. Now, there's many elements about international trade deals that are important. Now, I know many people, for example, are looking forward to Norwegian cheese coming in. My kids have always wanted to have the famous Norwegian blue parrot. Access to that is a beautiful, remarkable plumage. In fact, they stun easily, though, and you have to watch, especially when they're pining for the fjords. But in a trade agreement, that might be something that we might be able to assess. But we have to then ask ourselves, if we're making the trade agreement, what are we giving up? And that's the rub of international trade. It's not to close our borders or to be protectionist. It's to ensure that we're on a level playing field. And when you go up against a country like Norway, where they have a coherent national strategy in terms of shipbuilding, and you look at Canada that's been completely derelict in terms of a national strategy in key sectors like forestry, like auto, like shipbuilding, we're not on a level playing field. So we have to ask ourselves, so we're signing an agreement with the country of Norway, and what's on the table? Well, we're looking at billions of dollars of lost opportunities in Canada. And I don't simply think there's any way you can sell that to the Canadian public and say it's in their best interest. Now, Madam Speaker, we've had time after time when Canadians have been hosed at various levels of trade agreements. The most notorious, of course, is the softwood sellout engineered as a photo op by the Conservatives. I think from northwestern Ontario to Abitibi region, you can count on one hand the amount of sawmills that are still running. And when you talk to anybody in those communities who are trying to get value-added agreements off the ground to get softwood small manufacturers up, well, they don't have quota. They're not allowed to compete anymore because under the Conservatives' idea of trade is we give up our ability to compete on a fair and open field against the Americans. That we've seen that even if you actually do value added, you end up paying more in the softwood tariffs. So the Conservatives' idea of trade was to have a disincentive against our own producers who can compete against anybody on the global scale. Another example, Madam Speaker, of course, is the notorious Chapter 11 provisions of NAFTA. Which have left Canadians on the hook, that have left international. In Mexico, we've seen the same problems. If you haven't dealt with the provisions of Chapter 11, you probably might not quite believe how bad some of these trade provisions are. I could give the example, Madam Speaker, of the Adams Mine garbage plan, which was a municipal contract in the province of Ontario to haul waste from a city. It was a city contract. Madam Speaker, that was a notorious crackpot scheme that was eventually shut down, and in fact it took the Ontario government stepping forward to expropriate the site. And then a number of years after this all shut down, suddenly there was a Chapter 11 challenge. I have it here from a guy who calls himself Vito Gallo from the U.S., who claimed that he was the sole owner of this property through his company, this 1532382 Ontario Inc. company. And he came asking this government, the Conservative government, who were notorious for not standing up on trade interests, for $350 million. Of course, we're going to Chapter 11. We won't even know what kind of testimony this Vito Gallo is going to bring to even defend his claim. But the interesting thing, Madam Speaker, is they tried to sue the Ontario government. It was thrown out of court. They couldn't win it in court, so they bring it to Chapter 11. The other interesting thing about this Vito Gallo is if you actually ever try and find out who owns the Adams mine, you find that 1532-382 Ontario Inc. is registered in North York. It's an Ontario-based company. In 2004, we see that 1532-382 Ontario Inc. gave $4,000 to a leadership bid in the Ontario Provincial Conservative Party. Now, who was that person that this supposed Vito Gallo and this American investor who's been robbed of his international rights was giving money to? Well, it was our own august finance minister. So now we have a case where a numbered company registered in North York, Ontario, is giving money to the man who's now the finance minister of Canada, and yet going to Chapter 11, claiming $350 million from the taxpayers of Canada without having to do proper disclosure, without having to prove anything. So if you keep asking yourself, how could this numbered company that's registered in North York actually be able to sue the Canadian taxpayers for a municipal waste contract that happened in the province of Ontario? And then you start to see, well, there was a lawsuit filed by Canadian Waste Services, which are the Canadian arm of Waste Management, Inc., and they sued in 2002, I believe it was. They launched, 2003, February 28th, Canadian Waste Services filed a lawsuit against Notre Development, the Cortellucci group of companies, who actually also given a fair amount of money to the Conservative Party, and 1532-82 Ontario Inc. for $4.6 million over the ownership of the Adams mines. And the lawsuit referred to the 2002 sale to 1532-382 Ontario Inc. as the Cortellucci agreement, not Vito Gallo. Nobody had ever mentioned Vito Gallo, but they mentioned Mario Cortellucci, who was, of course, very well known to the old Mike Harris wrecking crew and a number of our front bench people. So, Madam Speaker, you see this bizarre world of NAFTA that this Vito Gallo, who's appeared out of nowhere now, can take his case behind the curtain without any prying eyes of the public or the normal obligations of fair disclosure and public disclosure of evidence. He can claim, as a citizen of the U.S., to hit the taxpayers up for $350 million because we've signed this on in a trade provision. And the only thing that we have defending our interests, Madam Speaker, the only thing defending our interests is the Conservative government with the present finance minister, who'd also, and I'm not saying there's any connections, but he'd also received money in the past from the same company. We have to look to the Conservative Party of Canada to defend our interests in this matter. Oh my God, Madam Speaker, the Canadian taxpayer is going to have to wonder what's going to happen to that $350 million. Are they writing the check right now? So, Madam Speaker, this all comes back to Bill C-2, which is, of course, the need, before we sign trade agreements, to actually squeeze the Charmin and make sure that what the kind of things the Conservatives are bringing forward are actually coherent and in the national interest, and push back where it's not, so they can go back to the drawing table and actually write a coherent bill that we can all be proud of. Madam Speaker, I'd be more than willing to entertain questions and comments.
Questions and comments?
Member from Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Timmins James Bay for his fine statement. And to the honourable member from Timmins James Bay, I'd like to ask, if your Uncle McNeil was alive today, what would he think about the bill we're discussing today?
The honourable member from Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'd never deigned to put words in the mouth of the McNeil because they certainly were never afraid to speak loudly, and being somewhat superstitious, my good old Uncle Lindsay might actually pay a visit. But I know one of the principles of trade that he always talked about is you need to have a really clear agreement in place. And I think that that's what we're talking about. It's not that an agreement with Liechtenstein and Switzerland isn't in the national interest. I certainly think the more trade agreements that we have, the stronger we're going to be, because we are a trading nation. And the more that we can actually start to get our products out there with rules-based, that is what we need. I believe there are problems with this agreement. That's the issue, and we have to look at that. You know, we look at we look at the European Union, we look at the Americans and their complete unwillingness to play by the rules that Canada always plays by. You know, we have EU export subsidies on agricultural products, dumping their products internationally. We see the U.S. continually mucking with the price of grain, distorting the price, and our farmers our industries play by the rules internationally, and we're always on the losing end. So I think the lesson that we learn is the need to ensure that when we sit down with trade partners, Liechtenstein might not be the biggest country that we've ever dealt with, but it becomes an equal partner, that we have to make sure that there aren't huge flaws in the agreement. And I think the fact that we would be losing our shipbuilding capacity in a country that has probably the largest sets of coastlines in the world is simply not good public policy. The refusal of this government ideologically to actually have a coherent industrial policy is clear. I mean, we have General Motors musing publicly about leaving Canada. I mean, 10 years ago, that would have been unheard of. And this government sits back and tells us all to whistle a happy tune and everything will be all right. The lack of an industrial sector strategy is devastating, particularly Ontario right now and in regions of Quebec. As I said earlier, Madam Speaker, you can count on one hand the amount of sawmills that are running from northwestern Ontario to Abitibi. That would have been a situation unfathomable 15 years ago, and yet we see a government that shows absolute, complete, and utter indifference to the devastation in the forestry communities and the devastation facing forestry families as they slip through the EI cracks.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The honourable member from Welland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his intervention. And you know, as I was thinking through all of the interventions I've heard over the past 2 days in talking about workers, I'd be remiss, I think, and we'd all be remiss in this House if we didn't think back to all those veterans of the Merchant Marine who served this country not from the perspective of an armed combat role, but indeed sailed those seas in perilous times. And to think back to those veterans of the Merchant Navy who are today looking at us and saying, whatever happened to our shipbuilding? Why is it disappearing? I wonder if the honourable member could comment on what does that mean to those veterans in a sense to see this slip away?
The honourable member from Timmins James Bay has 1 minute to answer.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that's an excellent question. My father-in-law was on the Murmansk run. He was in Burma with the Navy. And at that time, Canada, had a country of 11 million, as poor as we were coming out of the Depression, ended up with the 4th largest Navy in the world. It showed the will of this nation to actually, not only the Air Force, our massive armed presence in Europe, but our Navy. What we built in ships in that period of time is a marvel that we should be proud of. Many of those ships, of course, are gone, long gone, and Canada walked away on the incredible capacity that we built in that period. And I think that to our previous generations, we dropped the ball, and we can't allow the ball to be dropped any further.
Resuming debate. The honourable member from Churchill.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In our discussions today, referring to Bill C2 and the discussion around the trade agreement in question, I think the question that we really need to be asking is, what is our vision of Canada? Growing up as a proud Canadian, I know words that came to mind were words like fairness, equality, justice. Those are words that characterize who we are. Today, we stand reeling from a budget so recently passed, without our support, of course, where we believe that a failed and disjointed attempt was made to deal with the current economic challenges, but a failed attempt also to look ahead at the future and build a country that is better for all of us. We felt that in so many ways the budget was wanting in terms of establishing that fairness for working people that are losing their jobs, in giving support for people whose industries are now falling apart, in establishing equality. We saw the taking away of pay equity, and also issues around collective bargaining. And we also see a failure to actually achieve justice for so many Canadians living in poverty, Canadians of different backgrounds, women, and Aboriginal peoples. And that is why we need to be looking ahead at how we can ensure that vision. That is why we need to be asking serious questions about this trade agreement and also encourage members to vote against it. If we look at If we look a bit about what this trade agreement is about, fundamentally it is about our relationship in terms of trade with with European countries. And I myself am proud to be of European descent. I'm proud to be of Greek descent as well as of British descent. And I think that we have a great deal to learn from Europe. We can look very closely at the partners that are the trade partners that we're talking about in terms of this bill. Countries like Norway, Switzerland, Iceland, Liechtenstein, of course. And I think we have a great deal to learn from these countries. Countries like Norway, Iceland, Switzerland have been leaders in terms of establishing fairness, equality, justice in their own countries. And while they are open to trade, they make sure that it is part of a vision where their country is better off for it. And that is where Canada can learn. Canada ought to learn, and our government ought to stand up on the fact that this trade deal is bad for the country that we want to build. We can learn from these countries in terms of the way in which, certainly in terms of the way they profit from certain lucrative industries. I mean, of course, we've heard that Norway is a leader in terms of its shipbuilding industry, and how it reinvests into social programs, whether it's childcare or their healthcare programs, or programs in terms of achieving equality and in their country, funding of women's advocacy groups, and supporting the work for achieving gender equality in their country. Countries like Iceland, which actually has one of the highest numbers of women parliamentarians in the world, somewhere where Canada has a great deal to learn, where we have only 20%, roughly 20%, 21%, I believe, of our parliamentary representatives that are women. Shameful in a country where 51% of our actual population is made up of women. And let's learn from these countries in terms of building a vision where trade and economic development serves to strengthen us socially, in terms of our economy, but also in terms of our social rights and our social quality, and in terms of our quality of being in general. And what we are saying here is is to continue to look at building relationships with countries and to applaud building relationships with countries that are forward-looking in terms of their work, in terms of their dealings, but to ensure that what we are going for as Canadians benefits us and benefits Canadians all across the board. And I'd like to turn a bit to the region that I represent. A region that many people would classify as being rural. I know certainly in northern Manitoba we refer to ourselves as being north. But in terms of many characteristics, there are similarities to rural regions. In our region, we're suffering a great deal as a result of the economic downturn. The softwood lumber deal and the economic downturn have led to losses of jobs and the shutting down of what was once a lucrative lumber mill that we have in the Pas, Manitoba. We also, and we're dealing with losses of jobs generally in the forestry industry across our region. Another industry that's hurting is mining, an industry that I might say was, except for a positive commitment to mining exploration, was not referenced in the budget, despite a government commitment in December to do so. Mining is an area in which many Canadians in our region are also losing their jobs in, and families are suffering for. And I think in both of these industries, we've seen what many of us are warning against today, is the loss of the Canadian government and of Canada to say, wait a second, let's look at the benefit for our country. Let's look at the benefit for Canadians. And we can see, as a result of the softwood lumber industry, the softwood sellout, an agreement that was signed by the Canadian government, we did see thousands of jobs being lost, mills shutting down all across our country. And there was an opportunity for us to act in terms of looking out for the well-being of our own people. In terms of mining, we've seen in the last few years a rise in the increase of foreign ownership of what were previously Canadian companies. Certainly something that concerns us a great deal in northern Manitoba, as we saw a major company being bought out by foreign owners. And once again, we see Canada unable to step up and say, wait a second, let's look out for the benefit of our own people. We're seeing the palpable threat of this happening continuing to happen to the shipping industry, an industry that we hear is not just part of the economic fabric of our country, but is part of the cultural, part of the social fabric of our country in so many regions. Shipping has a very deep connection to our riding, the home of the Port of Churchill, where a great deal of trade that goes through Manitoba and all across Canada comes from. Certainly we have a great deal of international trade, but there are also Canadian ships and Canadian industries that benefit as a result. And we need to be making those linkages between the steel that is produced in Ontario, between the nickel that is mined from Thompson or in Ontario that goes to producing the steel, that goes to producing the ships, and also looking at the lumber that goes to building infrastructure all across our country and would contribute and does contribute to the shipping industry. We need to be making those linkages and seeing how these linkages are actually the stories of people that are working in these jobs, making a living off these jobs all across our country. And the moment you cut off one part of it, whether it's shipping, whether it's forestry, whether it's mining, when you see the shutting down of these industries, that it's people's lives that are really well-being that is at stake. And when we look at it, it's Canada that has the ability to step up and say, we won't stand for this. That is what we're doing here in the NDP, and that is what we're looking forward to seeing from the government. Another point that is a real point of contention as a result of this bill is the issue around supply management. Yesterday, as so many MPs, and I know on the opposing side, and fellow opposition MPs, and certainly MPs from our party here in the NDP, had the opportunity to meet with dairy farmers. And I had the opportunity to meet with 3 dairy farmers from Manitoba. And these were gentlemen that had their farms passed on to them from their fathers. And thankfully, all 3 of them assured me that they're planning to pass it on to their children as well. And these people are taking a real leadership position because they are afraid. They are afraid of what might come to be, whereby Canada won't stand up and say, you know what, this kind of legislation helps our communities. I mean, these are people, besides the contribution of healthy foods in the dairy industry, milk, yogurt, butter, whatever it might be, these are people that build communities. And it is from these people that our communities, that Canada is made up of. And I know many of these communities, speaking as a rural member, many of these communities are actually represented by people on the governing side. And that is what concerns me, is that representatives of these communities would stand to support a bill that goes against the well-being, the protection of people's jobs in their community, in these communities that they represent, of the well-being of not just, most importantly, families, but the community and also regions. Certainly it's a concern that I share for my region, where there are dairy farmers, but also for all across Manitoba. And I would urge them to look at that. I mean, we're certainly concerned from this side in terms of what that might mean in terms of other areas of agriculture with respect to the Canadian wheat board. But finally, I would like to leave off with that question again of vision. Speaking as one of the youngest members of this Parliament, I am concerned about the future of our country. I believe we all are. Well, we have the opportunity to stand up and say no to legislation that is bad for the future of our country, that is bad for the president of our country, that is bad for young people in Canada, that is bad for people involved in industries all across, and ultimately.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Notre-Dame la Chine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with a lot of interest to the speech given by my honourable New Democratic colleague, and I have a question to ask her. She said that she met with representatives from the dairy sector, including the association which is celebrating its 75th anniversary this year. I also met with representatives from the Quebec subsidiary yesterday, and one of the points they raised was the production of yogurt and the regulations surrounding this production. Now, I imagine that the representatives that the member met with also addressed this matter. And here's my question. Did the representatives she met with, did they say, just like the Quebec representatives, that the federal government is adopting a national strategy and regulations based on Quebec's standards and norms, which are the highest in Canada, and where the production of yogurt amounts to 90% of nationwide production? So is there going to be an emulation of the Quebec model? And according to her party's policy, would she agree with this? The Honourable Member for Churchill. Thank you. Well, of course, this sector does face many problems, and the gentleman I spoke with said that that the province of Quebec has played a leadership role. And also in relation to cheese. So why not for yogurt, which is a product that we all enjoy eating? Why don't we make sure that yogurt is promoted as an essential food in our daily diets? This is a discussion that we need to have seriously with the government. We not only need to protect the quality of the product, but also support the work of all these individuals throughout Canada in its various communities. Questions and comments?
Member from Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I was very thrilled to hear my honourable colleague talk about the importance of yogurt and cheese and milk. Because it does deal with issues of trade. For example, in my region we have Parmalat, or we had Parmalat, the largest milk company in the world. Parmalat decided that they didn't want to be in the Temiskaming region anymore, that they had bigger things to do, and they were going to simply take their quota and leave. And it wouldn't matter how much money was being made in that little plant in Temiskaming, it wasn't enough for Parmalat. And to our local efforts, we pushed back and we said no. Parmalat, and the same as we should say to forestry companies or anywhere else. If you want to leave, you can leave, but the quota stays. And the quota stayed in Temiskaming. And our local farmers took over that plant. And now the Thornlow cheese plant is not only sustainable, it's moved from 30,000 litres to 90,000 litres because it is so successful. And what, again, is the lack of vision that we see in this country, where there is no plan to ensure that regional and local operations are sustained. Because if we simply allow ourselves to be governed by larger and larger multinational units, you reach a point where there will never be enough money coming from the regions unless they're being basically pillaged to entice these multinationals. And we've seen this in forestry, we've seen it in mining, and we've seen it in cheese. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what her experience in the wonderful region of Thompson and Churchill, Manitoba is on the need to have a local and regional strategy for the economy.
The honourable member from Churchill has 1 minute to answer.
Certainly, I think in our region there's some very exciting initiatives in terms of food security and looking at local production in terms of food. Fortunately, we have a provincial government that's taken a leading role in supporting these initiatives. However, the question in our riding is, where is the federal government? May it step up to support local industries, to prevent the selling out of our jobs across the oceans or south of the border. May it step up and say, no, we're gonna look at the well-being of our communities and work to support the jobs in our country right now.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? Yes. The question is as follows. Deuxième lecture du projet de loi C2.
Second reading of Bill C2. Mr. Day, seconded by Ms. Aluka, moves that Bill C2, an act to implement the free trade agreement between Canada and the states of the European Free Trade Association, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, Switzerland, the agreement on agriculture between Canada and the Republic of Iceland, the agreement on agriculture between Canada and the Kingdom of Norway, and the agreement on agriculture between Canada and the Swiss Confederation, be now read a second time and referred
Can I dispense from reading it in English? Okay. Plaît-il à la Chambre
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
que tous ceux qui
All those who are in favour of the motion, please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Okay, the vote is tomorrow at 3. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills commons, second reading of Bill C-4, Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act.
Okay. Mrs. Oblonsky, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-4, an act respecting not-for-profit corporations and certain other corporations, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Debate. The Minister of State for Small Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have this opportunity to speak to Bill C-4. This legislation will establish a new Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act. It will also transfer 11 corporations established in years gone by special acts of Parliament to the Canada Business Corporations Act. And it will then allow for the repeal of the outdated Canada Corporations Act. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that touches all of us. I suspect that all members are active, participating members, if not board members, of at least one not-for-profit corporation. Passage of this bill will result in the modernization of one of Canada's most important framework statutes. A new federal not-for-profit statute would act as the main 21st century vehicle for federal incorporation of not-for-profit corporations and other corporations without share capital. It would ensure that federally incorporated not-for-profit enterprises are governed by an up-to-date legislative framework that is flexible enough to meet the needs of both small and large organizations while providing the accountability and transparency necessary to meet the expectations of the Canadian public. Madam Speaker, there is widespread recognition of the importance of strengthening Canada's not-for-profit sector, including the social purpose enterprises that form its backbone. These organizations are an important pillar of the economy as a whole. There are approximately 160,000 not-for-profit organizations operating in Canada. When universities, colleges and hospitals are included, the 2003 revenues of the sector were over $136 billion, up from $86 billion in 1997, a decade ago. The not-for-profit sector is one of the country's largest employers, employing more than 2 million people who are supplemented by over 12 million volunteers. Of those 160,000 plus not-for-profit organizations, approximately 19,000 are incorporated under federal law. They range from community associations with just a few volunteers to national organizations run by professionals with multi-million-dollar budgets. They will all benefit from the provisions of Bill C-4, the Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act. Right now, these organizations, unfortunately, are not well served by the current law, the Canada Corporations Act, or CCA. The CCA has not been substantially amended for more than 90 years. Madam Speaker, the corporate world, even for the not-for-profit organizations, has dramatically changed over 9 decades. Advances in corporate governance, communications technology, and financial reporting demand that framework laws meet the exacting standards expected by the public and of the corporations themselves. The not-for-profit sector has repeatedly said that the current statute no longer meets its needs. For example, under the current statute, the incorporation process is slow and cumbersome. There are no provisions for amalgamating 2 or more corporations. There are no provisions for modern communications technologies. Financial accountability and transparency is inadequate. Directors do not have adequate defenses against unwarranted liabilities. Members have few rights, and the list goes on. Passage of this bill would in large part address these inadequacies and demonstrate the government's commitment to strengthening the sector. The Canada Not-for-Profit Corporations Act, proposed in this bill, has been modelled after the Canada Business Corporations Act, which is a modern legislative framework based upon 21st century principles and practices. The new NFP Act will help to ensure a vibrant not-for-profit sector that supports Canada's economy. And make no mistake, this is definitely a bill whose time has come. Stakeholders strongly supported proposals for a new statute during a consultations process that included 3 rounds of national consultations in the fall of 2000, the spring of 2002, and the fall of 2005. Bill C4 will bring about major improvements. Although it is not possible to list them all in 20 minutes, Madam Speaker, I would like to briefly review the main features of this reform. First of all, the bill provides for the long-awaited modernization of the incorporation process. Currently, the only way for a not-for-profit organization to be federally incorporated is through the issue of letters patent by the Minister of Industry. This process, which is mandated by the statute itself, is burdensome, lengthy, and potentially expensive. Bill C4 will allow incorporation status to be quickly granted to any organization that has submitted the required forms, including articles of incorporation and fees. The Act will allow corporations broad discretion in setting themselves up and conducting their day-to-day affairs. In particular, they will be able to tailor their bylaws to suit their individual needs. Under the current statute, there are many prescriptive sections about how an organization must conduct its affairs. The new statute will allow them to focus on what they do best. A second modernizing feature of the bill is the area of electronic communications to facilitate member participation in corporate activities. Electronic communications is one of the most essential tools of the modern corporation. It speeds up the ability to gather information, make decisions, and ensure those decisions are implemented. In the context of not-for-profit corporations, it can cement the relationship between the corporation and its members, many of whom may be hundreds or maybe even thousands of miles away. With that in mind, the bill will allow electronic communications between the corporation and its members, including the ability to hold of the corporation to hold meetings entirely by electronic means if members wish. Madam Speaker, in recent years, the need for business enterprises to be transparent and financially accountable has increased. This need exists in the not-for-profit sector as well because they must establish and maintain a high level of public confidence in order to succeed. Bill C4 addresses the need for financial responsibility with the introduction of a flexible set of rules that can be tailored to meet the needs of individual corporations. Canadians expect that corporations which benefit from government grants or public generosity should be more transparent. Thus, corporations funded by public donations or government grants must adhere to a more rigorous requirements respecting the review and disclosure of financial statements. In addition to making their financial statements available to their members, a requirement for all corporations under this bill, publicly funded corporations will be required to submit their statements to the government, which in turn will make them available to the public. Another issue that's been addressed in this bill is the question of the liability of directors and officers. The present Act contains unclear and inadequate standards for the rights, duties, and responsibilities of directors and executives of non-profit corporations. That is a major source of concern for the non-profit sector. Bill C-4 provides clear, objective standards of diligence based on modern concepts of corporate law. Under Bill C-4, directors and officers will have an explicit duty to act honestly and in good faith in the carriage of their duties. They will also have a clear defense against undue liabilities, including a due diligence defense. This defense, which is well known by the legal community and the courts, is a standard feature of other modern corporate statutes. In its essence, it states that if a director or officer acts with the care, diligence, and skill that a reasonably prudent person would exercise under like circumstances, he or she would have a defense against a liability claim. The bill would also allow corporations to pay defense costs when a director is accused and would allow for the purchase of liability insurance. These measures are of particular importance. Not-for-profit corporations have been saying for years that because of liability concerns, they often have difficulties in attracting and retaining good directors, who are often volunteers. This bill will go a long way toward alleviating their concerns. Bill C-4 provides members with a number of remedies in the event of a dispute with the management or directors of a corporation. These are well known to corporate law practitioners, as they are found in most other corporate statutes, including the Canada Business Corporations Act. They include court-ordered investigations to look into possible corporate malfeasance, including fraud and environmental issues, among others. The new Act also introduces to the not-for-profit world the concepts of an oppression remedy and a derivative action. The bill recognizes, however, that because many voluntary and non-profit corporations active in Canada are faith-based, it is vital that the courts not become a battleground where their tenets of faith can be challenged. Accordingly, the bill excludes the use of the oppression remedy and a derivative action where the court is of the opinion that the action being challenged is based on a tenet of faith. Madam Speaker, this bill does not deal only with not-for-profit corporations. There is one other important component of Bill C-4, the transfer of jurisdiction of 11 special Act of Parliament business corporations from Part 4 of the Canada Corporations Act to the Canada Business Corporations Act, or CBCA. Bill C-4, therefore, also benefits those few profit-generating corporations that are subject to the Canada Corporations Act. Similar to the sections of the CCA that deal with not-for-profit corporations, this part of the Act dealing with Special Act business corporations lacks modern corporate governance features. The corporations subject to these provisions should be given the opportunity to operate more efficiently and effectively in today's global marketplace. By moving these 11 Special Act business corporations into the CBCA, the bill gives them that opportunity. The CBCA is the main statute governing business corporations existing under the federal laws of Canada. It is a state-of-the-art statute that provides a proper accountability framework, defining the rights and responsibilities of directors, officers, and shareholders. The CBCA also contains provisions relating to corporate finance, trust indentures, insider trading, financial disclosure, and other forms of corporate transactions. With the passage of this bill, these modern corporate governance features will now be available to all these Special Act business corporations. In closing, Madam Speaker, I want to emphasize that Bill C-4 is good for the Canadian economy. It will allow not-for-profit corporations to be more efficient and effective in the modern Canadian economy. Bill C-4 will also reduce regulatory burden on these corporations. The new Not-for-Profit Act is far less burdensome. Once Bill C-4 becomes law, and after a 3-year transition period, it will be possible to repeal the entire outdated Canada Corporations Act. Bill C-4 springs from the need to replace 18th century piece of legislation with a modern framework that reflects the imperatives of the Canadian economy's diversity and the changes that have come about in recent years. It directly addresses these issues and, what is more, provides a solid basis on which healthy, dynamic, well-run, not-for-profit corporations may flourish. I urge all members to support this important legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? There's a couple of minutes left.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Bill C4, there's no classification system. The framework is flexible. It allows organizations to choose how the organization will be set up. So this is my question. The fact that there's no classification system, no general classification system, does this appear to the Minister to be a shortcoming? The Honourable Minister of State.
The member for his question and for the opportunity to clarify the corporations that will be included in the new legislation. They will be corporations, Madam Speaker, that are not-for-profit or corporations without share capital. So those will be included in this new bill, or this new act, and business corporations will be included that do have share capital will be included in the Canada Business Corporations Act. So that's the difference, and I hope that will clarify for my friend. Thank you.
As it is now 6:30, an emergency debate. The House will now proceed to the consideration of a motion to adjourn the House for the purpose of discussing a specific and important matter requiring urgent consideration, namely the situation in Sri Lanka. Accordingly, the motion is as follows. Monsieur Layton, appuyé.
Layton, seconded by Mr. Merston, moves that the House do now adjourn debate.
The Honourable Member from Toronto, Danforth.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with my colleague for Hamilton East, Stony Creek, and I'm very honored on behalf of the New Democratic Party for having requested and obtained an emergency debate on the military crisis in Sri Lanka, and I'd like to thank all other members who made the same request.
The traditional greeting that we share when we meet the many members of the Tamil community in Canada, Wanakam. Mr. Speaker, too often when tough times are hitting at home, we forget that many in and around the world are suffering from violence, displacement, deprivation. And in Sri Lanka, renewed conflict between government forces and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam has created a humanitarian crisis of profound proportion. At least 250,000 civilians, innocent men, women, children, are at immediate risk. Canada cannot let that stand. We have a duty to pursue peace, to supply aid, and to use the full power of our influence to protect those innocents. But to do so now, the Government of Canada must act, and must act now. Voici la situation au Sri Lanka.
This is the situation today in Sri Lanka. For 25 years, the country has been torn by a bloody conflict. 70,000 people have been killed since the beginning of the Civil War, and thousands of others have been displaced, and not to mention all of those who have fled the country and the violence. Extrajudicial murders, murders of journalists, suppression of the freedom of expression, violation of basic human rights. These are all the norm now in Sri Lanka.
The uneasy ceasefire agreement between the government and the LTTE rebels fell apart, and the relentless government campaign against the rebels has devastated the northern regions of Sri Lanka. Thousands have died, many simply innocent civilians caught in the conflict, ravaged by aerial bombings and artillery bombardments. Many bombs have hit so-called safety zones, killing and wounding hundreds of civilians and destroying villages and hospitals. Amnesty International estimates that there are less than half of the shelters that are needed for the monsoon season, leaving 20,000 families without shelter for that reason alone. Foreign journalists have been denied access to the conflict zone, helping to keep this tragedy off the front pages and ensuring that those around the world who are concerned will have great difficulty in discerning precisely what is taking place. This also, of course, removes pressure from the Sri Lankan government itself. Groups such as Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, the ICRC say that both sides must bear responsibility for human rights violations. The laws of war require that parties to a conflict take all feasible precautions to minimize the loss of civilian life. It would appear that neither side has done so. We want to simply acknowledge to those who are here in Canada and who are so deeply concerned that we sense their deep sense of tragedy and loss. Just today, Madam Speaker, here on Parliament Hill, thousands gathered, and as I was leaving, having spent some time with them, one man grabbed a hold of me, and there were tears in his eyes as he spoke about how he had lost his brothers and his sister and their children. The anguish was seen on the streets of my city just last weekend when a remarkable gathering took place, a human chain linking hand to hand up and down the sidewalks of downtown Toronto, all the way from Bloor and Yonge to Union Station and all the way back up University Avenue. It was peaceful, it was passionate, it was a call for us to respond. And I'm very pleased that such a response is happening here tonight and that members of all parties are participating, some of whom I may say have been very, very engaged in this issue for a long period of time, and I want to acknowledge that. I want to also say that when we hear about hospitals being shelled and stories, of course, we can't confirm all these things as yet because of the limited access of journalists, but when you hear stories of nurse being killed, 11 people in a hospital in a conflict zone, a hospital that treats 600 patients, both sides having been notified that this was a location where treatment was being offered, and then nonetheless the shelling continues. No one even can identify who was responsible for this particular attack. Both sides must bear responsibility here for the violence, but it's the innocent, it's the wounded, it's the medical workers who have lost the most. The humanitarian crisis is far from distant from the thousands of Canadians whose origins are in this part of the world. 250,000 Tamils in Canada. Many have family and friends already killed or caught up in the conflict, and there's no question that right across the country on the phone-in shows and using all the techniques that are possible, people are trying to find out what's happening back home, and they're desperately looking for all of us here to help to bring an end to the violence. Back on October 22nd, the Governor-General urged the Sri Lankan High Commissioner to protect civilians, saying, and I'm quoting our Governor-General, Canada believes that it's important to ensure that civilians in conflict zones are protected and that they have access to humanitarian organizations and that their human rights are respected. I have to say that it seemed to take too much time for us to respond here in Canada, and I think this is one of the reasons why the community is mobilizing with such passion. Last week, we had the expression from the Minister of Foreign Affairs press release indicating that we were deeply concerned and we will deliver strong messages about the importance of a return to the peace process. We didn't feel that that was strong enough. I am glad to hear that today there's been an announcement that the Canadian government will supply $3 million in emergency aid. We welcome this initiative. This may prove to be only the beginning of what is required in the face of this catastrophic humanitarian crisis, but it's an important step. We also understand that there has been a call now today from the government for a ceasefire on both sides, as the community and many of us here had been calling for. We welcome that. Ce n'est pas assez, Monsieur le Président.
Isn't enough, Mr. Speaker, because Canada must and can do more. We must join with Great Britain, Germany, and others, assuming a leadership role by exerting diplomatic pressure everywhere and with a great deal of enthusiasm in order to bring about an immediate ceasefire.
Pressure to achieve the ceasefire and to put a sustained effort towards this goal. We also call for an immediate end to the apparent use of cluster bombs by the Sri Lankan military. We know that this is against international law. We also have to do everything we can to ensure the supply of emergency aid and access to the conflict zone for international aid organizations. This should include the provision of safe corridors for the transmission of the aid and for the movement of people. We have to use all available channels, including our influence at the United Nations and at the Commonwealth, to achieve these goals and others that I'm sure will be raised here in this important debate. Mr. Speaker, the time for delays is past, and I urge the House to join with our party in calling on the government to apply all possible diplomatic pressure to end the suffering and the violence against the innocents. As we would say in the community, Nantri, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member from Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to begin my remarks by thanking the member from Toronto Danforth, the leader of the NDP, for leading the call today for this emergency debate. And I also want to thank the other members present who are taking part in something that is so crucial and so important to the Sri Lankan community in Canada. Now, we've heard just now from the leader of the NDP, Madam Speaker, that the people in Sri Lanka are in crisis. And many Sri Lankan civilians are caught between the government forces and the Liberation Tigers in a war zone with nowhere to turn. Earlier today, Madam Speaker, Human Rights Watch issued a release saying that there are continuing reports of high civilian casualties in the Mullaitivu district of the North Vanni area. The Sri Lankan government recently issued a statement saying that it is not responsible for the safety of civilians who remain in the areas controlled by the LTTE. Now, Madam Speaker, in addition, we have the International Committee of the Red Cross as well as local health workers reporting over the past weekend a hospital was hit by 3 volleys of government artillery in a 24-hour period, which left 9 people dead and numerous injuries. And again, on February 2nd, that same hospital was struck again, killing 3 additional people and injuring 10 more. Now, the members present will know that the laws of war, under the laws of war, hospitals are strictly prohibited from attack so long as they are not being used for military purposes. And both sides, as my leaders indicated, had been told that these hospitals were not being used in the conflict. Now, Madam Speaker, in any conflict that reaches such a point of indiscriminate battle, both sides hold a measure of responsibility when it comes to protecting non-combatants. Now, reports again from Human Rights Watch as well as Amnesty International point to accusations of both sides in this conflict putting Sri Lankan civilians at risk. And indeed, as we've heard regarding the hospitals and other cases, civilians have died as a result. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the problems faced by the international community is the fact that the Sri Lankan government has prohibited independent journalists and human rights monitors from accessing the areas. And as my leader indicated again, previously, that has put a wall around getting the story told and again, in engaging the world community. There's no independent field investigations taking place into the contact of the government forces, nor, for that matter, the LTTE. But one thing is clear, Madam Speaker, very clear. Sri Lankan civilians are being maimed and are dying in this conflict. Madam Speaker, when either side in a war zone violates the rules of war, it does not in any way legitimize their opposition resorting to similar violations. Madam Speaker, Amnesty International says that the reports coming from the Sri Lankan government suggest that government forces and the LTTE are violating the laws of war by targeting civilians and preventing them from escaping to safety. My point is that we have numerous reports that civilians are being injured and are dying in this conflict. There are reports of horrendous acts and horrors that the civilians of Sri Lanka are facing. And to that point, Madam Speaker, there is no way under these conditions that these claims can be investigated unless and until countries like Canada use their diplomatic powers to gain a ceasefire. And I believe, and the NDP believes, that Canada must work further with the United Nations and the world community to ensure that the aid that is so desperately needed, and the announcement of today that is so desperately needed, reaches the most affected in the conflict, the innocent people of Sri Lanka. Madam Speaker, I submit to you that this is not the time nor the place to try and decide who is the more to blame for this situation. It is all too easy to place blame when such a conflict has festered for so many years. I do not want to see my country, Canada, stand by and allow civilians to be so forsaken in such a war zone. Madam Speaker, I do not want to see Canada's hard-earned reputation as a nation of people who believe in peace and who have been counted on in so many ways and on so many times in the past to be the voice of peace, had that hard-earned reputation squandered. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada must continue to stand up along with the world community and ensure that we take a lead position fighting for an immediate ceasefire, and in doing so, open the doors for emergency aid to reach the embattled people of Sri Lanka. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'd like to clarify. It appears there was some confusion. There's a period of a 5-minute period of questions after every 10-minute speech. So I'll recognize the honourable member from Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and leader of our party for their interventions as we hear the news coming out of Sri Lanka. The news is one, when it does come out, as was mentioned, that is part of the problem. It is one that is causing not only concern for us as citizens, but is destabilizing the opportunities for peace in the region. And we have to be very clear about this, Madam Speaker, is that what we see in Sri Lanka is not something that just happened. And we see today that the government has acknowledged that a ceasefire is necessary, that there is money to be given to help and aid. But we know that there are things that Canada must and should do on the diplomatic side. So my question to my colleague is, with regards to things like the use of cluster bombs, with the need for humanitarian corridors to be established, and with Canada wanting to be more involved with the UN, could he perhaps give us some ideas about what we could do as a country when it comes to going beyond what we've heard today and announced by the government?
Honourable member from Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member opposite for the question and the commentary. It's very clear that within the borders of Canada, we have a community that is desperately hurting. And there's a level of compassion that needs to be shown to them. And in the past, we know that certain members of this conflict have been labeled by our government and others. It's time to put aside labels and talk to the ordinary person in the street, the Sri Lankan family that has moved here and made Canada their home and is so desperately looking back to their homeland. We have to do what we can to support them in a way to offer our support and courage to them. And today in the demonstration we saw in front of this place, you saw the terror in their eyes, the fear in their eyes. So it's very important that we support these people.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Trinity Spadina.
Madam Speaker, Toronto, in about half an hour ago, had a visual that well attended by over 10,000 people. And it's not just people from Sri Lanka or Tamil community, it's people that have yearning for peace, for humanitarian aid getting into the war zone. They are speaking in one voice, asking the Canadian government to do more. Perhaps my question to the member is that for those that are worried, for Canadians that want to contribute, that wants to express their desire for peace and for humanitarian aid, what are some of the things they could do to assist?
The Honourable Member from Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And precisely the point that you made and I was referring to moments ago in regards to those places and times when this community comes together and is demonstrating and marching, and you join with them, and at that time you will come to understand their needs more closely and in a personal way, in a tangible way. The reality is that many times we lose sight in these kinds of discussions as to the hurting that families and individuals have when they're separated by not only an ocean but by a conflict such as this. And so everything that we can do in a very personal way is important at this time.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for International Cooperation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. Canada is deeply concerned by the plight of those affected by the ongoing conflict in Sri Lanka. Myself, my colleagues, we've heard from so many within our own communities and also from Sri Lankans. We are ensuring that we are taking our responsibilities seriously. Madam Speaker, you know Sri Lanka is a low to middle income country that made rapid progress during the 1950s and 60s, including the remarkable achievement of a 92% literacy rate. Despite this accomplishment, Sri Lanka's development progress has been undermined by decades of civil war. Close to half the population is highly vulnerable, living on an income of less than $2 US a day. Since December of 2004, Sri Lanka has also been coping with the devastating effects of the tsunami, which killed 31,000 people and displaced close to 1 million. The tsunami destroyed the country's coastal infrastructure and the livelihoods of those who lived there, pushing an additional 250,000 Sri Lankans below the poverty line. Together with the international community, Canada committed to help restore those communities and the livelihoods of those who were affected. And since the tsunami, Sri Lanka has made impressive progress towards recovery. But despite this recovery, the Sri Lankans have seen continual civil war in their country. Just this past year, in August and September alone, there was a mass displacement of 80,000 people, many of whom had already been displaced several times since the renewal of the fighting. The situation was made worse when Tropical Cyclone Nisha hit in November of 2008, just a few months ago, displacing more than 30,000 families in the Vani region, making it very difficult for humanitarian convoys to get through because of the damage to the roads at that time. In 2008, Canada provided nearly $3 million in humanitarian assistance through trusted humanitarian partners such as Doctors Without Borders, the International Committee of the Red Cross, World Vision, Care Canada, and the World Food Program. Just last November, in response to a Red Cross appeal, Canada committed over $30,000 to help civilians in the war zone. But in fact, last year, Sri Lanka barred nearly all aid groups from the area. Today, we see the images, and we hear the reports, and we read of the violence, and we read of the devastation. But most concerning to all Canadians is the impact on the civilians, the innocent civilians. Just yesterday, over 52 civilians were killed in one area. The last hospital in the war zone had to be evacuated. It's reported that 250,000 civilians are trapped in the war zone. And so we know and we recognize the severity, and we share the concern, as I say, of the Sri Lankan community, but all Canadians, and feel how frustrating it must be to watch such violence happening and to watch the conflict happening. Clearly the situation is grave. Madam Speaker, let me assure the members of the House that Canada is committed to helping the people of Sri Lanka. Earlier today, I announced that Canada will provide up to $3 million for life-saving emergency humanitarian aid to those people living in the conflict zone. Canada is committed, as I said, to meeting those needs, those emergency needs. We will do this through working with our partners, the International Committee of the Red Cross, Oxfam Canada, Médecins Sans Frontières, World Vision, and Care Canada. These organizations have been working in Sri Lanka for years. Over time, these partners have established a well-deserved position of trust with the local people in the local communities, and they have demonstrated they can make a difference in the lives of those civilians. Canada is going to make sure that the needed humanitarian needs of those civilians will be met, and will be met in an effective way. Madam Speaker, it concerned me that when we have situations such as this, that we have had experience in the past where due diligence was not made by former people responsible for Canadian aid to ensure that those humanitarian supplies and needs were going to go to organizations that had the ability to move freely in the devastated area in order to deliver directly to those affected. So consequently, our partners, we have now confirmed that every one of the partners I've just listed have the ability for access into and nearby the war zone. They will be providing shelter, food, clean water, medicines, and needed drugs. That is why Canada is also calling for a ceasefire so that these emergency needs and supplies can be delivered. We are calling for a full, unhindered access for all humanitarian organizations and for the evacuation of the sick and wounded. Canada condemns the shelling of the hospital. We also condemn attacks on vehicles delivering humanitarian aid. We support all efforts and actions to prevent further civilian casualties and human suffering. Canada calls on all parties in the conflict to respect their obligations under international law to protect civilians, particularly by granting them the freedom of movement to leave the conflicted areas and by allowing humanitarian workers safe and unhindered access. Madam Speaker, let me assure you that we, along with all Canadians, we want to ensure all Sri Lankans that we will build on our long-standing relationship with those people and with that country. We are taking action. We take the concerns of all Sri Lankans, all Canadians very seriously. We are monitoring the situation hourly. I am in constant contact with our humanitarian aid partners who are active or near the war zone, and we will respond as we should do as a responsible country, as a caring country. Madam Speaker, that is why we are here this evening to join together to ensure that Canada and the international community are there for the Sri Lankan people. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member from Scarborough-Agincourt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been 3 years that this government has been in power. Let me see, even before they were elected, then the Member of Parliament from Nova Scotia came out and said, as soon as we get in power, we're going to list the LTTE. As soon as they got elected, they listed the WTM. And they're saying here that they're carrying government and they're going to do things different from previous governments. Well, I'm baffled. Not only am I baffled, I'm bamboozled. Previous governments, they're going to do things different. So I'm wondering, why have they not done anything from the day that they were elected to now, except list the community and equate the community? If you're a Tamil, you're a tiger, you're a terrorist. That's the signal that's coming out from this government. And if I'm wrong, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of audience here tonight that I can attest to it. They went even as far as during the elections in different areas to say that the Liberals haven't done anything for the Tamils and we will vote for us. And now we have consequences in Sri Lanka. We have a country which is totally divided. We have a country that is killing each other. And my question to the Minister is, why did it take you so long to do something? Why did it even take you so long to react? When member after member came at you and said, do something. Why did it take you so long?
The Honourable Minister for International Cooperation.
Well, Madam Speaker, as I said, I think this is now a time for all of us in this House to come together and to recognize that we have a people who are victims of a conflict, of a civil war. I think that we have to now say what is it that we together as Canadians can do. As I would tell you and report, and I know that my colleagues will also be able to fill you in, it has been, since last year, we have called for a cessation of fighting. We have been, as I said, last year, Canada has contributed in international aid and humanitarian assistance to help the development of that country. We've been working in governance. We've been working in building houses and improving literacy, education, and the health care. And that's why we have trusted partners that we have been working with over the years who are now able to jump into action and focus on the area that needs the greatest help at this time. Madam Speaker, as I said before, I think we should now come together and not let partisan interests stop Canada from doing what's right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Don Valley West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I want to thank you for your actions today, for announcing humanitarian aid, and for other calls for a ceasefire that has come from the government. And in that same spirit of cooperation, as an individual member of Parliament, I want to work with you on this. I do have a concern about the aid that has been announced and our ability to actually get it flowing through to the Tamil people in the areas, particularly those that have been controlled by the LTTE. Last summer, it was very clear when the United Nations Refugee Agency, the UNHCR, acknowledged that the supplies were low and aid was not flowing because the Sri Lankan government was not allowing it to flow. Subsequently, they took aid workers out of the area, saying it was no longer safe for them. Those agencies have actually not been there for a number of months. I'm worried about how Canada can help get them into the area with safety and how we can get the money that the government has announced today flowing and more money.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank you for the question. And as I said, that is a priority for our government. We want to make sure that whatever aid we give is going to directly go to those who most need it. We have been on the telephone with our partners asking those very same questions. Are you able to get into the area? Are you able to transport? What is the security situation? Because we are utilizing and working with organizations that have been there many years, they've built up local volunteers, local workers that have more access, have more freedom of movement, and they built up the confidence of those communities. They've also have agreements like the International Red Cross of the parties who are part of the conflict agreement that certain organizations can continue the work. And this is why when the hospital was bombed, it was the Red Cross that was able to evacuate and remove those who were sick and wounded from the hospital outside of the building itself.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs, the Americas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the years, governments of Canada have been and continue to be deeply concerned about civilian casualties and the humanitarian situation in the continuing civil conflict in Sri Lanka. This government has conveyed its concern regularly, but most recently with great urgency in a public statement on January 28th. The Minister of Foreign Affairs also conveyed this concern directly to the government of Sri Lanka when he spoke with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Rohita Bogalagama, on February 2nd. Today, our concerns were raised again in another statement. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs called for an immediate ceasefire, as we have called, as the Minister just said, for a cessation of hostilities for some time now. But our Minister called for an immediate ceasefire and support for the statement released yesterday by the co-chairs of the Tokyo Donor Conference on Reconstruction and Development of Sri Lanka. We support the call for the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, the LTTE, commonly known as the Tamil Tigers, to discuss with the government of Sri Lanka the terms for ending hostilities, including the renunciation of violence, the laying down of arms, and the acceptance of the government of Sri Lanka's offer of amnesty as the first step toward an inclusive political dialogue that should contribute to a lasting peace. Canada is particularly concerned about the grave threat faced by a large number of civilians caught in the conflict zone. Canada strongly condemns the shelling attacks on the hospital, which is in contravention of international humanitarian law. Equally disturbing have been continuing accusations by both the government of Sri Lanka and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam of the other side firing into a government-declared safe zone. The Government of Canada is continuing its efforts, Mr. Speaker, with like-minded countries to deliver strong messages to all of the parties to the conflict about protecting civilians, including humanitarian workers, allowing their safe and voluntary movement from combat zones, and ensuring unhindered access for humanitarian workers to reach the civilians in need. In light of the grave humanitarian situation in Sri Lanka, Canada will continue to provide assistance to Sri Lanka's vulnerable populations. In fact, as we just heard, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for International Cooperation today announced that Canada will provide up to $3 million in humanitarian aid to Sri Lanka to help those affected by the current crisis. Canadian assistance in Sri Lanka is focused on the immediate needs of the affected populations and is provided, as we've heard, by organizations such as the International Committee of the Red Cross, United Nations agencies, and key Canadian non-governmental organizations with a proven capacity and a track record in Sri Lanka. Canada's food aid funding is primarily directed through the United Nations World Food Programme, an experienced implementing partner with demonstrated ability to address the needs of the most vulnerable populations. Canada also provides assistance for broader initiatives in Sri Lanka, such as the sponsorship of a regional conference in Colombo on pluralism that took place in South Asia in March 2008. This conference focused specifically on minority integration and participation in government and in civil society, and included participation from the government of Sri Lanka. Canada intends, Mr. Speaker, to host follow-up events in Sri Lanka. We believe that continued assistance with such initiatives is important for the promotion of human rights and democracy. Canada continues to urge the government of Sri Lanka to move towards a new and meaningful political solution to the conflict that will address the legitimate concerns of all communities. This decades-old conflict will not be ended on the battlefield, but through political accommodation. We have therefore called on the Sri Lankan government to demonstrate leadership and to move forward with the tabling of further details for meaningful power-sharing agreements that will be acceptable to all the communities of that beautiful island. We have also repeatedly impressed upon all parties our grave concern over the deteriorating human rights situation and the need for an international presence to report on human rights violations. Through bilateral meetings and multilateral fora such as the Human Rights Council, the Government of Canada continues to express our concerns regarding reports of violations of humanitarian rights and humanitarian law. The increase in attacks on journalists in Sri Lanka is also, Mr. Speaker, very troubling. In the Minister of Foreign Affairs call with the Sri Lankan Foreign Minister, he urged the government of Sri Lanka to conduct open and independent investigations into all attacks on journalists and to hold those responsible to account. The lack of neutral reporting underlines the pressing need for independent media to have unfettered access to the conflict area. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that the Government of Canada will continue to work with like-minded countries to urge all parties to the conflict to protect civilians, to ensure respect for international humanitarian law, to provide humanitarian actors with full, safe, and unhindered access to conflict-affected populations, and to return to the peace process. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, Canada is home to the world's largest Sri Lankan diaspora of over 200,000, comprised mostly of Tamils who arrived as asylum seekers in the 1980s and the 1990s. These Sri Lankan Canadians, proud Canadians, are passionately interested and follow developments in Sri Lanka very closely. However, the LTTE, the Tamil Tigers, are also known to be present in Canada. In April 2006, the Government of Canada listed the LTTE as a terrorist organization, thereby freezing its assets and prohibiting any and all fundraising, whether voluntary or through extortion. In June 2008, again, after an extensive investigation, the World Tamil Movement was listed as a terrorist organization under Canada's Criminal Code for financing the Tamil Tigers, the LTTE. The government regularly meets with representatives of civil society and NGOs which work on Sri Lankan issues in Canada, and I would like to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that the large and vibrant population of Canadians of Sri Lankan origin means that Canada has a very real interest in developments in Sri Lanka, an interest that is regularly communicated to the government of Sri Lanka. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to underline that Canada continues to deliver clear messages to the government of Sri Lanka on Canada's grave concern over the human rights and humanitarian situation in the country. Canada works with like-minded countries and through multilateral fora to address key issues and to continue to press for steps toward a durable political solution to the conflict that will address the legitimate concerns of all communities in Sri Lanka. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Thank you, Chair. I listened very carefully to the comments of the Foreign Affairs Secretary of State, and I appreciate the comments made in terms of the more recent activity, extremely recent activity by the government, which up until today was steadfast in its determination not to do anything, not to recognize the obvious. That aside, and I hear the calls by members on this side to suggest that this is not a partisan issue, let me ask the Honourable Minister, considering that his government took a position to list various organizations on terrorist bodies and terrorist lists. Would he explain to this House how that has been able to further enhance the ability for Canada to engage in an even-handed way to a conflict that has existed for some time? The honourable member will remember the fact that in 1983, as this conflict began in earnest, and the subsequent peace process led by our friends in Norway, one of the most important and critical elements in that peace process, as fragile as it was to ensure that Canada took no drastic action until such times as a peace negotiation can indeed take place. Instead, the Canadian government, his government, took the position of going out and providing labels. I appreciate the fact that the Honourable Minister may have a perspective on this, but I would ask the Honourable Minister, since he's asked and pointed out the question, he's prepared to work in the area for political accommodation. Would such an accommodation include Canada deploying troops, preparing itself to work with the United Nations, preparing to serve in humanitarian capacity, and how soon can we expect this government, now that it has made a 180-degree reversal in its position, to act to stop the unfolding tragedy which was avoidable in that part of the world?
The Honourable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs.
I thank my colleague for his questions. And I would first remark, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada was deeply concerned not only by the fact that Canadian dollars were travelling across and around the world to fund a terrorist organization. In fact, the Tamil Tigers have been credited universally as the first creators of suicide bombings. But the concern of the Government of Canada was not only that Canadian dollars were fueling and aiding and abetting the terrorist operation of the Tigers in this decades-old conflict, but for their fundraising and extortion of Canadians of Tamil origin who had... and I would respond to the member that the RCMP are continuing their investigations. The Tigers and members of the community were intimidated on a regular basis, and I would also remark that members opposite deepened the conflict and the conflict within the Tamil community by appearing at fundraising events clearly associated with the terrorist organization known as the Tamil Tigers, in which this government had the courage to...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Agincourt is writing a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I take exception to what the Minister said. He said that members opposite went to fundraising events for the Tigers. Being one of those members that did go to a fundraising event for FACT, Federation of All Canadian Tamils, an organization in my riding, and the Minister has said that there was extortion, and I did contact 42 Division in my riding, and there was no such thing. I challenged the Minister to say that outside and or to table any documents that he has that Canadian Tamils were extorted.
Order.
Table it.
Order.
Put up or shut up.
Order. Order.
Table it.
That sounds like a point of debate, not a point of order. And the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Agincourt is being quite vocal when he hasn't been recognized by the chair. So I'd appreciate a little bit of order from him. The Honourable Deputy de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that it's important this evening that two things be said very clearly by this government. And I'd like to question the Secretary of State on this. They need to establish the difference between the Tamil population, which is in Quebec and in the rest of Canada, and the matter of terrorism. There is a very clear difference between the population here and that movement. Tonight's debate, the purpose of tonight's debate is to promote a ceasefire. The second comment. Now we owe thanks to this community, which over the past 2 days has demonstrated on Parliament Hill, has heightened our awareness and has brought the government to bring forward this emergency debate this evening. So what steps does the government intend to take over the next days and months so that this important issue isn't forgotten?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I thank you for getting us back on track. I thank my colleague for getting us back on track, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada will continue to press the Government of Sri Lanka to cease fire and to allow the transport of humanitarian aid to civilians and for civilians to pass through the conflict lines. But first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, the conflict must come to an end. It is time for the Tigers to down their weapons and for the government of Sri Lanka to do the same, and for all parties to talk about power sharing on what should be a beautiful and productive and peaceful isle.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member for Mount Royal. Mr. Speaker, I want to spend my time in the debate talking a little bit about the challenges that we face. I appreciate the comments that have been made by the two spokesmen for the government. I think it does represent a change on the part of government policy. It means that Canada is finally catching up with the views that have been expressed by a number of countries around the world over the last several weeks. It's been very troubling to me that, in fact, the Government of Canada has been consistently behind the concerns that have been expressed by a great many other governments and countries, including the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Mr. Brown, the Foreign Minister, Mr. Miliband, the spokesman on international affairs for the European Union, Louis Michel, Secretary of State Clinton a couple of days ago, a number of people who've been moving ahead. And it's been troubling for me as a Canadian, Mr. Speaker, to see that our government has been behind. But the glass is always either half full or half empty. I prefer to see it as half full. I'm glad the minister's made the statement that he's made today with respect to the position of the Government of Canada. I had a chance to say that to him today, and I appreciate the comments that have been made by the Minister of International Development as well. Mr. Speaker, a number of my colleagues in the Liberal Party will be speaking this evening based on their own personal experience. I want to just say a couple of things. I have had an opportunity over the last decade to be involved in this terribly tragic situation in Sri Lanka. And I think it's fair to say that, like so many other people around the world who visited and who've been affected by what's gone on, it is a situation that has touched me a great deal. Like my leader and friend, the leader of the official opposition, I have lost friends, Mr. Speaker, journalists, political leaders, activists on all sides of the conflict who are no longer with us because they've been killed. My experience is nothing in comparison with the experience of a great many people, many of whom are in the House tonight, who have lost family. I've seen whole towns destroyed by bombing. I've seen the rubble stretching for miles on end. I had an opportunity to meet with the rebel leaders in the Vani in Sri Lanka nearly a decade ago after the ceasefire. I've since been back many times. I've spent many days, indeed weeks, meeting with them as well as with the government of Sri Lanka, trying to see if there wasn't a way of resolving the profound differences that exist between the two warring parties. Perhaps I can just provide the House with some observations as to where I think we need to be and where we need to go as a country in terms of our policy and our direction, and clearly what the nature of the dispute in Sri Lanka really is. And I want to make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not one of those people who's carrying an argument on behalf of anyone. I've been around too much, and I've seen too much mistrust, and frankly, I've seen too much bad behavior, really bad behavior, in terms of intimidation, in terms of assassination, in terms of steps that have been taken for me to turn around and say that one side in the dispute is all angels and one side in the dispute is all evil. It's more complex than that. But I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that there are a couple of things we need to understand and really focus on as a country. The majority in Sri Lanka, the Sinhala people, have yet to make, I think, the critical decision that a majority in every country has to make at some point, and that is a deep willingness, not just a verbal willingness, not just a willingness on paper, but a deep willingness to share power. They have not been able to make that at critical moments, at critical junctions in the history of the country. There have been times when they've come up to saying, yes, this is something we should explore, whether it's a federal model, whether it's a devolution model, whatever name you might happen to give to it, Mr. Speaker. They've come to a certain point, and then it's pulled back. And there is a political contest in Sri Lanka between different political parties. And when one party representing the majority says, yes, we're prepared to go, then they're attacked as being weak by the other party. And then when that other party gets into power and in itself recognizes that a compromise is necessary, it then in turn gets criticized. So that's the problem on the one side. There clearly was a decision taken by the new administration led by President Rajapaksa to say we are going to try to force a military solution to this conflict. I took great issue with it when I saw it unfolding, and I, of course, have been subject to rather intense criticism from the government of Sri Lanka for taking that position, because I saw it unfolding and I thought it was a path that would not succeed, and a path that would lead to tremendous human devastation and terrible, terrible consequences for the people in the north and east. On the other side, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, like every guerrilla army, at one point face a choice. It's a choice that was faced by the PLO. It's a choice that was faced by the African National Congress, and the choice is very clear. Do we make the transition from essentially looking at the world through a military lens, through the lens of a guerrilla army, and shift to political tactics and to becoming a political force, or do we maintain the war up to the end? The IRA faced the same choice. And so, yes, you can say this is a terrorist organization because it kills civilians and it carries out suicide bombing and it recruits children. But let's be clear, that can change. Behavior can change. Behavior isn't not a label that lasts for a lifetime. On voit toujours le changement, la possibilité.
We always see change, the possibility of change in the activities of the group, and that's why I worked very hard with the entire leadership of the Tamil Tigers. I met them many times to tell them that they had to change. If there is no change, then very difficult action will have to be taken. And I remember a conversation I had with Mr. Tamil Children, who was killed by the Sri Lankan army, and I said, if things don't change, the military conflict will continue, and we can't guarantee what the outcome will be. And that's what we're witnessing.
It's not a very original thing to say that if you want to end a conflict, both sides need to change. Both sides need to understand that there has to be a turning of the road and a change in behavior. And Mr. Speaker, I want to simply say, as a Canadian, I am so proud of the Canadians that I've met who've been working in Sri Lanka, of the young men and women who've been working on removing landmines before the tsunami. Now, of course, it's a much more difficult thing to do. Of the aid workers, and we have some fantastic aid workers who are working for all of the NGO organizations that the minister has named, as well as many others. They're risking their lives and their health, and many of us have family. My friend from Dartmouth's sister is working as an aid worker in Sri Lanka. We have so many ties with this country. The ties that existed through the Commonwealth, the ties that, of course, have been hugely strengthened and changed by the hundreds of thousands of people who came, and I happened to be in office at the time in Ontario when we had a tremendous influx of Tamils coming in. And now we see their children doing so brilliantly in school. We see such a tremendous new generation of Tamil Canadians growing up, and it's an extraordinary thing to see. But, Mr. Speaker, right now we're in the middle of a humanitarian disaster. It's a disaster that we can all see coming as the logical outcome of people looking for an exclusively military solution to this conflict. I'm so pleased that today the minister said the solution will not be found on the battlefields of Sri Lanka. It will not be found in the jungles of the Vani. The solution will be found when people finally recognize that we have to talk. And Canada has to be at the lead of those talks. We have an experience with devolution. We have an experience of a majority population understanding that it has to share power. And we can argue with our friends in the Bloc Québécois about how fair that sharing is, but nevertheless, I'm sure that even they would say that the Canadian federal example is one of civility. We can have our differences, but it is based on civility. And it is that value and that issue that we have to take forward. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a humanitarian tragedy. We do need to debate this question going forward, and we do need to do everything we can, working, yes, with the government of Sri Lanka, and yes, through whatever channels of communication we have with the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam to say both sides have to change. The perpetuation of an attempt to find a military solution to this conflict simply will not work. And that's what has to change, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have been able to participate in the debate on behalf of my party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Toronto and actually a former leader of mine, if I can say that, because he does understand probably more than any of us the intricacies of this issue. So I want to get straight to it. I do not want to descend into a debate that will take us to other places tonight. I think what we're here to do tonight is to discuss what Canada's role should be, what we can do productively, and how we can seek peace in a place that right now doesn't seem like there's a lot of hope. So to the member, he referenced Mr. Miliband and others in the world community. I'm wondering if he can give us some of his ideas of other international forums where we can advance the voice of peace and be constructive. And I'm thinking here now of, is it plausible for Canada to raise, certainly we're not at the Security Council, I know we want to have a chair there, but to raise in the General Assembly the issue of ceasefire to the Security Council. That's my first question to him, and how realistic that is and what we can do to advance that. And secondly, you know, the Commonwealth is lately a fairly dormant institution, but if not for this cause, then what cause can it be for? And if he sees any possibilities to work within that institution as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Toronto.
Mr. Speaker, I think that it's fair comment to say that the United Nations Undersecretary for Humanitarian Affairs, Mr. Holmes, has spoken out about this. The Secretary General has spoken out about this. It's very difficult because I can tell you the government of Sri Lanka resists very strongly any notion that the United Nations has jurisdiction over something which they regard as an area of their national sovereignty. I know my colleague from Mount Royal is one of the experts in this whole question of the doctrine of our responsibility to protect. At what point does the condition of a civilian population give the United Nations the right and the ability to intervene? Mr. Gareth Evans, the former Foreign Secretary of Australia, now the President of the International Crisis Group, has talked extensively about this question, frankly, as has our leader, who was involved in drafting the protocol on the question of the responsibility to protect. I think the UN administratively is going to be engaged. Whether we can get the Security Council engaged is another question. There are many powers on the Security Council who may not be interested in seeing that happen. I also agree with him that the Commonwealth is one mechanism. But I want to just make one point, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to engage in a debate with the minister or with others, but just to say the group that has to make a decision now, as much as any group, as to how it is going to proceed, is the LTTE. And I think that it's up to the diaspora community in this country and around the world to really ask the question of their friends, cousins, relatives, and others, what do we think we're going to achieve by perpetuating a military conflict in the way in which it has been conducted over the last while? And I think we have to recognize that that's what the Tokyo Group was saying yesterday, and I think that's something that Canada should support.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate the honourable member on a very knowledgeable speech on this area. I know he's been there many times. in his capacity as a participant in the forum of federations, there was, I would suggest, a significant opportunity a few years ago to actually talk at a meaningful level to the various actors in the piece about the issue of whether a devolved federation could, in fact, be achieved. Since this war is an unwinnable war, that there is no military solution to this war, is that still the starting point of once peace negotiations, or once hostilities cease, as they inevitably will, is that a starting point for the participants?
There's about 45 seconds left for the honourable.
December of 2002, both parties agreed in Oslo. I was there. Both parties agreed that they would use federalism as the basis for future discussion. Can we return to that? I personally hope that we could in some way. Let's not forget the basis of federalism, Mr. Speaker, is self-government and shared government. That's the decision that we made as a country historically in the years leading up to 1867. Self-government, shared government. I think that that's one of the ways in which one could look at finding a solution that would allow the island to remain as one, which is a very important objective of the majority, and at the same time provide for some self-government for the Tamil community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by commending my colleague, Member of Parliament for Toronto Centre, for his moving statement this evening. I don't think any member in this House has the experience and expertise that he has in this matter, and his statement reflected his own sustained personal and professional involvement in this matter, and we should both heed and act upon his words. Mr. Speaker, Sri Lanka commemorates today its Independence Day. Tamil Canadians, and we of course are the home to the largest number of Tamil Canadians, its diaspora, from anywhere outside of South Asia. Tamil Canadians are gathering to mourn the loss of innocent civilians that have been killed in hostilities with the Sri Lankan government. Indeed, we grieve with them for the death of innocents and the death of innocents, and indeed for the violations and ongoing violations of human rights and humanitarian law. As we meet, Mr. Speaker, there are over 250,000 Tamil civilians who are themselves trapped within a 300 square kilometre conflict area, who are in need of urgent medical care, humanitarian assistance, media access, and independent verification with respect to the conflict situation. As the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Navi Pillay, recently stated, and I quote, "It is the government's duty to provide safety to all Sri Lankan citizens, whatever their ethnic origin or political views. That means not only protecting civilians during military operations in the north, but also ensuring space for journalists and human rights defenders to seek out the truth and expose abuses." Again, as we meet, Mr. Speaker, candlelight vigils are taking place in Canadian cities this evening, urging the Canadian government, among other things, to take decisive action to end the unfolding humanitarian crisis. They will be lamenting, as I mentioned, the death of innocents and innocents. And the question for us this evening, however, is not only to lament what is happening, not only to grieve with respect to the death of innocents, but to undertake those necessary initiatives to protect human security, to promote the peace, and to put an end to the human suffering. And I appreciate the statements made on behalf of the government this evening, which included as well a commitment with regard to humanitarian assistance and a framework for conflict resolution. The initiatives to be taken, and again I say we in Canada have a particular nexus to this conflict for all the reasons mentioned in particular this evening by my learned colleague. The initiatives that can be taken include, and they have been referenced this evening, and I don't want to repeat, but only to identify them in terms of a sequenced framework. Number one, an immediate ceasefire with a framework for a sustaining and enduring end to hostilities. For while an immediate ceasefire is necessary, it is not enough. We need an accompanying framework to ensure that that ceasefire will be sustaining and will endure. Second, we need a return to the negotiating table for the mediation of a peaceful resolution to the armed conflict in Sri Lanka, which will include, as government representative has mentioned this evening, an equitable power-sharing arrangement within the framework of a federalist orientation, as my colleague has mentioned, and where Canada can play a particular role, both with respect to the federalist framework and to the protection of minority rights within that federalist framework. Number three, that the Sri Lankan government allow the free flow of humanitarian aid to the conflict zone and allow international aid workers unimpeded access to the affected areas. Fourth, that journalists be given and allowed unfettered access to the conflict area so they can report not only on the current situation in the north and the east, but also in order to determine the nature and scope of assaults on press freedom in that regard. Number five, that all parties be called upon to respect the rights of civilians in armed conflict, including adherence to human rights and humanitarian law norms, and for the ceasing and desisting, and here I make this particular appeal with respect to the Sri Lankan government, to cease and desist from any targeting of civilians and protected persons and those in protected zones. Number six, that we support the call for the appointment of a United Nations Special Envoy for Sri Lanka to monitor and to guard against abuses and to assist the peace process, as has been recommended by the United Nations itself and by the United States State Department and other international actors. And finally, Mr. Speaker, and here I'm quoting from an excerpt of letters of the past 6 U.S. ambassadors to Sri Lanka, which has been echoed in other international comments in that regard. The major threat to democracy and the rule of law in Sri Lanka has not only been that which has come from the actions of the government or that which has come from the actions of the LTTE, but we need to appreciate the threats that come from those who wish to undermine constitutionalism, who seek to undermine the rule of law, who seek to undermine the independence of the judiciary and the proper functioning of public institutions. And as I quote from their letter, and with this I conclude, we need to guard against the abuse of authority to destroy dissent, each and all of which, as I cited above, are the major causes of the serious deterioration of the rule of law, human rights and democracy in Sri Lanka. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a lot for us as a House to do in concert with the government and the international community, as I say, to put an end to the suffering in Sri Lanka, to protect human security and to promote the peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and may I congratulate the Honourable Member. He spent his life fighting on human rights issues and knows this issue very well. When we talk about intervention from the UN, it's been quite a long time now that the UN has been recommending that there should be someone with an observer status and so on there. I have to tell you, I seem to have little faith in seeing that the UN really accomplishes something at the end of the day. Your recommendations on the things that need to be done are clear examples, and I would hope that the government would respond to them very actively to try to help resolve this terrible conflict. What other suggestions would you have via the United Nations or other things that we could possibly be doing, or that we could certainly ride the government? They've finally waken up and are recognizing the issue after at least 2 or 3 years that I've been asking questions, and I know my colleagues have been doing the same. What else, with your experience, should we be trying to do?
I just remind the Honourable Member for York South to address comments through the Chair, not directly to other members. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
I want to share my colleagues' skepticism, if I may put it that way, and I hope I'm not unduly attributing an attitude to her with respect to the United Nations. Because if one looks at the role of the United Nations with regard to Sri Lanka, regrettably, the United Nations has not been sufficiently engaged. If you look at the work of the United Nations Human Rights Council, which succeeded the somewhat discredited predecessor United Nations Human Rights Commission, they have yet to even take up the question of the conflict in Sri Lanka. In all the emergency sessions that they have had, and they've had 10 emergency sessions, not one session has been devoted to Sri Lanka. In the 25 resolutions that they have passed since the advent of the UN Human Rights Council itself in 2006, not one resolution has been passed with respect to Sri Lanka. So I understand the skepticism, and that is why I began by limiting my remarks to the appointment of a UN special envoy for Sri Lanka with an appropriate authority with respect to the investigation and the monitoring and protecting against human rights abuses in the conflict area, that would report back not only to the United Nations General Assembly and the like, but hopefully will spearhead a further engagement by the United Nations at the General Assembly level, and in particular at the level of the United Nations Human Rights Council.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his interventions and his background in the area of international law. I just have a fairly quick question about Canada's role and next steps, as he provided a couple of ideas for us. One of the dilemmas he's had, and I know he's studied the R2P, is if we don't have a body like the United Nations to be able to be engaged with it. When we call on Canada and other countries, the UK and Norway, to provide a ceasefire, then how do we do that without having an institution like the UN and the Security Council involved? So if not the UN, then how? And if not another country, then how can Canada do that, and how can Canada provide a support for a ceasefire?
Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Well, the honourable member appreciates the responsibility to protect a doctrine which Canada had a singular involvement in developing and articulate, invites intervention only if the state is unwilling or unable to do anything about human rights violations in its midst, or in fact is the author of such human rights violations. But of course, for that responsibility to protect intervention to be authorized, it requires the United Nations Security Council resolution, and those things have been difficult to obtain. It would appear at this moment what is needed would be, an emergency United Nations Security Council resolution to put an end to the hostilities, the call for a ceasefire. We were able to do that with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1680 with respect to the hostilities in Gaza. There's no reason that we should not be able to have the United Nations Security Council convene and put an end with respect to the hostilities here.
Debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise to speak in this debate today. It's a very difficult situation that we would like to see come to an end as quickly as possible. We should, I believe, thank the NDP who requested the emergency debate, the Speaker for recognizing the need for this debate. This is a very important issue. And I believe that in this phenomenon we have to see an application of democratic life, because we must thank the Tamil community in Quebec and Canada who have represented, have come to Ottawa to make representations from the heart for some time now here in Ottawa. It is their representations that have led to results. Today in the communiqué that was issued by the Prime Minister, there was mention made of Canada Now, 2 days ago, there was nothing that was said about a position that would be taken by Canada, but suddenly today things have changed. And I think that it is because of the representations made by young people. This is not an end. This is just a beginning. I am not a specialist in Sri Lanka. It's the first time that I talk about the country and the reality. But there was a young person from Toronto who was in the Katimavik group at home. You know, we have groups where there's some 90% Francophone, and they have others who participate in the groups. But talking to this young person, I have come to better understand Sri Lanka, its geography next door to India, and the popular movements that have occurred between the two countries, and indeed the historical evolution. For example, if you think about the Portuguese period, the Irish period, there was almost a separate time set aside for the Tamil people. They were separated, and then when the British came to the area, they were brought together. Given these facts, and here I must say a few words about the argument that was presented by the Liberals. Yes, there are different models that can be developed in each country of the world. There has to be an appropriate model that is developed as much as possible as a model of peace. It could be a model of federalism or two sovereign states side by side. But in any case, you have to find the mechanism to lead to peaceful action. What you have in Sri Lanka is a state of war. We know that the situation in Sri Lanka has become intolerable. The lives of many citizens are threatened because of the situation. When you have a civilian population that is held hostage, basically, we have to all say that it is time for the killing to end. We must ask for a complete, immediate ceasefire. I'm very happy to have this statement. I would have liked to have seen it come earlier, but we have to look to the future. It doesn't suffice just to declare the need here for a ceasefire, but we have to bring it further. We have to look elsewhere, through the Commonwealth, through the UN. There has to be a general movement together where we have to work together through everywhere on the planet to achieve results. In debates like this, just let's think about South Africa, where ideas were brought forward to combat apartheid. There was action. There were positions that were taken by Canada, by the UN, by the Commonwealth, and other countries in the world. And through peaceful action, the problem was solved. If you think of Ireland as well, there was a very difficult problem, but it was possible to reach a solution in a time of crisis. Here, although neither of the two parties wished to bring the dispute to an end, something must be done. If you think of the diaspora of the people, communication has to be effected in both directions. It has to be a two-way communication to allow for a settlement, to allow for the people to dialogue with each other. There has to be a ceasefire. This is a serious situation in Sri Lanka. We can see through representations that have been made there has been acceleration over the past few days, and we would like to see this movement to dialogue continue. We don't want people just to go home. This is a terrible situation that exists, and we want to have it settled as quickly as possible to help the civilian population and to allow the humanitarian agencies to have free access to the area that the civilians are in. The humanitarian organizations can no longer guarantee the safety of their own people, and therefore it becomes very difficult to deliver humanitarian aid there on the ground. The people suffer. There have to be controls. There has to be some sort of international ability to proceed to a correction of the situation to solve the problem. There has to be a sustainable peace between the two communities in Sri Lanka. We're not there yet. Who is at fault, who is not at fault. But what we are seeking is a temporary situation with a ceasefire. The situation is not an easy one to settle. Some 18% of the Sri Lankans are Hindu from the northwest of the country. There were difficulties experienced during the British period, during the previous period. Things were quite peaceful for a period of time, and then there was a problem where there was a choice that was made to have a centralized state with a single language, a Unitarian state, and I think that this is a mistake. There was an outburst of anger following that, and that was channeled into violence. I'm not judging here, but I'm just making a statement about it. What we have to do is find a way to back up in time to make for a more acceptable situation for the people in the country. This is a difficult situation that has lasted for years, but now things must change. I believe that this is a situation where you can't win through military purposes, by military means, whether it's through the Tamil or through the government. In addition, the positions of both sides are based on the past that they strongly defend, and it will not be easy to bring the two sides together in understanding. Nonetheless, and unfortunately, this war has led to 11,000 people who have disappeared and 160,000 dead. Really, the most important thing I would say to both parties and also to people here in Canada and Quebec and to the international community is that the conflict has to end. When you look at military forces on either side, and when you know that in the past there was a very tough behavior in terms of violence on both sides. When you talk about violence, well, I'm referring to violence through the state, violence through the opposition, and basically people have reached an extreme where there is not a positive result at the moment. It's very important in the government here in Canada that the government understands the nuances about the Tamil movement and the groups that might not be acceptable, that might have unacceptable behavior. But if you don't make this type of distinction, you may well diminish the chances for a peace. In 2002, the Sri Lankan state signed an agreement for a ceasefire, a prisoner exchange, and in fact, the rebels had abandoned their claims for independence, but there, between the two parties, was never an agreement for sustainable peace. That was never achieved. In 2005, a new Sri Lankan president adopted a very hard line against the Tamil and the north of Sri Lanka. That upset the peace process. The Tamil withdrew from the negotiations in 2006. The Tamil rebels saw that the state was totally against them. So I say that this is the type of history. There was mutual provocation on both sides. Last year, the East Coast was there was control that was partially regained over the East Coast. But the problem there was the concentration of the 150,000 to 300,000 people in a very small area of land. Today, we can state that there has been a lot of very difficult fighting. People elsewhere in the world perhaps have not given enough interest and time and concern to this struggle. But today what we are doing is discussing this because it is important. We want to bring people's attention to it, and we hope that in other parliaments light will be shone on the matter so that concrete action can be achieved. There are governments, parliamentary associations of all different types, where we can contact the Sri Lankan government directly or otherwise, and I believe that all of these means at hand must be used. I conclude with respect to this statement. I believe that what we need is a humanitarian solution. Since the hostilities broke out, the civilians are caught between the government forces and the rebels, but the situation is worsening day to day, and this can result in a catastrophe, tragic results, horrible results. We don't want to see a human disaster, but that could arise unless something is done, and in particular a ceasefire is called. Only half of the people have been able to find refuge in safe areas, but it's much too small an area of land. 10,000 to 15,000 families are in an area where there is not even fresh drinking water. Can you just imagine that? The Secretary General of the UN has expressed his concern with respect to this. The fear is that civilians will be caught in the trap of combat. The Secretary General has called upon both sides to provide for safe zones and provide a civilian infrastructure. Sometimes that takes days, weeks, months before being heard. And consequently, the result is a catastrophic state for civilians. We don't want empty words. I believe that the debate that we are having tonight is one that should be supported by parliamentarians.
On the 30th of January, the Secretary of the United Nations asked that civilians be allowed to leave the combat zones in the northern area of the country. Now, these were controlled zones, state-controlled zones. It was a very difficult situation. These people were at home, they were with their fellow citizens, and yet they were asked to leave their homes to flee to safety. So there's no easy solution to this issue. According to humanitarian aid spokesperson, there were many civilians who were displaced, and many of them actually were displaced 10 to 15 times a year. Could you imagine being displaced without any assurance the next day when you would be displaced again? So 10 to 15 times annually they were displaced in just 1 year. All the humanitarian convoys were prevented from reaching these civilians. civilians were often trapped between a rock and a hard place because they weren't able to get access to humanitarian aid. Everyone here agrees that the scope of this conflict is great. Often in Parliament we have a sense of being powerless, but in the beginning of my speech I said, and I'll repeat it now, there are things that are going to make Ottawa take action because of all the representations that have been made and the demonstrations. And I think that we need to make use of all the democratic tools that we have at our disposal to make sure that this conflict ends as soon as possible. When we talk about globalization, we often refer to the economic angle, but I think we need to look at it from a humanitarian standpoint as well. Globalization means getting rid of conflicts. If we are able to restore peace in the world, well then of course we are happy with such an outcome. So I'd like to conclude with an example. Last summer I went to Israel, I went to Jerusalem. I asked a waiter who was serving me what was the most important thing for the state of Israel, and the waiter said that peace must be restored. And this is true not only for Israel but also for Sri Lanka. And I hope that this evening we are going to kickstart the process of proactive action within the international community. We need to do our share, as in Canada and in Quebec, to ensure that there is a ceasefire and so that there is a reduction in the number of civilian victims. Because I think that currently it's an intolerable situation, Mr. Speaker, as far as civilians are concerned.
For Scarborough-Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for so eloquently, with passion, displaying what's happening in Sri Lanka. However, Mr. Speaker, a couple of months ago, we seen what happened in Burma. There was a cyclone, and it devastated the whole country. And the generals were not allowing international aid to go in. International teams, Canadian teams, were stuck in Bangkok, and when they're trying to get visas to get into Burma, Myanmar, they were told no. And the international community, including this government, condemned that. And we had the Canadians of Burmese origin that they were saying R2P, responsibility to protect, and certainly this was something that was moved in the United Nations, and after a lot of pressure, the generals opened their borders and teams were able to go in and help the innocent people that were devastated by the hurricane. So this is the same situation that we got here. We've got a country, Sri Lanka, and the government, and they're not allowing international aid to go in. They're not allowing reporters to go in. They're not allowing international monitors to go in. And the governments throughout the world are sort of taking a back seat, and especially our government is having deaf ears to the problem. I think they got wax in between their heads, but that's fine. But my question to my learned friend is, isn't this something similar that would require the R2P responsibility to protect, and especially of the Tamil nation? Because in Sri Lanka, you've got two diasporas, you've got two nations, the Tamil nation and the Sinhalese nation. And in Canada, we've got a large Tamil diaspora as well as a sizable Sinhalese diaspora. So my question is, shouldn't we, through the United Nations, shouldn't our Prime Minister go to the United Nations or send our Minister of Foreign Affairs and say, look, you got to go, you got to introduce this, you got to stand up on your 2 feet, and you got to provoke and you got to say to them responsibility to protect. And furthermore, if they are not willing to do it, if they're not moving, shouldn't we do what we did with Pakistan? When Pakistan exploded the nuclear bomb, we got them completely out of the Commonwealth. Shouldn't we also exercise those means and any means possible to make sure that the government of Sri Lanka is responsible for its people?
Honourable member for Montmorency, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, what's interesting in what my colleague asked, well, let me go back to the first response from the Foreign Affairs Minister in question period. The head of the official opposition asked the minister what his government was doing, and he started by saying that he'd spoken with the Sri Lankan Minister of Foreign Affairs. So from this response and the ceasefire request, there was some progress made. We have to be realistic, though, because we're dealing with a country here that does not have a tradition of responding to United Nations demands. So we need to make sure that the alliance is diversified and that various countries can bring to bear an influence on Sri Lanka. So the government's subsequent response to support the declaration by the Tokyo Statement, Norway, Japan, United States, European Union, for example, these are, and also those that contribute financially to the reconstruction, I think that is provides a glimmer of hope. But I think that we need to not just tolerate this situation anymore. We need to send a clear message to the international community that we need to take advantage of all economic tools so that we can call for a ceasefire as soon as possible. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague from Montmagny, Kamouraski-Rivière-du-Loup indicated, and like many other members here this evening, I'm very glad that this debate is taking place. Now, I have personal reasons why I'm concerned by the Sri Lankan situation. I worked at the Department of Cultural Communities in Quebec in the early 80s when we saw the first Tamil refugees arrive. I was a liaison officer for the Tamil community. There was nothing bureaucratic about our relationship at that time when it came to cultural issues. And I got to know a lot of these people quite well. And these people didn't flee their country on a flight of fancy. They were faced with a traumatic situation. There was a lot of turmoil in their country, and I think it's in Canada's best interests that there should be a ceasefire as soon as possible. I'd like to congratulate the Tamil community for its very effective demonstration. I think they impressed a lot of people. The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Cameroon-Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague from Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher for his testimony and for his knowledge of this particular issue. Quebecers have a particular attachment for Tamil in Quebec. The critic for foreign affairs said that in Canada we have a model Quebecers aren't totally satisfied with it, but we have a democratic debate, and at the end of the day, we'll have two countries that will be cooperating. We have fought for the right to debate these issues democratically, and I hope that other countries like Sri Lanka will be able to enjoy the democratic process that we enjoy. There's a state of crisis. There are a lot of casualties. They can't find a modus operandi to ensure that the Sri Lankan people can live peacefully side by side. So we need to lead by example. We need to use all viable arguments to find a solution to this intractable situation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to just thank my colleague from the blog for his comments, and just to turn his attention to the humanitarian crisis. Today we learned that the use of cluster bombs, and that it was absolutely devastating outcome. As you know, Canada signed on to the cluster bomb treaty, and it's a facet of this conflict that is so horrific and morose, is that the use of cluster bombs by a government against the civilian population and in a hospital is not only to be decried in the most aggressive way, but I wonder, what we can do through you to the member to ensure that through the cluster bomb treaty, that we also make our voices heard on what is happening in Sri Lanka.
The honourable member for Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. What's always tough when you are looking at conflicts from abroad, there was an article about the war on misinformation in a newspaper today, and unfortunately we don't have the tools that we need to ensure that all the actions are being compliant with international standards. We, of course, want to limit any collateral damage. Of course, we don't use weapons that are not permitted and which are not justified in their use. And the international community needs to check that there is compliance in this area, and if we do become aware that there is a violation of acceptable norms, then we can take further action. There needs to be international political will to show things as they are, and there needs to be the relevant sanctions imposed when they are warranted. Now, a state that behaves in an unacceptable fashion must be reprimanded and suffer the consequences, whether it be from a political or economic point of view. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues, everybody in the House of Commons, to talk about the conflict in Sri Lanka. As you know, and as has been stated in this House, this concerns Canadians very seriously, not only because we have a large diaspora in this country, but this is a very important human rights issue happening out in Sri Lanka. Mr. Speaker, over a quarter of a century of armed conflict has had a profound and grim impact on Sri Lanka's civilian population. Caught in this long-standing conflict, civilians have become the main casualties as indirect victims, and more sobering still, often as the deliberate targets, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, let me just go back and say what this conflict is all about. This conflict has root in the long-standing grievances of the Tamil community, Mr. Speaker. Their grievances, which have been were for a long period of time after independence, have resulted in a lot of efforts by many Tamils, politicians and everyone. And so was born this organization. Regretfully, Mr. Speaker, this organization has taken a very, very serious and very, very negative approach to solving the problem of Sri Lanka. Matter of fact, it became a terrorist organization listed by Canada, and as the Minister of State has stated why Canada listed that as a terrorist organization. But not also that, Mr. Speaker, but if you go back a little bit historically about this organization, this is the organization that was responsible, by its own words, in the assassination of the Indian Prime Minister. This was the organization that has been recruiting child soldiers. This has been the organization that has been responsible for suicide bombing, Mr. Speaker. All of this thing has made this organization recognized as a terrorist organization. And the war on terror that Canada has signed, but naturally, Mr. Speaker, will compel us to look at this organization with its activities dealing with terrorism, Mr. Speaker. But what is of critical importance, and I can also say that there are a lot of Sri Lankans, Tamils sitting in the gallery, but if they will remember that this organization also assassinated all those who opposed it, including all Tamil political people in Sri Lanka who were looking for a peaceful solution. So, Mr. Speaker, now is the time with all this human suffering happening, time is now come to speak, Mr. Speaker. And I will agree with the opposition out here that it is time for Tamil Tigers to lay down their arms and come out and stand up for their people if they want to stand up for their people, and that is to engage in a dialogue, Mr. Speaker. That is why Canada has called, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has called for a dialogue. Mr. Speaker, let me just be very clear, blunt. At this current time, with what the Tamil Tigers are saying, are calling for the breakup of Sri Lanka, Mr. Speaker, and that the Government of Canada cannot accept that. So we are calling upon the Tamil Tigers and the Tamil people and the diaspora out here to put pressure and return back to dialogue. Now, Mr. Speaker, we do understand that dialogue is not only one way. Dialogue is two ways. And in the same context, Mr. Speaker, we are calling upon the Sri Lankan government to engage and ask them for a ceasefire so that they also can go back to the table. Now, as I've stated, Mr. Speaker, the root cause of this was the grievances of the minority community. Therefore, it is up to Sri Lankan government to start building strong measures, start building confidence measures, Mr. Speaker, for that the Tamils can feel they are part and parcel of the Sri Lankan community, of the Sri Lankan country, and that they are not, again, a marginalized community. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to tell you that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Kootenay, Colombia. Thank you. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we want the Sri Lankan government to also start building. And the first step to build towards that, Mr. Speaker, is Canada is calling and strongly supports the presence of the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights in Sri Lanka with a full mandate to report on human rights situation, Mr. Speaker. Because once there is accountability, transparency out there on human rights, there is a confidence-building measures, the Tamil community will start feeling confident, and so the root cause for the start of a dialogue can take place out there, Mr. Speaker. This is the key thing right now, because if, Mr. Speaker, the Sri Lankan government does not extend the hand of friendship, does not extend the hand of the confidence building out there, the conflict will carry on and carry on and carry on. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, from all the reports that have been coming of the humanitarian crisis that is taking place because of the ongoing conflict. And that and those humanitarian crises have been stated by every member in this House as to what is happening there. And nobody is happy about it. It's extremely concerned. The international community is extremely concerned. The Government of Canada is extremely concerned. And to that aspect, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has made a phone call. I mean, this to put strong pressure and putting our position very clear to the Government of Sri Lanka that they have responsibility that they need to do, and that responsibility is to meet out. I think, Mr. Speaker, there is a higher degree of responsibility on the Government of Sri Lanka because it is a democratically elected government out there which is supposed to represent everyone, and therefore they should be taking a lead role out there. As far as we are concerned, the Tamil Tigers should lay down their arms and start talking, the dialogue, and becoming there. But the Sri Lankan government must ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the Tamil community feels that they have a voice, they can trust, they can have the dialogue carry on to ensure that they are an inclusive member in the democratic process of Sri Lanka. Mr. Speaker, Sri Lanka is a democratic country, has had democratic elections, and I have been to Sri Lanka and I've met Tamil also politicians who are out there, who are all, many of them working to ensure a peaceful and prosperous Sri Lanka, where all can live inclusively. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, the Tamil diaspora in Canada would be the first one to support peace returning back to their country, into one country, Sri Lanka, working with everyone so that they can have their relatives and everyone there participate in the democratic process. But, Mr. Speaker, it is critically important that both sides now start talking. And that is the Government of Canada's position. That is the position today the Minister of Foreign Affairs said. The Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs also elaborated on that and all of that. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we understand the humanitarian crises are taking place, and as Canada has done, and as the Minister of International Cooperation has stated, that we have risen to this thing here by the announcement of $3 million to assist out there with with organizations that, yes, there is a problem, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the Minister of International Development has stated, does aid get into the region? There's no point in giving aid if it doesn't get into the region. And so we have working with the partners that will ensure that aid gets into the region, Mr. Speaker. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, one cannot overlook at the other factors. This bombing of these hospitals and all the death of civilians is a cause serious concern. So, Mr. Speaker, Canada calls for a dialogue at this time. Okay? It calls on a dialogue both from the Tamil Tigers and both from the government of Sri Lanka. The issue about Canada putting Tamil Tigers as terrorists is something of the past, Mr. Speaker, which will continue on. What is currently important right now, Mr. Speaker, is to get onto the table, talk, and stop that humanitarian crisis, stop the killing of civilians that is taking place so that aid can get in there and forward process can go on. Mr. Speaker, Canada supported the Norway process. We are very disappointed to see that these peace talks had collapsed and they had not moved forward into these peace talks. And now we will continue working, Mr. Speaker, with the regional partners, with our international partners, with everyone here to put pressure on both sides to come to the table, because ultimately, without them coming to the table, without coming to the peaceful resolution, and already they signed a peaceful agreement in Norway, which was not kept by both parties. This time, Mr. Speaker, the international community must be very, very strong on both sides to ensure that they adhere to the peace, Mr. Speaker, and not just sign peace on a piece of paper, and then we have these crises that are taking place out there on this thing, as is the Norway crisis, Mr. Speaker. So once more, on behalf, I must very clearly emphasize the Government of Canada's position, which the Minister said today. We call on the Tamil Tigers to lay their arm down and get into the dialogue with the Government of Sri Lanka, and our call to the Government of Sri Lanka is get onto the human rights, get onto this thing, and get onto the peace process. We need to have this peace process going so the humanitarian crisis is stopped, Mr. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The honourable member for Brampton West.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my friend spent at least half of his time attacking one side of the conflict. I don't think that's constructive. We're here tonight on an emergency basis to discuss a tragedy. What are we going to do about it? This piece of paper that was released by the government today with their plan, this is something that should have been released months ago, not today. And the $3 million that is included is a pittance. They're talking about adding a $100 billion deficit over 5 years. $3 million is going to do very little, even if it reaches. So my question to my friend, Mr. Speaker, is, I hear the words. What are they actually going to do now to see that this is implemented? Who's going for a meeting, the Sri Lankan government? Who's actually going to do something to try to get a ceasefire and to end this 300,000-person humanitarian tragedy? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for asking this question. I know the member is a new member, just come into the House of Commons, which I may want to congratulate. I want to congratulate him for winning the elections, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm alluding to that is because if he was here in the last Parliament, I made many statements as Parliamentary Secretary on the conflict in Sri Lanka, calling for peace, calling for both sides to come to the table, Mr. Speaker. This is not something that we, as he's trying to allude, we just got up one morning and here we started doing this. No, Mr. Speaker, this government has been engaged for a long time on this issue, and we've been talking to the Sri Lankan government on this issue, and we have our ambassador actively engaged into that issue. And a matter of fact, if the other member out here, she will remember, I was part of her Sri Lanka-Canada Friendship Society out here to ensure that we are engaged with Sri Lanka. So it's not to say we are not engaged with Sri Lanka. As to his second point of questioning is, what are we going to do now that we have made this announcement? Of course, the Government of Canada is, as the Minister of International Development has stated, working with agencies who have assured us that the aid will reach to the people where it is supposed to reach. And this thing. That is why she listed which organizations it will be. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, we will keep an eye. We are engaged also with the government of Sri Lanka and to the other international partners to ensure that pressure is put on to get onto the table for dialogue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I take the honourable member at his word that he says that the government of Canada is extremely concerned about this situation. Like my friend who was a questioner previous, it would have been a little bit more believable had this expression of concern come a little bit earlier in the piece. Nevertheless, I take him at his word that the government is extremely concerned. So, therefore, the government of Canada should be interacting with the government of Sri Lanka. And I wonder if he could detail for the House the interactions that he's had or the minister has had with the High Commissioner for Sri Lanka in Canada in the past 10 days or 2 weeks.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I have stated, we have been concerned on this issue for a while. It is not an issue that it's an overnight. Yes, we have been engaged, as the government has stated. The Minister of Foreign Affairs even talked to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sri Lanka as well. Of course, we are constantly engaged with the government, with the High Commissioner out here, whom we at any given time state to them that there is a necessary need for them to get down to dialogue. We were very unhappy when the Norway peace process was broken down and fighting got resumed, Mr. Speaker. But let's be realistic. There are two parties out here, and one party is calling for the breakup, while the other government we have a concern about human rights. So we are calling both parties to get onto the table, Mr. Speaker, and work for the betterment of Sri Lanka, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to participate in today's debate on the situation in Sri Lanka. As the Minister of State and the Minister of International Cooperation have stated already, Canada is deeply concerned. Like all Canadians, I too am disheartened by the violence that has been sweeping through Sri Lanka and the impact this has had on the people of Sri Lanka. Here in Canada, of course, we're lucky to have such a safe and secure country, but so many countries around the world face persistent challenges to the security of their country and the well-being of their citizens. We have a history as a people, a history of listening to the needs of people around the world and answering their calls for help. It's important to recognize that the last few years have been particularly challenging for the Sri Lankans, which is why Canada has been part of providing the support to those in need. Last November, Tropical Storm Nisha hit Sri Lanka, causing citizens to leave their homes, which created a great need for humanitarian relief. The Government of Canada has been able to play an important role in helping those in need. Today, international aid workers continue to do the necessary work in the region with the support of the Canadian government. However, the ongoing conflict between the Sri Lankan government and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam has intensified. Canada is monitoring the situation in Sri Lanka closely. As we have in the past, we're offering much-needed support. In 2008, Canada supported the people of Sri Lanka with almost $3 million in humanitarian assistance, including $1.5 million for food aid through the World Food Programme. The crucial funding we provided helped to support Sri Lankans with emergency medical supplies, food, water, and other necessities. Canada remains a proud partner with organizations such as Care Canada, Doctors Without Borders, World Vision, and the World Food Programme that are working hard to alleviate the suffering of those affected in the region. I must say, Mr. Speaker, I have heard the questions here tonight, which have been, how do we know that the aid is going to get to where it should be going? Mr. Speaker, if the members don't have confidence in the government, that's fine, that's their perspective, I can say that I have confidence in the government, but more than that, I have confidence in the NGOs. NGOs like World Vision, the World Food Programme, Care Canada, Doctors Without Borders,
who are dedicated, their lives and their organizations are dedicated to getting the aid, which is why the partnership of CETA with those organizations is so important, because we know that the access to basic needs of food, water, and shelter and medical care will continue to be a challenge. We have all sorts of faith in the ability of those organizations to get the job done. In the face of this armed conflict, Canada, along with the international community, is supporting efforts to reach a peaceful solution. Canada is also giving its ongoing support to humanitarian efforts, as I've said. It's important that we express our concern for the health and well-being of the great number of Sri Lankans affected by the insecurity. We understand the needs of those who have fled their homes are great. With the onslaught of the monsoon rains, food assistance, clean water, as well as shelter are also important priorities. Canada is working to ensure that our aid reaches the people who need it most, and that those self-sacrificing aid workers are safe to return home when the necessary help they're providing has been delivered. The citizens and international aid workers who end up in the crossfire in this conflict are of great concern to us. In their name, we have continued to support those in need and hope for a peaceful resolution to this political crisis. Mr. Speaker, as we have said repeatedly, and I know other members in this debate have said, we call on the parties in the conflict in Sri Lanka to respect international law and for the government of Sri Lanka to ensure the safety of its citizens. Once an end to this conflict is achieved, we can help the citizens of Sri Lanka return to their normal lives and begin a process of reconciliation and building. And we will continue to monitor the situation closely, as I've stated. The $3 million announced by the Minister is assistance that builds on Canada's $3 million contribution made last year to support the efforts in Sri Lanka. As I've stated, through trusted humanitarian partners, including Red Cross, World Vision, the Government of Canada has helped to provide emergency medical support, emergency food assistance, shelter, water and sanitation services, protection, health and hygiene, education, as well as emergency preparedness training. Canada is committed to working with our partners to help coordinate global emergency efforts. Canadian development experts work with other humanitarian agencies already in Sri Lanka to ensure an effective and coordinated overall response. Our government believes that the UN's Central Emergency Response Fund, or CERF, is essential in providing immediate support for people affected by crises. The CERF distributes money quickly to humanitarian organizations to help save lives. As a major contributor to the CERF, Canada is pleased to be a leader in responding to humanitarian emergencies abroad. Restoring stability in Sri Lanka is vital to our humanitarian efforts throughout Asia and for the future of Sri Lanka and its neighbours. We know that the ongoing crisis has disrupted the lives of hundreds of thousands of Sri Lankans. We understand that many families have been displaced, homes have been destroyed, and people have had to flee. As has been stated and stated and stated, it is essential to ensure that an end is put to this conflict that has pervaded Sri Lanka for so long. We must ensure that as soon as possible the lives of those impacted can be rebuilt and stabilized to support measures and put the support measures in place. Canada stands ready to do its part. Support for the sick, wounded, and those in need is necessary. With our support, those caught in the middle of the conflict can be evacuated and emergency assistance can be provided. Canadians understand that development and security go hand in hand. Without security, there can be no reconstruction, no humanitarian aid, no democratic development. It is my sincere hope that peace will come to Sri Lanka and the people of this country have a resolution to this crisis. We must make every effort to ensure that Sri Lankans are getting the immediate help they need. We must do everything in our power to ensure that the situation does not deteriorate further. In the face of this humanitarian crisis, Canada stands ready to do its part simply put, because it's the right thing to do. As in the past, we will offer the support necessary for those in need to deliver humanitarian aid with our partners on the ground. We will put to work Sri Lanka on a strong and stable path. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really listened to the member with interest because she's a parliamentary secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation. And when the minister herself was speaking, she alluded to the fact that this government has got better partners on the ground than previous governments had. And the names that the parliamentary secretary certainly went on was CARE, World Vision, Red Cross. So I'm sort of sitting there and wondering what's changed and what is different from the partners that the Liberal government had on the ground when tsunami struck. Same names, same people. So I'm just wondering if the member can clarify for me the comments and the statements of the minister, if she was aware of what she was saying, or is this a text speech that they've written, or all of a sudden CARE, Red Cross, World Vision, they gotten better and they were misleading the previous governments, or the previous governments were stupid when they were doing business with the same people, or they had the same people on the ground delivering the stuff as they do now. So I am totally confused. Or these people are not the same. Please explain to us, are these people changed, or are you just blowing smoke?
Just remind the honourable member to address comments through the chair. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's been very interesting to watch this debate tonight. I think that by and large there have been tremendously constructive comments, some differences of opinion, some concerns about timing, all of which are absolutely valid. This particular question that the member has put to me, of course, is one born of a very partisan perspective, one that he is attempting to, I don't know what the purpose of the question is. I can tell him that since our government has taken over, that we have done a tremendous amount of work in terms of accountability, which is not to say that we have had any serious questions about those agencies, as he seems to be alluding. But the fact is that we are putting into place an accountability for the people of Canada, that the money, the assets, will be going to the people for whom they are intended.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to pursue that with my good friend and colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation. In 2005, when the tsunami hit that region, and of course parts within the same area, our government response was within literally hours. We had deployed from 8th Wing Division from Trenton a jet which contained medicines, pills to render water potable, cans that would allow them to contain or to pick up water, and tents. Obviously, the situation is somewhat different here, significantly different in the sense that we would have to obtain the ceasefire first. And I think our colleagues here on this side of the House have provided very constructive directions into how to engage not only with international fora, but also to provide constructive assistance to the government so that it can provide its way. I want to ask the honourable member, has he taken up the question of access to that country with the Sri Lankan High Commissioner, who today issued a letter which talked about disinformation, which in my view is not constructive? Will he undertake to speak to the High Commissioner? It would appear the Parliament.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the member will be well aware, parliamentary secretaries, ministers of state, my minister, the Foreign Affairs Minister, all have our own responsibilities. And within that context, I think his question is a perfectly valid question. Would I be the person who would be doing the speaking? Probably not. I think that the constructive suggestions that have been coming out of this debate tonight have been very helpful on balance, and I commend the vast majority of members in this House.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Yes, I'll make it brief, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. I just had a question on the $3 million. He mentioned in his comments that last year we supplied $3 million in aid. I'm wondering that the announcement, I see the Minister here, that was announced today, is that extra, is that in addition to the $3 million that we had last year, and will we therefore be supplying $6 million in this year, or will it be only $3 million?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, the answer to the question is, as I stated in my speech, this is a new $3 million for a total of the two figures of $6 million. That is exactly it. I'm just confirming that number for the member.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the members for Scarborough Agincourt, Scarborough Guildwood, Mississauga East Cooksville. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of visiting Sri Lanka twice. The first time was for a conference, but the second time I led an all-party parliamentary delegation to Sri Lanka as the chair of the Canada-Sri Lanka Parliamentary Association right after the tsunami, both to view the disaster of the tsunami and to ensure that monies were actually going into the reconstruction areas, but also to push for peace and negotiations. At the time, there was still a ceasefire. And I met with the government representatives and all the parties involved, as well as the LTT in the Vani area. We went and visited the landmines areas, visited the people, spoke to a lot of people. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I came away from that visit convinced that neither side was interested in peace. That was what I drew from that visit. That's what I got from a lot of the discussions and meetings. And the military solution, of course, which is what ensued that lack of interest in the peace discussion, is what we have today, and that is the horrible humanitarian crisis, which has trapped some 240,000 people in an area that they can't get out of at the moment, but also the many people that it has injured, maimed, and killed. Mr. Speaker, Canada was very active in putting forward and fighting for what's called responsibility to protect, which is a declaration, a part of the UN now, and it is something that we need to do and need to act on to protect the people. That was put in place to protect people in states that are not able to protect their own citizens. And I think to some degree this is happening in Sri Lanka today, and I would hope that the Sri Lankan government certainly allow the United Nations to come in and work with them. According to the Human Rights Watch report, Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, the LTT refused the movement of civilians, but also the Sri Lankan government has contributed to the risk by detaining those who have managed to flee LTT areas, including whole families, in militarized detention camps, denying them freedom of movement. This is wrong and it should stop. The freedom of movement for these people and the protection of the vulnerable is extremely fundamental. Mr. Speaker, it is the government's duty to provide safety to all citizens, but also to ensure journalists and human rights defenders the freedom of movement to seek out the truth. This has been denied, and this is something that must change, and it needs to happen very quickly. Again, Mr. Speaker, close to 250,000 people live and whose lives are at stake at the moment, seem to be abandoned, and they're crying out to all of us. So I call on both sides, both parties, to respect the safe zones, to respect the safe areas, and to respect the non-bombing or the non-military attack of medical facilities, schools, and so on. The need to respect humanitarian and international law is extremely critical, and we need to demand that that happen at all costs. Humanitarian aid must reach those in need, Mr. Speaker, and that there needs to be an immediate ceasefire and international monitors to be put in place to ensure that it is respected. Mr. Speaker, the UN should also appoint a special representative to monitor the ceasefire and also to start the peace talks immediately. The challenges facing Sri Lanka cannot be resolved by the military activities, but through political action. This, Mr. Speaker, must include obviously a dialogue on the kind of government, the sharing of power, possibly a federal system as Canada has, or something similar, but certainly a sharing of power needs to happen. That also needs to include the discussion and in this agreement, the recognition of plurality and the minority of rights. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a major role to play in this case, and the Canadian diaspora also has, I have 1 minute. Why is somebody calling time on me all the time? Sorry. Mr. Speaker, Canada has a major role to play in this crisis. We have a large Sri Lankan diaspora in Canada, who together in partnership with this government should be and will be involved. So I also call on our government to take leadership in this case, to go to Sri Lanka, to start the talks, to push and to aggressively take action. It has been too long. We've waited far too long. It is this time that the Government of Canada be aggressive in this issue with the United Nations, and that there be the Security Council of the UN should also be involved, that we call on the government and on both sides to ceasefire immediately and to start talking about a political solution, because without that there is no solution, and Sri Lanka violence will continue, even if the government succeeds in its objective with the military at the end of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week I held a round table with my constituents on the issue of Sri Lanka, and these are some of the comments that they wanted their Government of Canada must do. Condemn immediately the slaughter, genocide of innocent Tamil civilians in northern part of Sri Lanka by the Sri Lankan army. Break its silence about the genocide in Sri Lanka. Call upon the United Nations to immediately invoke an international sponsored ceasefire, for the LTT to lay down its arms, for the Sri Lankan army to return to their barracks. The ceasefire should be initiated by the Sri Lankan government, nor the Indian government. They want an international ceasefire started. Establish an international community as administrators of the northern part of Sri Lanka. Broker a peace deal with all the participants, LTTE and the Sri Lankan government at the table. Guaranteed access and safe passage of international humanitarian agencies, IRC, in the northern part of Sri Lanka to administer emergency medical assistance and provide food, shelter to the civilians. Guaranteed access and safe passage to the international news media into the northern part of Sri Lanka to talk with people and to report accurately what is going on there so the facts will come out. Ensure the fighting stops in safe zones, near hospitals. We've seen what happened with the bombing of a hospital just the other day. Lobby for an international inquiry in the deaths of the 300 people in a single day. They also went on to say that should we be asked that we should send immediately peacekeepers to the northern part of Sri Lanka, send medical personnel to the northern part of Sri Lanka, and immediately sever aid and other ties to Sri Lanka until the genocide stops. Mr. Speaker, time and time again, I've sent letters to the Minister of International Cooperation, I've sent letters to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I've sent letters to the Prime Minister, and I've said, there's an international crisis that is happening in Sri Lanka. Will you please act? Time and time again, I've asked this government to engage both the Tamil diaspora and the Sinhalese diaspora in a dialogue so we can find a peaceful solution as to what's happening in Sri Lanka. Time and time again, unfortunately, it has fallen on deaf ears. It wasn't until this government, this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, were pushed to the nth degree. It wasn't until over the weekend, thousands, and I mean literally thousands, of emails, phone calls, faxes, and letters went to the Minister of External Affairs as well to the Prime Minister. It wasn't until this side of the House started pushing and pushing hard that they decided to act. And what do we have today? Well, we have a statement that says it's too bad what's happening over there, and we trust that the Sri Lankan government will certainly look after things. I still haven't heard that we have called the High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to the carpet and asked him to justify or her to justify what's going on. I haven't heard that should things not change, should this genocide that my constituents refer to not stop in Sri Lanka, that we were going to call our own High Commissioner from Sri Lanka. I still haven't heard how would we be able to make sure that a humanitarian aid reaches the people that it should reach to. And I say this, Mr. Speaker, because of an experience that I had. 4 years ago, right after the tsunami hit Sri Lanka, I went to Sri Lanka. I went to Kilinochchi, Mullaitivu, the Elephant Pass as they call it, and I walked the grounds and I played with the kids. I spoke to mothers that have lost their relatives. I spoke to the children and I played cricket with them. And it's the same children today that we see in photographs that have been maimed, butchered, and killed. Part of me, Mr. Speaker, still left back there, is left with those kids on that cricket field. And I have the Minister of International Aid standing up in this House and saying, we can do things better and would deliver the aid. How, Mr. Speaker, can they deliver the aid if the government of Sri Lanka does not adhere to the wishes of the international community. I still haven't heard from either minister or parliamentary secretary what they're going to do to guarantee that the $3 million aid that we have will reach the people that it must go. I've heard platitudes, and I've heard that we've got a lot of experience. Well, it's the same people that delivered the aid yesterday. It's the same people that delivered the aid before. And it's the same people that are going to be delivering the aid tomorrow. However, it's those people that are saying to this particular government, and through you, Mr. Speaker, I would say to the Minister of International Cooperations, they're loudly speaking and saying, we can't go because the government of Sri Lanka is not allowing us. When is this government going to go to the United Nations and push the United Nations for a debate? When is this government going to rise and say, you don't change your ways, we're going to kick you out of the Commonwealth? And when is this government going to take the responsibility to the Tamil diaspora in Canada and meet them in the face, and the Prime Ministers to sit down with them and say, I want to speak to you? They failed so far.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This conflict is a legacy of British colonialism. When the British occupied the island, when the island was then called Ceylon, they used the Tamil population, in effect, to protect British interests and preference the Tamil population over the Sinhala population. When independence came, the Sinhala majority decided that it was time to take back what was then Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, as its own, and implemented a number of laws which were reprehensible to the minority Tamil population. The consequence of that was that Tamil peoples were excluded from the civil service, or it was very difficult to get into the civil service. They were unable to access the higher education, or they were excluded from higher education. And these lists of difficulties and grievances and slights and injustices and outrages built and built and built until we have what we have today, which is a civil war which has raged over the last 30 plus years, the consequence of which is now that we are facing a very, very grave crisis, a grave international crisis. The conflict has been characterized by outrageous acts against humanity by both sides. Human Rights Watch has said that both sides have committed atrocities, and there are no innocents among the combatants. And meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the people of Sri Lanka suffer. There was a window of opportunity a few years ago, and I had the great honor to go to Sri Lanka with the Honourable David Kilgore, then Secretary of State for Asia. We, I believe, were the first official delegation from Canada to visit that country. We talked to pretty well anyone who would talk to us about the possibilities of a devolved form of federation and other political solutions. It was pretty obvious to us after we returned that there was not a real serious interest in, by either side, in a dialogue about a form of federation which would accommodate to the most legitimate concerns of both the minority population and the majority population. Was therefore, we would listen to the peace monitors, we'd listen to the people who are frustrated by the continuous violations of the ceasefire, and we were driven to the conclusion that it would be only a matter of time before the hostilities would resume. Then along came the tsunami. The tsunami exacerbated the difficulties. One of my best friends was a head of an aid agency there, well-funded, well-intentioned, well-motivated, well-staffed, and they gave up after 18 months of frustration with both sides and the failure to be able to deliver their aid and their relief. Mr. Speaker, this is a small island. It's about 23 million people. And, it's about a third of the minority population and two-thirds of majority population in rough terms. There is no solution to this war. This conflict cannot be won militarily. Even if the government of Sri Lanka is under the illusion that it can win this war militarily, and as we watch this conflict unfold on our TV screens, in our newspapers, and in various Sri Lankan media, it appalls us all. But this is not a winnable war. No one will win the war. If the government of Sri Lanka thinks it will win the war, it won't. Everyone on the day after this conflict subsides, it won't end, the day after the conflict subsides, there will be still millions and millions of Tamil people looking for peace, for justice, for fairness, for access to their various government facilities. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the Government of Canada to do? There have been very good suggestions from the member for Toronto Centre, the member from Mount Royal. I won't repeat them. I would have wished that the Government of Canada had taken a more activist role, and it is regrettable that it takes events such as demonstrations on Parliament Hill and emergency debates to prod them into some action. I have the great honor to represent one of the largest Tamil constituencies in the country, and it has been a very personal exercise for me to listen to literally dozens and dozens of people talk about the tragedy that is in their families and in their homes. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the Government of Canada to act along the lines that the member from Mount Royal and the member from Toronto Centre has urged them. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. One of the things I think it's important to lay down here is that as recently as October, there was an effort by the other side, in this case by the Tamils, to enter into, by the Tamil Tigers, to enter into an offer to have a truce. We now have what is really a war of attrition. We have the government saying basically they're going to wipe out the Tamil Tigers. We all know the history of that. It never happens. It makes things worse. So my question to the member, Mr. Speaker, is what does he think of this, the government's, the Sri Lankan's government, notion that they can actually wipe out the rebel force and actually have peace in Sri Lanka?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The concern that I have, Mr. Speaker, is that the government of Sri Lanka is under some huge illusion that if they somehow or another eliminate the Tamil Tigers, drive them into the sea, eliminate them as a force, that somehow or another the conflict will be finished. That's utter naive nonsense. And it is delusional on the part of the government of Sri Lanka to think that somehow or another the injustices that the Tamil people have suffered over the years will disappear by virtue of driving the Tamil Tigers into the sea. That's nonsense, and I would urge our government to express that in the most forceful of terms to not only the High Commissioner here, who's just down the road, and I was rather surprised that the Parliamentary Secretary could tell us of no incidents in which they had talked to the High Commissioner, but also to the Foreign Affairs Minister, directly to their counterparts. This is something that needs to be expressed in the most forceful terms to the government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the world watches a human tragedy unfolding in Sri Lanka. The world should watch that conflict filled with guilt for failing to act, failing to care, and failing to speak up against oppression and violence for half a century. The history of this conflict begins and ends with a determinedly discriminatory government representing a majority ethnic group seeking to acculturalize and marginalize a minority. As early as 1948, many Tamils were denied citizenship and rendered stateless. In 1956, the Sri Lankan government declared Sinhala the only state language, marginalizing the Tamil language, which had been equal in the pre-colonial era. Buddhism became the exclusive state religion, again denying the Tamil identity. In 1972, a blatantly racist quota system was imposed to limit the number of Tamils in university. The Sri Lankan government even abolished the section of its constitution that protected minority rights. Tamils were discriminated against in schools, the public service, and the military. In the 1960s, arson, vandalism, and anti-Tamil riots killed 500 Tamils. In 1981, police burned down the library in Jaffna, destroying 95,000 ancient texts and manuscripts. And then, the darkest moment, in July 1983, over 3,000 Tamils were killed, many burned alive. Electoral lists were used to identify Tamil homes. From the violence of 1983, the people of Sri Lanka were to suffer 25 years of civil war, and 70,000 people lost their lives. Both the government and the Tamil Tigers, rebels, engaged in actions that violated every standard of armed conflict. Suicide bombings on one side, aerial bombardments of hospitals and schools on the other. Since 2006, I have spoken of the campaign of atrocities that have included the execution of 8 workers working for a French NGO, bombing of schools, a grenade attack on a church protecting refugees, and countless individual cases of summary executions and torture. Hundreds of Tamils have disappeared in Colombo after white vans left their homes. Sometimes their bodies are found, sometimes their bodies are dumped for effect near the Parliament. Mostly, they are never seen again. The world community rose only once to stop the Sri Lankan government. On that rare occasion, the government was herding Tamils into crowded buses to be deported from Colombo. Such visible ethnic cleansing could not be allowed. It is this history, Mr. Speaker, that should inform our view of the current military campaign. Today, the Sri Lankan government remains indifferent to the Tamil civilians that lie in the wake of its military. The government makes it blatantly clear by its repeated use of cluster bombs against a civilian hospital that it is not worried about accusations of war crimes. In fact, it has refused to sign on to the Rome Statute that would make its leaders vulnerable to prosecution. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. Secretary of State and Foreign Secretary of the UK have called for a no-fire zone where civilian and refugees are now homeless, dying of snake bites, and exposed to shelling and targeted bombardment by the government. Canada can also speak up. Canada must call for international observers and peacekeepers to be deployed in towns in the north and east, and that Tamil civilians be allowed to return home under international monitoring. This has to happen now, or this tragedy will continue to reach catastrophic proportions. Canada can also demand that Sri Lanka submit fully to an international war crimes tribunal, where the actions of leaders on all sides of this conflict can be investigated and judged. The suffering in Sri Lanka will continue as long as there is no legal consequence, no opportunity for justice, and no international will to bring a just peace. Mr. Speaker, it was more than half a century ago that Winston Churchill hailed a Canadian airman as the saviour of Ceylon. Today, Canada should feel the same duty to help save 250,000 Tamil civilians whose only hope is the will of the world to protect them.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Scarborough-Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Mississauga for her wonderful statements. My question to her is this. If the rest of the world fails to act, and certainly we should be looking into the responsibility to protect, but I'm just wondering if Sri Lanka is not willing to listen to Canada, and if Sri Lanka, just turns a blind eye, should we not recall our ambassador, and before we do that, should we not call the High Commissioner from Sri Lanka on the carpet and sort of say to them, look, Canada has spoken, it's time for you to listen?
Honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, this conflict will require incredible determination on the part of all resources, but I really believe that the world decided that in the 1940s that military objectives could no longer justify deliberate attacks on civilians. And it will take a UN force an independent UN body to investigate alleged atrocities and bring some justice to the event. I don't think, to be quite frank, that one individual is going to be able to bring a sustainable peace to the area. It is going to take the collective opinion and the collective will of all governments to ensure that this that a serious UN-led effort is required to reach that goal.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her comments. I listened carefully, and one of the things that we've been debating here and discussing and quite frankly been trying to figure out is how Canada go the next steps. We heard the $3 million to call for the ceasefire. So would her party and would others, I guess, join in to ask the UN through the General Assembly, which we're a participant, to ask the Security Council to involve itself in Sri Lanka and actually put its stamp of approval on enforcing a ceasefire in Sri Lanka?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, any solution has to start with respect for civilian rights and an end to atrocities and violence. Then, and only then, the option that really offers peace is really a form of self-government that allows Tamil people to be free from fear of their own government. And as I stated earlier, I think a serious UN-led effort is required to reach that goal, and I think you will find that our party will cooperate to the fullest to secure that peace.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague, the member for Oak Ridges Markham. Mr. Speaker, since the abortion of the peace process and the deterioration of the humanitarian situation and the human rights, Canada has undertaken in a very active and ongoing way to address matters. Sri Lanka today is celebrating its 61st anniversary of its independence. We would like to communicate to all Sri Lankan citizens our best wishes for a future of peace and prosperity.
Speaker, is also yet another day of an unfolding tragedy. We are witnessing another truly tragic chapter in the long-standing civil conflict that has ravaged Sri Lanka and causes great concern to Canadians. That's why today Canada calls for the government of Sri Lanka and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam to declare and to honour an immediate ceasefire to allow full, safe and unhindered access, the evacuation of the sick and wounded, and the delivery of much-needed humanitarian assistance to civilians. The Minister of International Cooperation also announced today that Canada will provide up to $3 million in humanitarian assistance to Sri Lanka to help people affected by the current events. Now, this funding will go to organizations like the Red Cross, World Vision, Médecins Sans Frontières, and Care Canada, who have the capacity to deliver help on the ground. Now, we continue to engage with Sri Lanka and to monitor the situation very closely. For over 2 decades, as colleagues in this House have mentioned, a civil war has raged in Sri Lanka between the Sinhalese majority government and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam. This horrific conflict is responsible for an estimated 70,000 deaths to date, mostly civilians, and has induced an estimated 460,000 internally displaced people. Others have fled the country as refugees. Canada has welcomed to our shores over 200,000 Sri Lankans, many of whom have arrived as asylum seekers in the 80s and 90s, seeking refuge from this conflict. In January of 2008, the government of Sri Lanka officially abrogated the 2002 ceasefire agreement, marking a dangerous turn in the long-running conflict. After more than a year of heavy fighting, in January of 2009, the government of Sri Lanka captured the last remaining bastions controlled by the Liberation Tigers of Tamil. These advances by the Sri Lankan army, coupled with the LTTE's decision to restrict the movement of civilians out of the conflict area, have resulted in mounting civilian casualties. Approximately 250,000 to 300,000 internally displaced people are trapped in the conflict area. International efforts to persuade the government of Sri Lanka to allow full humanitarian access and to persuade the LTTE to allow civilians freedom of movement in the conflict area have failed. There remains probably only a short period of time before the LTTE loses control of all territory in the north and will subsequently retreat into the jungles and outlying villages, but at what additional cost to human life? What is the future that the government of Sri Lanka envisages coming out of this phase of their conflict? What does the LTTE wish to obtain by continuing this struggle? Canada has voiced strong concerns about the recent developments in the conflict, particularly its impact on civilians, including humanitarian workers and human rights defenders, and the increasing attacks on independent journalists. Canada has taken action at the highest levels. On the
28th of January, I issued a public statement to voice Canada's concerns about the increase in civilian casualties and the humanitarian situation. I asked parties to provide free access to humanitarian workers and the safe passage of civilians out of combat zones. I also indicated that Canada is concerned about the increase in attacks against journalists in Sri Lanka, and that it urged the Sri Lankan government to carry out independent and open investigations on all these attacks.
I called the Minister of Foreign Affairs to directly express these concerns.
Today, I made a public statement urging the Sri Lankan government and the LTTE rebels to declare and respect an immediate ceasefire to enable full, safe and unhindered access to these areas, to evacuate the injured and casualties. And Canada has supported the United Nations Declaration through the co-presidents of the Tokyo donors and for the development of Sri Lanka. This includes Norway, Japan, the United States and the European Union. The declaration seeks to avoid further civilian casualties and to put an end to human suffering and to find a fair and sustainable political solution.
On February 3rd, my officials called in the High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to Canada to emphasize Canada's concerns. Our officials in Colombo have been highly engaged on these troubling developments for many months, and in particular over these critical past 5 days. Our High Commissioner in Colombo has engaged the Sri Lankan leadership at the highest levels to register Canada's grave concern over the safety of civilians in both the safety zone and the LTTE-controlled area in general, and urged restraint in the conduct of military operations. As well, we have urged increased attempts to communicate with both civilians and the LTTE, encouraging the former to leave and the latter to surrender. We have argued further that every effort should be made to allow the ICRC, the United Nations, and international aid agencies to deliver humanitarian assistance, and that they be allowed to establish relief centres beyond the lines to provide support and relief to civilians to relocate to this area. Canada has stated that the government of Sri Lanka had unilaterally established the safe zone, had directed the ICRC, UN, and civilians to go there, and the government was therefore responsible for their safety, and it was unacceptable for the Sri Lankan army to be firing into the area even for counter-bombardment purposes. Our High Commissioner has and will continue to regularly meet and consult with the heads of mission of like-minded countries, in particular the co-chairs of the peace process, to concert our efforts for maximum effectiveness. Our High Commission has and will remain in regular contact with leaders of international organizations engaged in humanitarian relief operations in Sri Lanka to ensure we have the best possible understanding of the challenges being faced. Now, with respect to the humanitarian issues, Canada has repeatedly raised its concern about limitations on humanitarian access with the government of Sri Lanka. Canada has raised these concerns in concert with like-minded countries. Now, my senior officials raised these issues specifically in a bilateral meeting with the Sri Lankan Foreign Secretary in Ottawa in September of 2008. Canada will continue to voice our concerns at the highest levels to protect and provide safe passage of the IDPs. The humanitarian rights situation in Sri Lanka has been alarming for some time. There have been unlawful killings by government agents, politically motivated killings by paramilitary forces, and the LTTE disappearances, arbitrary arrests and detention of Tamils accused of being LTTE supporters, torture, restrictions on freedom of movement, and the recruitment of child soldiers by the LTTE. I'm out of time, Mr. Speaker? Okay. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I know that my honourable colleague will be able to complete these messages, but we are extremely concerned, Mr. Speaker, and simplement pour
And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure my colleagues that Canada is ready and willing to help the various parties to reach a solution and to turn the page on this tragic episode of Sri Lankan history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry to have to cut off the Honourable Minister, but his time has run out.
Agent Court on questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the Minister with great interest and great detail as he rhymed up figures and facts of what the government has done and what the government hasn't done. But I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, if you would answer one simple question. And it's very unfortunate that his counterpart is, I can't say if they're president or not, Mr. Speaker, but what has happened in Sri Lanka is a tragedy. And it's a tragedy that is shared by a lot of people. But there's a tragedy also to a particular element of our community in Canada. Canadians of Tamil descent are sponsoring their spouses from that part of the world. And in other ports or any other posts, it will take anywhere between 6 to 8 months. In Sri Lanka, it's taken up to 3 years for a spousal sponsorship.
Why?
They're asked to do more interviews. They're interviewed by CSIS. There's not enough personnel on the ground to make sure that these interviews are done and done quickly. So my question to the Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, is can he today in this House clarify for me, clarify for my constituents, and clarify to this House why is the Tamil population in Sri Lanka being singled out, and it takes up to 300 times as much to process an immigration file on a spousal, up to 3 years. I'm just wondering if the Minister can be away from his wife for 3 years, Mr. Speaker.
For Foreign Affairs.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. He indicates, of course, our grave and deep concern in terms of the tragedy that's taking place in that part of the world, and we we are, I think, as all parliamentarians here in this House, very supportive of those comments. Mr. Speaker, as for the latter part of his question, I would suggest that he raise the issue with my colleague, the Minister of Immigration. Who is the minister responsible for that file?
Question et commentaire. The Honourable
Questions and comments.
Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his comments. He said a couple of things that are worthy of repeating, and we haven't heard it from the government, so I'm glad to hear it, and that is the acknowledgement that this time last year, it was the government who broke off the actual truce that had been existing. And in fact, what we had just this past October is that it was the Tigers who asked for a suspension of violence and enter into some form of truce. And yet we have a government of Sri Lanka who is bent on an attrition of the Tigers. So we don't have someone here who's a fair-minded partner and trying to look for peace. So my question, Mr. Speaker, through you to the Minister, we're glad to hear that the government talked about a ceasefire. We're glad to see the aid. But we need to do more. We talked in this House tonight about using the Commonwealth as a vehicle and pushing our voice at the Commonwealth and isolating the government of Sri Lanka. And finally, to use our voice at the United Nations, to the General Assembly, to bring this to the Security Council. I'd like to know what he thinks about those ideas and whether this government's willing to act on them.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Let's be perfectly clear, Mr. Speaker, on this government's intention. We think that this issue is of the gravest concern to Canadians. We have indicated in the most strongest terms possible our position. That is why we've called for a ceasefire today. That is why we've called for a durable political peace in that area. And, Mr. Speaker, yes, if need be, we are working with like-minded countries. We will look at all of the options to be able to advance this file. We are very concerned, Mr. Speaker, by this file, and we will do what we believe is right. But we are doing it now in this sequence with those people who we are working with, of course, but we are doing it through the diplomatic channels, which are the channels that are appropriate at this time.
The Honourable Member for Nepean Carleton, a brief question.
Thank you, Speaker. I witnessed these tragedies with my own eyes and heard of them from my constituents, both Tamil and Sinhalese, and I join with the government in condemning the conduct of the Sri Lankan government. Its bombing of hospital, its firing into areas that it had designated as safe. Speaker, we all know that the Tigers are listed in this country, but they are all but defeated. Now is the time for the government of Sri Lanka to take responsibility for the safety of its civilian population. The Minister's comments would be welcome.
Minister, a brief response.
Very briefly, Mr. Speaker, my colleague has indicated full well, of course, the situation that's here. The Government of Canada, through my colleague, the Minister of International Cooperation, has put forward amounts of money to be able to come and help the civilian population. This is not the first time Canada is engaged in this, Mr. Speaker. We were there, we're doing it today, and certainly we'll be doing it tomorrow.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable
Resuming debate.
Bridges Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand in this House tonight and let Canadians know that this government is doing all that it can to help alleviate the suffering of those in Sri Lanka. We are all concerned with the civilian loss of life in Sri Lanka, and we welcome the opportunity to address this issue in tonight's emergency debate. As this House has heard this evening, 52 civilians have lost their life, have paid the ultimate price, and our hearts go out to the families and victims in this conflict. Over the course of the last 25 years, approximately 70,000 people have lost their lives in this terrible conflict. As a caring nation, we have worked with our partners on the international stage to do what we can. Although the light at the end of the tunnel seems distant, we know that all is not lost, and we continue to hope for a lasting peace. Mr. Speaker, others may attempt to play partisan politics, but this government will do everything in its power to ensure that those in need are taken care of. This government wants to ensure our aid is directed and focused. We want to make sure that we are showing compassion for the less fortunate. We will not stand idly by while those in need can be helped by our assistance. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, the Minister of International Cooperation announced that Canada will provide $3 million through the Canadian International Development Agency for life-saving humanitarian aid to those people living in the conflict zone. This was a welcome announcement by the international community. The Minister reinforced Canada's commitment to assist in meeting the immediate needs of Sri Lankan people as they face this hour of need. Our aid will be delivered by the Red Cross, Oxfam Canada, Médecins Sans Frontières, World Vision, and Care Canada. All of these organizations are known to Canadians and have staff on the ground in Sri Lanka. As our nation turns its eyes on this conflict tonight, I am pleased to inform members that this assistance announced earlier today will go a long way in alleviating the pain and suffering of those on the ground in Sri Lanka. While many nations have addressed the immediate devastation, this is not the first time Canada has come to the aid of those living in Sri Lanka. In 2008, this government provided almost $3 million in humanitarian assistance, including $1.5 million for the food aid program through the World Food Program. As many of you know, the World Food Program has an impeccable record when it comes to helping those in suffering in developing countries. The aid we sent last year provided desperately needed food rations for approximately 850,000 people. Since 1983 and the beginning of the Civil War in Sri Lanka, Canada's aid program has focused on addressing the root causes and effects of the war through projects to support good governance and human rights, gender equality, and economic well-being. We have highlighted employment for youth and members of disadvantaged groups. Following the tsunami, CEDA created the Sri Lanka Tsunami Reconstruction Strategy to guide its assistance toward reconstruction efforts. That effort was extremely successful and had a huge impact on the lives of the people in Sri Lanka. Mr. Speaker, humanitarian work is never easy, but the devastation caused by this natural disaster destroyed roads and made the delivery of assistance even more difficult. For Canadians, it is hard to imagine, but close to half the population in Sri Lanka live on less than $2 a day. Together with the international community, this government is committed to helping to restore these communities and the livelihoods of those who live there. This House should know that CEDA is working to address the root causes of the conflict and the circumstances that these people find on a daily basis. We continue to work with the Sri Lankan civil society and focus on economic well-being of the individual. Our commitment to greater aid effectiveness includes reducing administrative overhead and constantly benchmarking ourselves against international best practices. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Minister's announcement last year that Canada will completely untie aid will go a long way in achieving these goals. Canadians can be proud of the work that CEDA and this government is doing on the ground in Sri Lanka, and for that matter, Mr. Speaker, around the world. As Sri Lanka celebrates its independence today, we as Canadians can know that we are truly making a difference. The assistance this government provided will help feed young children displaced by the conflict. It will help provide water for those who do not have any. It will go toward the elderly and the sick, providing much-needed medicine. I know that some of the opposition parties have been critical in the past, but I would hope that tonight they would be willing to stand united with the government as we work to help those in need. This government believes that the primary test for aid effectiveness must be striving for real outcomes, for real results, and making a real difference. Canada is committed to making our international assistance focused, effective, and accountable. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we are monitoring the situation in Sri Lanka very closely. Both the Minister of International Cooperation and the Minister of Foreign Affairs are working to help those a half world away because, Mr. Speaker, that is the Canadian way. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, like many of my colleagues, have the honour to have many Tamil constituents. Like my colleagues, I have heard many heart-wrenching accounts of the suffering of my constituents and their relatives as a consequence of this war. And we on this side of the House have for weeks and for months implored the government to speak out and to take action. And, Mr. Speaker, I think the lateness of the action will forgive us for thinking this may be too little too late on the part of the government. But I asked my colleague to prove me wrong. I asked him to prove the seriousness of the government's efforts at this late hour by answering one very concrete and specific question. How is it that the government proposes to ensure that the aid that they are committing to today actually gets to the people who need it? In the face of all the evidence suggesting that this has not been possible for so long, what specific measures is this government going to take to ensure that this new aid commitment actually reaches the people who need it?
The honourable member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I outlined in my speech, our aid will be distributed through agencies that have a proven record and that have people on the ground and are successful in getting aid to the people and to the areas that most need the aid. Mr. Speaker, I'm extraordinarily proud of the fact that I come from a riding that has a very large Sri Lankan Tamil Canadian population. I have a riding where two Tamil Canadian business people took a failed business, turned it around and made it a success through hard work, determination, and ultimately they have become great members of this community, Mr. Speaker. And they came to me and they said, Paul, please, we have to do something. So I'm very, very proud that the minister announced today that we would be providing essential aid and that the aid would be distributed through agencies, as I mentioned earlier, that have a proven track record in distributing aid. Oxfam, Médecins Sans Frontières, these are agencies that have a record of getting the job done, and I'm proud of the fact that our government has taken the step to make sure that the people of Sri Lanka who are suffering will get the aid that they deserve, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say to Paul as well, just to pick up what my colleague from Scarborough Agincourt talked about earlier, and I'm not going to get into the data, the stats, etc., but given these unusual circumstances, difficult circumstances, and the great delays in terms of trying to connect loved ones, family members, children, wives, etc., would this member consider going to the Minister of Immigration and saying, can we expedite, look at some of these files, if need be, Mr. Speaker, maybe send some additional staff for the time being on legitimate applications that have been in process and expedite them so that we can get these loved ones. Because some time ago, Mr. Speaker, you remember in the Yugoslavia conflict, we had allowed, Canada did, for immigrants to just come over to stay with their loved ones or even on their own until the dust kind of settled down. And most of them went back anyway. Some of them stayed with their loved ones. So here's one way where we can help alleviate this problem. Will you consider doing that?
The honourable member for Oak Ridges, Markham.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. Let me say that tonight's debate is about a very serious conflict happening in Sri Lanka. The galleries are filled with people who have family and who are suffering or are concerned. Tonight is about those people, Mr. Speaker. It's about the hard-working, law-abiding Canadian Tamils who have come to this country over the last 25 years, have built a better life, and who have concern with what's happening in their homeland, Mr. Speaker. I am here on behalf of the people of Oak Ridges, Markham, to tell that story, to tell the story of all of those people who have come to this country, have created a better life, and are pillars of the community, Mr. Speaker. Since 1983, 250,000 Tamils have come to Canada and have become an incredibly important part of our community. Our community of Oak Ridges, Markham is richer for it, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome even more Tamil Canadians. They are an incredible part of our community. They're strong, hard-working people. And I say to them, the government of Canada will do everything in its power to make sure that your families, your friends, your relations are safe. That's our commitment. We are not going to play politics with this. We are going to work for you to get the job done. That's the commitment I make to you. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased this evening to speak in this emergency debate on the issue of the Sri Lankan crisis. We know today that there is an intolerable situation In Sri Lanka, the position of the Bloc Québécois is that sustainable solutions can only be achieved through a peaceful means. We believe that the only means to achieve a sustainable solution is through negotiating peace. The Canadian government must pay special attention to Sri Lanka. We know that at present, the situation in that country has become uncontrollable, and combats have intensified and threatened the lives of many civilians. None of the two parties want to put an end to the confrontations at present. The United Nations has called for an immediate ceasefire in order to evacuate the civilians who are threatened. That ceasefire must be called for immediately, and Canada has a responsibility in that regard. The ceasefire will allow civilians to have greater security within Sri Lanka. A number of international organizations would be ready to help those civilians. But at present, the situation and the danger in Sri Lanka does not allow those organizations to reach the areas that have been threatened. We know that those zones have been hit and thousands of people have died. It is assessed that over 60,000 people have died and tens of thousands of people have disappeared. This is a human tragedy, Mr. Speaker. As well, we know that organizations have recruited child soldiers. There have been political assassinations in Sri Lanka and a number of kidnappings. The Conservative government announced in 2006 that it would list the LTTE as a terrorist organization, and their assets have been seized and frozen. Since the restart of the hostilities, as I said earlier, there have been thousands of deaths among the Tamil population. We also know that those people are mostly civilians. The UN and the Red Cross estimate that there are 250,000 civilians who are found in between the two parties. Tens of thousands of civilians have been found without any shelter and have been displaced on the Sri Lankan territory. A majority of those civilians are found between the Sri Lankan army and the Tamil rebels. They are trying to leave to more safer zones, but we know it is very difficult for them to get around in those areas. According to the estimates provided by the International Committee of the Red Cross, only half of the population was able to find a shelter in so-called safe zones. We know that those safe zones are not large enough to welcome the entire populations that would require them. Between 10 and 15,000 families are presently established where there is no potable water. And that is an intolerable situation which we must decry. The Secretary General of the UN has expressed his worry with regard to the humanitarian situation in Sri Lanka. We know that a number of civilians have been caught between the various factions. The first priority of Canada is to unite its voice with that of the UN and to give priority to humanitarian aid for this Sri Lankan civilian population. The Secretary General is calling for both parties to respect safe zones in order for relief aid to reach targeted civilians. According to the various human rights coordinators, there are up to 250,000 displaced persons in those areas. A number of those civilians have been displaced between 10 and 15 times in the past year. That is intolerable, Mr. Speaker. That leads to insecurity, and this situation should not continue. Because of those many displacements and the hygiene conditions are deteriorating for those people. Presently, there have yet to be any epidemics. However, there are enormous risks. We must therefore combat those potential epidemics in situations that we see today. It isn't normal that it take more than 1 week for humanitarian aid to reach civilian populations. This situation is unbearable for the Sri Lankan population. I would like to end by uniting my voice to that of my colleague from Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, who earlier explained the situation in Sri Lanka. I will not repeat what my colleague said earlier, but I would like to add my voice to his and to say that the situation is very dangerous, and in terms of humanitarian effort, Canada must absolutely unite its voice with that of the UN to put pressure on both sides. And we know that the only way for Sri Lankans to live in safety is to see peace return to their country and to have a ceasefire and to live in safe zones and to live in a peaceful country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Député d'Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa, Nepean Carleton. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her comments.
Sri Lanka some years ago, I traveled to the south in Galle and then later to the north in Jaffna, and I did notice a dramatic distinction in the distribution of aid. It was clear to me that Tamil regions were receiving less aid than were Sinhalese. The government was doing its best, it appeared to me, to favor one group over another in the post-tsunami period. Now, it was unfortunate that the previous government in this country didn't do more to scrutinize the dollars that went to Sri Lanka during and after the tsunami period. I did implore them at the time to do so, but there was not the political will in that Liberal government to act. Speaker, the point I make in all of this is that it is incumbent upon us to ensure that this $3 million actually reach the people in need, the Tamils who are suffering in those regions. And I wonder if the honourable colleague would have suggestions on how we can better scrutinize those dollars to ensure they reach their recipients and they relieve the pain and suffering of these victimized peoples rather than either being wasted, not being spent at all, or being diverted to unworthy causes. Thank you.
L'Honorable Député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. You started by saying that you visited Sri Lanka a number of years ago. The situation has deteriorated over the past few months and the past year. The situation today is far different than a few years ago. But to respond to your question, humanitarian assistance must be provided by international organizations whose reputation is sound. Those organizations act in good faith, and it is their responsibility to have the aid reach the recipients. There needs to be a ceasefire to allow those organizations to reach those areas in order to distribute the international aid which must be distributed, Mr. Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you, but my comments would be to address something that was said not by my colleague from the bloc, but my colleague from Ottawa Vanier. He said that he visited Sri Lanka and he noticed that the Tamil area was getting more aid than the Sinhalese area. Now, either I wasn't there at the same time he was there, or he was there probably having smoked some bad dope, or probably drunk. Because, Mr. Speaker, on January the 9th of 2005, when I arrived at Point Pedro after the tsunami, this is the most northern part of Sri Lanka, I've seen, and if my colleague wants to, he can visit my website, it's point blank. I've seen the army having gathered whatever remnants they had from the tsunami, the houses that were broken up, and made a shack so they can stay overnight. I've seen a country that the Sinhalese government certainly didn't care. So I'm not sure if we visited the same country or my colleague was there in virtual reality having probably smoked some bad dope. I would say to him to check his figures again.
Is that permitted?
I'm not sure. Point of order, Government Whip.
From Scarborough Agincourt is referring to one of our members as smoking dope. And I want an apology from him right now.
Mr. Speaker, if that's unparliamentary, I do apologize.
The chair recognizes the member from Scarborough Agincourt.
If that's unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker, I certainly apologize, but that's for you to rule. However, having the member from Nepean Carleton having made those comments that the South was getting less aid from the North, certainly he must have been on the verge of really being drunk.
The honourable member from Nepean Carleton.
The member first mistaken me for the member for Vanier, who is a colleague that sits near him. I don't know if he was disoriented when he did that, but that being said, he also mistakenly heard me. He claims that he heard me say that the South had been and that the Sinhalese populations had not received their fair share. In fact, what I said in my comments was exactly the opposite. I was saying that the Tamil community was clearly not receiving a fair distribution of aid. I hope that that will help clarify for the honourable member and allow him to compose himself so that we can get on with the debate. Thank you.
The member from Scarborough Agincourt was initially recognized to ask a question to the member who had been speaking previously. So I'd like to give the opportunity to the member from Saint Hyacinthe Bagot to comment, if she wishes to.
Well, listen, I've just witnessed an exchange between my two colleagues, but to respond to the question, I do not want to know who 3 or 4 years ago, what the situation was 3 or 4 years ago. We're discussing the current situation. And I do not think it will help either the Sri Lankans or their families here in Canada who are listening to us tonight to bring the debate back to things that occurred 4 years ago. Tonight we are here to discuss what kind of immediate assistance we can provide, and I would like us to keep the debate to the present. The question is, what will the government do today to help Sri Lankans to come out of that dangerous situation? And I think that what was done 4 years ago, I deplore it, of course, but I find that right now the government should not shirk its responsibilities today for what happened over 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
And I'm glad that the member from the bloc was able to bring us back to the debate and what we're here to debate tonight. And I guess I would like to know from her experience is a unique one herself, from her roots and knowing what it's like to have to come from and having some connection to a country that was unstable and at war. So I appreciate her perspective. My question, Mr. Speaker, we talked about you know, the $3 million is fine, and we're glad that the government has talked about a ceasefire, but it's how we get there. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to her is we've been talking tonight a little bit about other ways to push that through the Commonwealth, but also through the United Nations. And I would like her comment. You know, we've had today an instance where cluster bombs are being used, something that we abhor, we've signed a treaty against. You know, it's time the world community does something. I'm wondering what she thinks about us using the United Nations as a forum through the General Assembly to push the Security Council to take action to push for a ceasefire, and what she thinks about that idea.
L'honorable député de... The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, what will be important is when the Conservative government will take a commitment, it respect it, because on a number of occasions, since the Conservatives are in power, Canada has made international commitments which it has not met. And in the current case, it isn't enough to make demands or say that we will bring $3 million in assistance, but there needs to be a firm position and to say that we Canadians are asking that there be a ceasefire, and we will also be proactive, not only in terms of assistance, but also in the demands that we will be making in order to ensure that there be a true ceasefire or positive developments in Sri Lanka. And that commitment will be taken seriously in the international community if, as I said earlier, the Conservative government, when it makes a commitment, respects it, and that way Canada will increase its credibility internationally. Because when Canadians make a commitment, people will know that they meet their commitments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Saskatoon-Wanuskea.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The debate, and the very important debate that we're engaged in here this evening, is more than just a remote situation for many of us around this House, because we have friends, people that we know well, individuals that we have come to appreciate over the course of the last number of years in the Tamil community and the Sinhalese community as well. One of my good friends is an individual in the community of Ottawa here who has a Tamil father and a Sinhalese mother, an individual I have come to quite appreciate, and as he has related to me some of the turmoil and some of the difficulties in that situation there in Sri Lanka. And so one's heart goes out for that, and I think in some sense that marriage situation, Tamil father, a Sinhalese mother, is almost a microcosm of what we would hope to have for that country in terms of bringing people groups together, different people of background there. Canada has stated clearly its view. The minister is on the record with that tonight here, and states its view on the way forward in respect to peace in Sri Lanka. And we believe that conflict will not be ended on the battlefield, but through political accommodation. This government has repeatedly called on the government of Sri Lanka to show leadership and to create those necessary conditions for peace and to move forward with the tabling of further details for meaningful power-sharing agreements that will be acceptable to all communities, to all concerned. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs stated on January 28th, he said, and I quote, "Recent developments underline the urgent need for progress toward a meaningful and durable political solution. And given Canada's long-standing experience in dealing with pluralism and federal governance, we believe that Canada is well positioned to assist the people of Sri Lanka to arrive at a political solution when the fighting stops. Canada has that experience across a vast stretch of country in our federal system with provinces with a certain degree of autonomy. Pluralism is one of Canada's foundational values, and it's based on the recognition that our diversity is actually a source of strength, and that every individual and community has an equal voice and can and should use that voice to participate as a full member of society. The Prime Minister, our Prime Minister, has noted that throughout our history, the accommodation of minorities, regional, ethnic, linguistic, religious, has been, in fact, very critical to Canada's overall health as a country. Our government considers diversity to be actually one of Canada's greatest strengths. It's our gift to the world in some sense. We can share that example, that model that we have here in terms of a model, an example that can be followed elsewhere in the world. Playing an active role in the political settlement would indeed build on past Canadian initiative in Sri Lanka. Indeed, the honourable member from Toronto Centre, in his past work as the chairman of the Forum of Federations, when he was out of politics for a while there, was a key part of Canada's contribution to facilitating power-sharing discussions between the government of Sri Lanka and the LTTE in 2002 and 2003. More recently, in March 2008, some here might be aware of that, Canada organized a regional conference in Colombo, the capital of Sri Lanka, a conference on pluralism in South Asia with a specific focus on minority integration and participation in government and civil society. And that event included participation from the government of Sri Lanka. So it's very clear, I think people from all sides of the House would agree that the only path to a durable and a peaceful solution in Sri Lanka is a political settlement that respects the equality of all Sri Lankans and is acceptable to all communities. So Canada stands ready to assist, ready to help in any way they can. Our parliamentary secretary who sits here, our minister as well, to assist the parties to arrive at that kind of a solution and to turn the page on this very tragic chapter in Sri Lankan history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask the honourable member, since the government has finally come to the conclusion that political accommodation or political dialogue is what's needed, since this was not something that we'd heard before, not for a long time anyway, and I'm glad to hear that. But I wondered, given the fact that we are at that stage now, Mr. Speaker, I would want to know from the honourable member what the government is doing to get its message through to the government of Sri Lanka in terms of, and to the LTT for that matter, but the government of Sri Lanka to try and get that result, to have a ceasefire and then to have a discussion to talk about a different solution. What has our High Commissioner in Sri Lanka, if someone has consulted with her, what is she advising Canadians? What is she advising the government in terms of the plan that she might be suggesting, given her knowledge of the area and first-hand knowledge of the situation? Does the Minister for Foreign Affairs, for instance, intend to visit or travel to Sri Lanka anytime soon? That would be helpful. I would think, given the situation there, that should have happened already. But I would hope that would be happening sometime soon. And finally, Mr. Speaker, will the government be consulting the Canadians of Sri Lankan origin to involve the Canada's diaspora in the discussion in terms of what their role might be in this, and also to seek advice and consult them on their ideas? I wondered if all of these are in the works and if the government intends to act on any of them.
The honourable member from Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Probably starting at the last and working my way up in response to the questions that the honourable member, good questions that the honourable member put forward there. But I do know that the minister, the parliamentary secretary, have listened and heard submissions, conversations from different ones of us over the course of the last several years, but in particular measure over the last number of weeks here. As we have had the contacts, probably from members across the way, possibly the member herself, I know as well. And I'm sure that those conversations will continue on, and that input will be more than welcomed as that comes through the, as you say, the diaspora in our own country here, as that is fed through members of Parliament back to the Foreign Affairs Minister and the Department there. And I do know, and the Minister is on the record this evening already as having stated that at the very highest of levels, through our High Commissioner there, especially engaged in these last number of days, and our government, as I understand it, is more than ready to continue that process of engagement and doing what we can to offer our assistance and the particular unique perspective that we bring. And I believe that those high-level discussions at all levels, through the international forums as well, will take place in the days ahead. hopefully to get the kind of resolve that members on all sides of the House and all parties desire for that very tragic situation in Sri Lanka.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my friend carefully, and I'm just wondering if everything the government is putting forward and everything that they're saying they're going to do and the aid they're going to send, if the government of Sri Lanka does not cooperate and move in a positive and fashion, would my colleague ask his parliamentary colleague, the parliamentary secretary that's sitting beside him, or even the minister in their caucus, that we consider setting a precedence by recalling our Canadian High Commissioner so other countries can follow, so there's a clear message that goes to Sri Lanka, as it went to South Africa under a conservative government in 1992, that the world was certainly not going to take this anymore, and when we started doing this, the government of South Africa at that time moved. So I'm just wondering if they would find it in their heart that we should also move in the same fashion, or is these just words of platitude that we're using?
The Honourable Member from Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
I think the Minister is very clearly on the record this evening. Some of the other speeches that were given as well indicate very clearly, and from my personal conversations, I would know that that these members at the levels that they're carrying on those discussions, our Foreign Affairs Minister, our Parliamentary Secretary, want to keep all those channels open with both parties in order to be most helpful and most constructive in this particular serious stage of things. I think it's rather crucial that they be talking to all the players over there, be engaging with all of those and both parties, particularly in this very terrible conflict that's gone on far too long. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Seeing none, resuming debate. The Honourable Member from Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I go on with my part of the debate, I just want to inform you that I will be splitting my time with the members from Etobicoke North, Don Valley West, and Etobicoke Centre. Mr. Speaker, as I've had the opportunity to participate in this emergency debate on the unfortunate circumstance of what's happening in Sri Lanka, earlier today I welcomed here in Ottawa a group of students from my riding from a school called Precious Blood. And this was while the people were out there demonstrating, in a positive way I use that word, to express their concern and their message. And the students asked me what is going on outside. And I did explain to them, Mr. Speaker, that a group from across Canada are here to demonstrate with respect to what is happening in their former homeland, Sri Lanka, and a bit of the circumstances. And you would be surprised, Mr. Speaker, they were so attentive and they wanted to know and hear. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, looking at the mosaic that was before me of representation from the school, that there had to be some students from the respective community as well. And I think they were pleased that I was leaving the reception to go and add my voice to the many colleagues that were out there earlier today. Mr. Speaker, throughout this debate, we've heard from a historical perspective what has happened, unfortunately, in the decades past, the thousands and thousands of innocent lives that have been lost, from parliamentarians to young boys and girls, young men and women, seniors and what have you, society that is not able to progress. The humanitarian tragedy that is unfolding today is unfortunate. And, you know, I think we can go as far as using the word that is now permitted to be used, called genocide in some way, of what is happening, or ethnic cleansing, Mr. Speaker. But as I followed some of the data, we are all aware that organizations or groups such as the European Community, along with the UK, Mr. Speaker, countries such as Norway, Switzerland, the United States, Canada has expressed their concern of what is happening. And it's odd that all these prominent, powerful nations have made these statements and it's going nowhere. And it prompted me, Mr. Speaker, to go back and remember, and I took the quote out of what was said, because earlier they talked about UN declarations and UN declarations. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote for the record what Javier Solana said in October 15, 1998, here in this Honourable House, when we had a session between the joint session with the House of Commons and the Senate. And he said, and I quote, he was then the NATO Secretary General, quote, "The solution to the problem is not in signing papers. It is in compliance." I think this is the frustration, is that bodies such as the UN, which I believe today their credibility is on the line, they could sit around those wonderful chambers and bring forth resolutions. And then these conflicts, wherever they are unfolding, today in Sri Lanka, people are saying, well, you know, there was a resolution. Why isn't it being complied with? Why isn't it being carried out? And as a result, the conflict, Mr. Speaker, escalates. So I believe what has to happen, in my humble opinion, is a way to enforce these resolutions, have these nations comply with the resolutions by things such as was mentioned earlier by several colleagues, you know, as was done by the previous Mulroney government, mentioned earlier by the member from Scarborough Agincourt. Mr. Speaker, I've had the Congress, the Canadian Tamil Congress, visit me in my office, and we talked about how do we approach this, and we talked about petitions, and there have been petitions that have been presented and waiting for accreditation so that we can present them to express the views. But one interesting thing that came up earlier, and I asked the member from Oak Ridge's Markham if he would take this to his minister, the Minister of Immigration, or even their whole caucus. In a time like this, with great difficulty, where loved ones are being, you know, killed, when they are being thrown out of their homes, out of their villages, out of their towns, and they have nowhere to go. And maybe there's even an application for them to come in and move over with their loved ones. I remember during the Yugoslavia conflict, we here in Canada opened our doors and allowed, I don't know how many thousands of people to come over temporarily to get out of that conflict. They stayed with their relatives. Some of them stayed in Canada. Some of them went back. And I said to myself, listening to this debate, okay, we talk about resolutions and everything, but what a unique opportunity, Mr. Speaker, 20 seconds, what a unique opportunity if the government side today could say to our immigration officers over there, all these applications that are in there, how do we look at them? How do we reunite them or unite them, Mr. Speaker, with their families here in Canada? It would be a unique opportunity to maybe alleviate some of the pain, as one suggestion. I know we're limited for time, Mr. Speaker. My time is up, and that's all I could add in those few short moments. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've noticed my colleagues speak about reunification of families and moving families faster. I just want to ask my colleague the question. After tsunami, there was a protocol set by the Liberal government then that family class applications, those that have passed a medical and police clearance, were to be fast-tracked and brought to Canada. I remember being in Colombo at the time when the Prime Minister visited, and there was an extra 13 officers that were there in order to expedite the cases of families. But right now, Mr. Speaker, it's quite the opposite. If you're a Tamil, forget it. It takes 3 years. And I'm just wondering if my colleague will agree with me, and if you want to shed a little bit more light as to how he thinks that we can either put more personnel there in order to move these files and get the people out of the war zone to be with their loved ones in Canada.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague and neighbour from Scarborough Agincourt. I think it's so important, and as I said, Mr. Speaker, it's not something that just came to me in listening to this debate, because it's a multifaceted problem that we're dealing with. Yes, it's ceasefire. Yes, it's human rights. Yes, it's getting medical supplies to them, food, clean water. It's everything, Mr. Speaker. But along with that, for a moment, we could have we have a unique opportunity for this government or us as a country could say, let's send over, 10 workers if that's what is needed. I don't know how much staff would be required, but let's assume it's 10. Let's send 10 people over right now from our department that can look at these files, advance these files as quickly as possible, and get these families members here where there's already an application. I'm referring to where there's already applications in the pipeline, Mr. Speaker. And I think that would be, number one, a very positive signal to the communities that are here in our country, where, Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity and the honor over the past 15 years that I've been elected to meet a good number of members in the community. I've seen their young ones grow from 10-year-old pups to university students today. Part of, I remember my friend Logan Pathy, who is a city councillor today in Markham, for example. And, he came here as a refugee. And today he's a very successful businessman, a city councillor. His wife is a doctor offering services to all Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, this community has added to the wonderful mosaic that we call Canada. Maybe we can do that by bringing their loved ones over here as quickly as we can.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, over 50 years ago, an outstanding and remarkable Canadian, Lester Pearson, was honoured with the 1957 Nobel Peace Prize for his perseverance, success, vision, and wisdom in creating a peacekeeping mission and the blueprint for the United Nations' now well-recognized role in peacekeeping and peace building. Pearson was a tough advocate and firmly believed that Canada had a responsibility to actively participate in any international activity to end ongoing conflict. Throughout his career, Pearson demonstrated two characteristics: undeviating stability and dynamic responsiveness. Mr. Speaker, because of these two characteristics, Pearson was an effective supporter for peaceful resolutions to several major international crises, from the Korean War to the Cyprus crisis, and Canada emerged with distinction. Civil wars raged in Sri Lanka for 37 years, and throughout the period, both sides have been accused of serious human rights violation. I absolutely and strongly believe that terrorism is unacceptable, no matter who commits it, no matter what the reason. Mr. Speaker, but now is the time for dynamic responsiveness. A major humanitarian crisis is unfolding in northern Sri Lanka, with 250,000 unprotected civilians trapped in the crossfire between government troops and rebel forces. The United Nations report that several hundred civilians have been killed since the beginning of the year, and last week more than 300 patients and staff was forced to flee a hospital in the Tamil area after it came under shelling. For over a week, my constituency office and my riding office have been inundated by members of the Canadian Tamil community. I have held grown men in my arms while they sobbed, listened to young women recount tales of rape, and prayed with families. Mr. Speaker, my community writes, "My aunt's uncle is trapped inside the war zone. We haven't heard from them for months. We are devastated. Please stop this genocide. I cry every night at the thought of the number of children that die and get raped. Why won't the international community listen to our children? I cannot go home because I am unable to handle how my mother cries every night because she hasn't heard from her family in weeks. I have no words to make her feel better. I have 3 uncles and their families in Sri Lanka, and we have lost all communication with them. When people's lives are threatened, we have a moral obligation to alleviate their suffering. I cannot imagine the terror of not knowing where one of my family members might be, let alone 100 members, as one of my community members reported, or the tragic confirmation of their deaths. I know how Canada and our whole country grieves when one person goes missing, and how the international community mourns when a child goes missing. Where is the mourning when a hospital is bombed and children killed? Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians must take, as Pearson did through history, a leadership role in the intensifying crisis. We must push for a humanitarian ceasefire and for independent monitors to ensure it is respected. We must send more humanitarian aid and ensure that it reaches those who need it most, and must ensure the protection of life.
Questions and comments? Seeing none, resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke North. Oh, she was, pardon me, my mistake. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege and an honor to be here tonight, and I come with a heavy heart. I'm very aware of the gallery being filled tonight. I'm aware that people have come here with hopes and dreams, with pain and with challenges, and I am very pleased to see them. I'm also very keenly aware there are members from my riding of Don Valley West here tonight, and I thank them for their fierce patience and their persistence and the honor that they have brought to this place today. They have brought their stories with them as well, stories of brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles, cousins, relatives who have become displaced, become lost, or have been killed. And they are asking for us as parliamentarians in Canada to do the right thing, to tell their stories again and again so that they may be heard, so the world may change. This conflict has gone on for really over 3 decades, and over 70,000 people, mostly Tamils, have been killed. And so we take this time in remembrance of them and also with the commitment to do something different about life. As Canadians, we pride ourselves on standing for justice in the world. We pride ourselves on speaking when others stay silent. But most of all, we pride ourselves for fighting for the ability to right the wrongs that we see in the worldwide community. We have a noble tradition, as the member for Etobicoke North was saying, in our world to bring about peace and to talk about peace. That reputation is sorely at risk if the Conservative government fails to stand up for our sisters and brothers half a globe away. The Canadian government has an obligation to the global community, to the Tamil citizens, all citizens of Sri Lanka, and to Tamils living in Canada. They number over 200,000, and they have the right to speak up and be heard in this country as they fully participate as Canadian citizens here. While it's thousands of kilometers away from where we gather tonight, a genocide is occurring, and the global community must take action. Most importantly, our Conservative government here, which has been silent far too long, has to take further steps than even those announced today. Up until today, there have been no calls for mediation, no calls for humanitarian assistance, and most importantly, no calls for a ceasefire or a way out of this conflict. Every day, the toll of this conflict is rising, and its effect on future generations is flying out of control. Tens of thousands dead, towns and villages destroyed, hundreds of thousands of people made homeless in this long conflict. And despite these ongoing tragedies, the crisis remains largely invisible to the Western world. The press gallery is not full tonight, and we will have an ongoing responsibility to take this message to the world, and we on this side of the House are committed to doing that, not only tonight, not only yesterday, tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after. Of course, all sides of this conflict have used violence and have experienced suffering. And I'll never condone the use of child soldiers or of suicide bombings, and know that both forces have used these instruments. It's inexcusable, and we do not support them nor condone them. But this growing crisis has disproportionately affected the minority Tamil population in the northern and northeastern parts of the island. Constant shelling of civilian areas, disappearance of community leaders, journalists killed and lost, long-term detentions without trials, incidents of torture, and the increased deprivation of the country through the government's hindrance of food aid, water, and medicine delivery happen day after day. Our Canadian government has announced $3 million in aid, and it is simply A, not enough, nor B, is there any possibility that we can have a guarantee that it will be delivered. The agencies listed by the ministers tonight simply are not in the area. They're not, as the ministers say, on the ground. They're not able to deliver the aid. The government needs to call for a UN envoy to be a witness for peace, a witness for justice, and a witness for ongoing settlement to the solution. It is a half measure at best that this government has done. We are glad that they are acting. They need to act further. We on this side of the House will have a concerted effort. We will stand with our friends. We will continually remind them of our responsibility, and we will continue to keep them in our prayers. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Seeing none, the honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I address not only our fellow parliamentarians in this House of Commons, I wish to address our fellow Canadians of Tamil descent who've gathered on the Hill here today, and in fact Tamil Canadians from across our great country who are watching this historic emergency debate. Our Tamil Canadian brothers and sisters, I feel tremendous empathy for you. You see, like many of you, I'm the child of political refugees to this country. Many of my parents and grandparents, family members, and loved ones were killed, often in the most brutal of ways in their struggle for a free and independent Ukraine. Freedom and independence are sought when continuing injustices take place. This has been the historic struggle of many peoples, many nations. In the past century, tens of millions of lives have been lost to ethnic intolerances, ethnic hatreds, ethnic cleansings, and genocides. And yet humanity seems not to learn from these tragic lessons. For decades now, Tamils in Sri Lanka have struggled with intolerance and injustice. In the resulting frustrating and horrific violence, tens of thousands of innocent Tamils, as well as Sinhalese and Muslims, have been killed. How many of the anguished Tamil Canadians who gather here today before the Peace Tower have lost loved ones, lost friends? Just over a year ago, along with many of you, we mourned the assassination, the loss of Tamil Selvan. Tamil Selvan embodied Tamil aspirations. He was a soldier who became a peace negotiator. Despite having borne witness to decades of horror, he laid down his gun in the search for peace. His targeted assassination, the assassination of a peace negotiator by the Sri Lankan government, began a well-planned-out descent into the horrors of war. At the time, I condemned the assassination, stated the following at the November 5, 2007 memorial for Tamil Selvan, and I quote, "Sri Lanka stands at the edge of a precipice with the potential to descend into a new hell. How many thousands more to be victimized to satiate the hatred in people's souls? How many more women and men, brothers and sisters, children are to be sacrificed on the altar of war?" Mr. Speaker, these were the words of warning I spoke over a year ago. Yet the Conservative government was deaf to these warnings, deaf to the pleadings and anguish of thousands of Tamil Canadians. A year ago, Tamil Sri Lanka's infants, children, men and women were on the precipice. In these last weeks, they've been pushed off the ledge and find themselves in the midst of the horror, in the midst of the hell of war. Meanwhile, our Prime Minister has been silent for over a year, and I note he hasn't been here for the debates this evening. Has he even taken the time to look at the picture?
The member is an experienced parliamentarian, and he knows that it's inappropriate to refer to members who are or not here.
Thank you. Has he even taken the time to look at the pictures of the dead and dying civilians? Thousands of our Canadian brothers and sisters of Tamil ancestry, as well as all Canadians who believe in Canada's legacy of peacekeeping and patient diplomacy, call on our Prime Minister to help re-establish an international ceasefire, to actively engage our diplomats in Sri Lanka, the Commonwealth, and the UN to restart peace negotiations, and not to dedicate substantive resources and not a symbolic $3 million or the equivalent of $10 for each of the 300,000 herded, internally displaced refugees, so as to provide desperately needed medical and humanitarian aid. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I once again turn to our fellow Tamil Canadian brothers and sisters. Many of you have lost family members, have lost loved ones. In their honour, let us commit ourselves to putting an end to the anguished cries that have emanated from the island of Sri Lanka for decades, and imagine instead what today seems impossible, an island paradise of smiling peoples, of smiling children. Mr. Speaker, Canada can, Canada must play a role in bringing an end to the horrors of this war. Canada can, Canada must be at the forefront in bringing about the peace. Umkal udaya tesam tukum makalekum amaiti uruvahatum.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've been talking among ourselves, and we've heard from our constituents all this week, and certainly there's more people that want to voice their concern and speak to us. So I, for one, would love to hear from them, and you know, there's the lobby that they can certainly call. That number 613-996-7441. I'd love to hear from them, and make them part of this debate for the next hour and a half that we're going to be here. So I'm sure that my colleague will certainly want me to repeat this number, which is 613-996-7441. Call us. Tell us what you think. Speak to the ministers. Speak to the members of Parliament. Tell us what you think we should do.
The Honourable Member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yes, of course, I would like to thank my honourable member, not just for his interjection, but for his continuous work for many years on this particular file. And I'd once again like to encourage all of our colleagues on the opposite benches, on the government benches, to take the time to speak with their constituents, to speak with the thousands of Tamil Canadians that they represent, so they understand the anguish, the horror of what's taking place in Sri Lanka. And I'm sure once they speak with Tamil Canadians about the current situation, they'll find it within their hearts to speak with the Prime Minister, with their colleague, to convince him that we must do more, that we must engage our diplomats, have them engage their colleagues in the Commonwealth, at the UN, and that we must do more than the $3 million that were announced today. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying Vanikam to all those Tamil Canadians, the largest diaspora in the world that are watching tonight on television, on CPAC, present here in the gallery. Mr. Speaker, for those Tamil Canadians, this is not some sort of academic debate. This is not a place where words are going to heal the wounds that exist. This debate for Tamil Canadians, those that have relatives, family, friends, who are currently in a situation that is deplorable in its magnitude and frightening in the intensity and its impact on individuals. Those Tamil Canadians are not part of an academic debate, but part of a real tragedy that is unfolding right now as we speak. Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to do everything in our power to help change that situation so that those loved ones, those people living in northern Sri Lanka, are given the relief that they so richly deserve and warrant. Mr. Speaker, it's for those reasons that the member from Toronto Danforth, the leader of the New Democratic Party, stood in this House a few hours ago and requested the Speaker of the House of Commons this emergency debate. It's for that reason, Mr. Speaker, that the New Democratic Party caucus has been pressing the government to take action. Today there was an announcement, Mr. Speaker, a first step, perhaps a down payment of $3 million in humanitarian relief, but it is, Mr. Speaker, a long way from what is needed now. And for Canada to play an important role to bring relief to those that are suffering in northern Sri Lanka, Canada must act strongly and must act with real resources to bring about a ceasefire and peace in northern Sri Lanka and respect for human rights, and also to bring about, Mr. Speaker, a much larger infusion of much-needed resources from Canada to help immediately those that are starving, those that are hungry, those that are suffering in northern Sri Lanka. Mr. Speaker, the NDP last week raised in this House and brought forward Motion 273, which we believe was important instruction to provide to the government so that the government could take immediate action. And I'll read for the record, Mr. Speaker, that motion in the House right now. Que de l'avis de la Chambre.
That in the opinion of this House, the government should immediately use all diplomatic means to encourage the Sri Lankan government and its army to honour the civil population's human rights by A, putting an end to all acts of violence against Tamil civilians, including the detention of civilians in military camps, extrajudicial cases and disappearances, immediately lift the measures adopted in September 2008 prohibiting the United Nations and humanitarian organisations from working in northern Sri Lanka by giving these organisations free rein to work without government interference so that they can monitor neutrally both parties in the conflict and ensure that all policies that fly in the face of minority rights are cancelled. D, adopt the United Nations peace policy and invest in infrastructure, education, and to provide significant support to the Sri Lankan Tamil population. Mr. Speaker, we move this motion because we think it's important for the government to act.
This is not a debate society here, Mr. Speaker. This is an emergency debate. But if there are no other measures that are taken in the next few days, this situation will not change for the better for Tamils in northern Sri Lanka, who are suffering enormously. That is why we brought the motion forward and we asked for this emergency debate today. And Mr. Speaker, it was to change the situation. Canada, given that we have the most significant diaspora of Tamils in the world, that is 300,000 Canadians are of Tamil descent, who make an enormous contribution to our country. Given Canada's role, it is important that our government make an important contribution.
Population has enriched all of Canada from coast to coast to coast. But I speak as a representative for Burnaby New Westminster for the incredible enrichment that we've received from new Canadians of Tamil origin who have come to live in my riding of Burnaby New Westminster. Mr. Speaker, it's one of the most diverse populations in the entire country. At the Tamil population, the presence of Tamil religious centers of faith and the dynamic businesses that have been founded by Tamil Canadians in my riding have enriched the cities of Burnaby and the city of New Westminster enormously. So I see every day the contribution that Tamil Canadians make to our country. We have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our fellow Canadians of Tamil origin feel that our country is responding to this humanitarian crisis with the decisiveness and with the force that it merits. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read into the record for those who may feel that this crisis is taking place on the other side of the planet, that is something that Canadians shouldn't be concerned about. Canadians watching tonight may feel that somehow it doesn't touch them. That the suffering that we are seeing in northern Sri Lanka now is something that I believe, as more Canadians become aware of what is happening there, that more Canadians will be pressing this Parliament and this government to take decisive action. I'd like to start, Mr. Speaker, by reading in an article by Stephanie Nolan, which talks about the situation. This was only a few days ago in northern Sri Lanka. And it's Stephanie Nolan who wrote the article under the headline, "How Can People Say This Is Peace? Eastern Sri Lanka chafes under the oppressive rule of a government that says it is committed to democracy." In the local office of Sri Lanka's National Human Rights Commission here in this eastern seaside town, they have statistics. 98 people were abducted in this area last year, snatched off the streets by the infamous white vans with no license plates that are used by government security agencies. 85 other Tamils simply disappeared. At the Commission, they have case files and police reports. but none of the staff will talk about them. We are helpless, one staff member said apologetically, ushering a visiting journalist out of the office. We would like to help the people, but we have to be afraid for our lives too. And who do they fear at this government office? The government, Mr. Speaker. Eastern Sri Lanka offers insight into what the north of the country, the area that until weeks ago was held by the rebel liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam, will soon look like. The Tigers have lost all but a tiny portion of their territory to a punishing air and ground assault by government forces, launched by a president determined to end the country's 25-year-old civil war to win elections in April. This article speaks, Mr. Speaker, to what has been a systematic approach by the government, referred to in Stephanie Nolan's following article, where she says, Tamils and other opponents of the government who look around the country today will probably take little comfort in the promise of a just peace. The East, which came under government control in 2006 after the No. 2 Tiger leaders split off with several thousand fighters and allied with Colombo, remains heavily militarized and is actively being Sinhalized, with areas losing their Tamil names and Hindu shrines being converted to Buddhist worship sites. Meanwhile, 2 weeks ago in the capital, the country's leading anti-corruption journalist was assassinated by gunmen on motorbikes, a crime the government limply condemned. International observers put the blame squarely on state intelligence agencies. Mr. Speaker, from Stephanie Nolan's articles, we've seen what it is like in the so-called peaceful areas of Sri Lanka, where there is active assimilation being attempted against the Tamil minority. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to continue by referring to a New York Times article from yesterday, which talks about what the situation is like in the war zones, Mr. Speaker. The headline is Wounded Flee Shelling of a Hospital in Sri Lanka, and it was written by Somani Sengupta. The article begins, the wounded had poured into the hospital over the last several weeks, some ferried on tractors, others on the backs of motorcycles. International aid workers said as the war between the Sri Lankan military and the ethnic Tamil rebels moved further and further into a small corner of Sri Lanka's northeastern coast. Then the hospital in the rebel-held village of Puthakudi-Yurupa became a target. Artillery attacks, which began on Sunday and hit the pediatric ward and other parts of the hospital, continued through Tuesday. One shell landed in the surgery ward on Tuesday afternoon, according to the International Committee of the Red Cross, which helps run the hospital. Another shell came 70 minutes later. When it was clear that even the hospital was not safe, the wounded began to flee. It was not known where they went. Before Tuesday's attack, at least 12 people had been killed inside the hospital, the Red Cross said. Final casualty figures were not available. Mr. Speaker, just from these three articles, we can see not only the tragedy of the war zone, the indiscriminate selling, we can see, and we have heard, many reports of abductions and disappearances in the non-war zones are held by the Sri Lankan military. We have heard and we have seen from human rights organizations, even though they're reporting from abroad, because essentially they have been pushed out of areas where they should be monitoring human rights violations, that essentially for much of the ethnic Tamil population, their population of women and children have been locked up, imprisoned. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we see from these articles and from other human rights reports is a systematic campaign. In areas where there is military action, we see indiscriminate shelling of hospitals. In areas that have been essentially brought to peace, we see what Stephanie Nolan referred to as forced assimilation. Mr. Speaker, now I'd like to move to Human Rights Watch and their report, Besieged, Displaced and Detained, which talks more about the situation in areas of Sri Lanka. Tamil civilians, I quote from the report, seeking to flee fighting in Sri Lanka's north during the 25-year-long civil war have long been subject to arbitrary detention in camps and other restrictions on their freedom of movement. Still, most could hope to stay with relatives or host families in other parts of Sri Lanka. The government's March 2008 decision to establish new camps seems intended to eliminate that possibility entirely. Since then, all Tamils, including whole families, fleeing the Vani have been detained on the apparent assumption that they are a security threat. No attempt is made by Sri Lankan security forces to distinguish between persons with suspected LTTE links and ordinary civilians. The only exceptions appear to be for some local humanitarian workers and clergy who have been able to enter and exit the Vani. It continues. And Mr. Speaker, we could literally spend hours reading into the record Amnesty International reports, Red Cross reports, Human Rights Watch reports. Systematically, we are building a body of evidence that undeniably points to the fact that we are looking at forced assimilation and human rights violations on a widespread basis against Tamil civilians in northern Sri Lanka and in eastern Sri Lanka. Mr. Speaker, that is why it is incumbent on this government to act. The report continues. Despite repeated assurances from Sri Lankan authorities since April 2008 that many of the displaced persons detained in two camps, particularly those originally from Trincomalee and Vaviyunya districts, would be permitted to leave, as of December 15, 2008, only 65 persons have been released from the camps. On October 23rd, 2 persons from Kilinochi district detained in Kalimodai were allowed to move out of the camp to a host family in Vavunia. On October 24th, 25 persons, including 3 families who have been detained after returning from India, were released from the camps. The civilians in the 2 camps are being held against their will. They are being forcibly imprisoned, Mr. Speaker. The camps are completely fenced and are closely guarded by Sri Lankan Navy and Army personnel and the police. The security forces have refused to allow the civilians to leave the camps except under tight restrictions described below and integrate into local communities or live with host families. It continues, Mr. Speaker. Available information indicates that restrictions on movement for displaced persons in the camps are increasingly becoming stricter, particularly for single men. After security incidences such as escape or suicide attempts, the security forces have prohibited young men from leaving the camp altogether for extended periods. Forced imprisonment. After a young man went missing from Kalimodai in October, it remains unclear whether he escaped or was abducted. Virtually no single detainees were allowed to leave the camp under any circumstances, a restriction still in place at the time of finalization of this report. The Sri Lankan security forces claim that 13 camp residents have escaped, but detainees told humanitarian workers the men may have been abducted or disappeared. It continues, Mr. Speaker. Government hostility towards the humanitarian community. The almost immediate withdrawal of the United Nations and NGOs from the Vani following the order of the Defense Secretary remains controversial. One factor that likely weighed heavily on the humanitarian organizations was the August 2006 execution-style slayings of 17 Sri Lankan aid workers working for Action Contre la Faim, a Paris-based humanitarian organization in the eastern town of Muttar following the withdrawal of LTT forces. There are strong indications, Human Rights Watch indicates, strong indications of the involvement of government security forces in the killings. An inquiry by the Attorney General and then a slow-moving investigation into the killings established soon after the killings to examine this and other serious cases have faced government interference and obstruction. To date, no one has been held accountable for the killings. Mr. Speaker, the reports, the articles, the eyewitnesses, all of these point to a systematic campaign, Mr. Speaker. That is why Canada must speak up, and that is why Canada needs to provide a lot more than the $3 million, basically $10 a head for the hundreds of thousands of displaced persons in northern Sri Lanka. $3 million to deal with the humanitarian crisis of that magnitude, to deal with the human rights abuses of that order, to deal with a systematic campaign against the whole population, Mr. Speaker, $3 million is simply not sufficient. One may consider it insulting. I consider it a very, very small down payment on what is a humanitarian crisis to which Canada must respond. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations that Human Rights Watch brought forward were also contained in, as I mentioned earlier, the motion, the NDP motion brought forward last week, but also in our letters and correspondence to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The recommendations from Human Rights Watch are very explicit. To the government of Sri Lanka, they have recommended and pushed that the order banning humanitarian agencies must be stopped, that the arbitrary and indefinite detention of civilians must be stopped, that security forces must respect human rights. NGO organizations must be able to perform their work without government interference. Independent observers must be permitted in this zone, and donor governments must work together to monitor human rights in northern Sri Lanka. Mr. Speaker, we are not talking about an academic debate. We are talking about a crisis. Real people are dying. Real people are suffering. Canada must respond in a very strong and a very forceful way to ensure the government respects human rights and to ensure that our resources go in a meaningful way to address the suffering in northern Sri Lanka. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Seeing none, resuming debate. The honourable member from Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the members from Brampton West and Scarborough Rouge River. And I rise in this chamber a little reluctantly, I have to say, because I know there are expectant eyes on us today. And what I wanted to stay here for and hear the debate was mainly to respond to them. And to some of the faces I saw campaigning and knocking on doors in my riding, and what happened from time to time, somebody in an apartment door would say, you have to do something about what's going on in Sri Lanka. And someone would explain some part of something that was very difficult to comprehend in terms of what was happening to a member of an immediate family. And we stand in this chamber saying we're having an emergency debate, and I can't imagine what the people who have experienced what has been going on in Sri Lanka for months or years in terms of the most recent conflict, but for years in terms of the turmoil, must be thinking it takes to define an emergency for the honourable members in this House, and how sincere this debate is tonight in that respect. Because the test for us certainly has to be that an emergency debate covers an emergency that touches Canadian principles of when we should start to be very, very concerned. And I don't have the knowledge that some of the other people do of the situation on the ground, but I can tell you that Canadian principles would say we should have had an emergency debate long before tonight. And what I say to that is not to celebrate some kind of superiority in contrast to that of the government, but to reflect to the people whose eyes are on us tonight how much work we need to do to be better as Canadians. We used to have a reflex to be among the first people to understand when there was a meaningful intervention to be made. And it was made by people in this chamber, some of whom still have seats here, and with much more urgency, with much more effectiveness, working with bands of nations, and not for show, not to make people feel comfortable that their voices are finally reflected here, but actually to get something done. And I say to people tonight, we need to do better. We need to have some sense of the fortunateness that we have here. And I say to some of the eyes that are upon us, it isn't reasonable to expect that this chamber, parties in it, members in it, can take sides, per se. And nor can we say to the considerable Tamil community in Canada that we want anyone here to take sides in the sense of being part of conflicts. Conflicts can't come to Canada. But what can come here and what every single citizen is entitled to, with the same respect as any other, no matter when they joined our population, is a sharpened sense on the part of Canada of understanding where those needs are. We have the population to inform us, to make us sophisticated, to make us capable of intervening and understanding far ahead of most of the nations on earth, and we failed that test. And it is right for the members of that community, on that basis as Canadian citizens, to come here looking for redress. We're looking for some real answers in what's going forward. We're looking for, yes, as people have said, more by way of aid, but hopefully something different than that. For those people who might be observing this debate and saying, what does this have to do with conditions in Canada? I can assure you this. We would not be having this debate here tonight if the things didn't happen in terms of 9/11, in terms of the reactions of our country to the threat of real fear that people started to feel. And what that did was change some of the terms into which we injected ourselves into international dialogue and debate. And it made us, without judgment of the people opposite, more conservative. And we made a mistake. We lost touch with our Canadian sensibilities. We had a character test, and we did not do well because we took a gross generality that somehow every liberation group, everybody rising up, we should stand back and watch them be attacked with military force. A previous generation of Canadians thought differently. Lester Pearson thought differently. Other Canadians increasingly found ways to be imaginative, to be creative, to find solutions. And some Canadians with seats in this House have tried that. We need to try more. We need to be in dialogue with Canadians that are here. They need to understand our principles of peace, principles of intervention, of creativity, of working multilaterally, can be put to work to find solutions. And that's what the people whose eyes are on us should expect of us tonight. Not just to finish this debate, but to move forward with some kind of new purpose and intentionality, with some of the horror and some of the difficulty people have experienced translated into something better in terms of the exercise of Canadian principles. They have a right to expect that, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to contributing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Etobicoke North.
Etobicoke Centre.
Etobicoke Centre, pardon me.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable member from Parkdale High Park. It seems inconceivable, incomprehensible that up to this point, the Prime Minister has, as of yet, not called in the High Commissioner for Sri Lanka to explain to him in the sternest language that what is taking place is unacceptable. It seems incomprehensible that the Minister for Foreign Affairs hasn't called his counterparts in the Commonwealth. It's incomprehensible that the Prime Minister hasn't instructed his diplomats at the UN to raise this issue. And I'd like to put the question to the honourable member through you. Is there any explanation as to why this government has been silent and continues to be silent on this file?
The honourable member from Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, thank you to the member for Etobicoke Centre for the question. I think the easy answer is there is no real good explanation, but I think we also want to reflect a little bit. If we want a better standard for the House, why is it easy for a government not to respond on April the 23rd when the member for Toronto Centre stood up in this House and said we have an incipient emergency, April 23rd of last year? How is that possible? Because it is possible to arm's length ourselves, not just that government and that Prime Minister, but ourselves from a humanitarian crisis by some of the excuses we've been using. You just need to invoke the word of terrorism, and it gives you a shield, and it's wrong. And it's a failure on our part. And I say, and I invite the members opposite, as we have invited them on economic conditions and on other things, to adopt and to look for a Canadian standard. When you're the government, it is not an exercise in our personal ideologies. It is an exercise in developing where Canada is going to go. And by putting that shield around it, we make it harder, Mr. Speaker, to actually reckon with those realities, and we have become less Canadian as a result.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I really, we've had a good debate tonight in this emergency debate. I just have a couple of things that I want to add to it. I think there's been a kind of a victory here today in Ottawa. A lot of Canadians over the last few days have been demonstrating peacefully, publicly in Canada to bring attention to this issue of civilians at risk in Sri Lanka. They've done it peacefully. Today they've come to Ottawa in large numbers, and they've brought it here to their parliament. And I'd have to say they've successfully done that, and thanks to the Speaker and the 7 members of Parliament who asked for the emergency debate today, that issue was actually on the floor of the House. And I think we will succeed here as Canadians in shining a light on this very, very serious situation in Sri Lanka. The government of Sri Lanka may not like it. They may think that we are meddling, but this is a very, very serious human rights issue. And I think we have every right, representing Canadians, to shine a light on the death and destruction and displacement now taking place in Sri Lanka as the government of Sri Lanka pursues its arguably legitimate military objectives, but not in a way that is consistent with our view of human rights. And I myself have had the opportunity to visit Sri Lanka, as other members in the House have. We're grateful for that. It is a beautiful place, scarred by this war. I sent a letter to the High Commissioner for Sri Lanka last November on this issue. I haven't had a reply yet. I'm sure in the fullness of time he will grace us with a reply. I held a forum in my riding less than a year ago involving Sri Lankan Canadians, those of Tamil origin, Sinhalese origin, and the other minorities. It was a successful forum where all these Canadians participated and discussed, frankly, these issues in Sri Lanka. The second thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that the battle that's there now, the military conflict that's there now, the current phase of the conflict, it might end the current phase, whatever's happening now, and what's happening now might even end the war, but it won't end the struggle in Sri Lanka for fairness, for equal rights, and for respect for the minorities there. This struggle will always be there until it is achieved by that people together. And whether or not the violence ends now, sooner or later, that sad but beautiful island must address the pressing issues of reconstruction, of reconciliation, and political accommodation. These are things that must happen in Sri Lanka. And whether one more drop of blood is shed there or not, or if more or less blood is shed, those goals, those objectives, that reconciliation must happen. It isn't worth more bloodshed, suffering. And right now we look at the civilians there and we see the suffering. So more bloodshed will not change any of that. It will not get us to those goals. The debate in this House tonight, Mr. Speaker, has clearly shined a light on this very dire humanitarian situation. We've successfully done it as Canadians. And we here in this House, if I take the sense of all of the speeches and sentiments expressed here tonight, we are calling upon the government of Sri Lanka to accept and agree and engineer a ceasefire to protect innocent civilians and to begin the work of building an equitable peace in Sri Lanka. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Seeing none, the Honourable Member for resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, Mr. Speaker, I would like to, through you, compliment the people who have taken the time to be here tonight.
Member may not realize it's inappropriate to refer to people that are in the gallery.
At first, what I was going to say is I wanted to compliment all of my honourable colleagues from all parties who took the time to be here to show their commitment to this issue. Now, What really matters, Mr. Speaker, is finding some permanent solution. But to get there, we have to understand the history of this conflict. It started principally because the minority in that country were not being treated fairly. They were not being allowed to attend universities on the same basis. Their language was being restricted. They were told what religion was the official religion of the country. Things that obviously were unacceptable, that Canadians would not accept, and that, frankly, they should not have to accept. Political solutions were tried, they failed, and eventually violence came to be. That was wrong. But that was the practical result of grievances not being addressed. Once again, wrong. But if they're not addressed on a permanent basis now, history obviously could repeat itself. Even if this conflict ends and the people of the North, the Tamils of the North, are defeated, it doesn't mean the conflict will end. It could be extended. It could be another 37 years through other type of conflict, even on a more limited basis. We need a permanent solution. So how do we get there? Well, I'm happy that the government brought forward their position today. It should have happened a long time ago. They could have anticipated this problem back in 2008 when the government essentially said that the ceasefire was over. Something should have been done at that point. We should have sent somebody in, negotiated, stopped it when it first started. We should have done something at that stage. It didn't happen. Better late than never, but it is very late. First, in terms of helping the people now, the money that is being committed, the $3 million, we have to ensure that it actually reaches the people. Everybody's heard the stories on all sides of the House about aid that has been attempted before. It has been stopped either by the government or by the Tamil Tigers. It doesn't matter who did it. All that matters at this stage is that the money gets through to help the people. You have essentially a group of people the size of roughly Hamilton that are in a war zone that are being fired on. We need to help them. Money is only part of it. We need to get our representative, Canadian High Commissioner. It doesn't even matter who. We need to get a Canadian representative to stop it, to work, negotiate, and try to do something constructive. If that won't happen, the next step is to put increased pressure on them. Why not, even for a short period of time, recall the Canadian High Commissioner? Make a statement that does something through pressure amongst the other countries of the world that Canada has taken a stand. There could be trade sanctions, something to let them know that it's not just words. And this statement today, unto itself, respectfully, is just words. We need to do more. Now, I see that I'm sort of running out of time, but the point behind all of this is that we look for a constructive, permanent solution. So what I would like to see, through you, Mr. Speaker, is the government have an immediate policy of financial assistance and then doing more to try to end the conflict, but thereafter, something in a leadership role like we used to have as peacekeepers, to build a permanent solution there, which means a political structure that treats the minority fairly so that we end the conflict on a final basis, not just on this short-term temporary measure. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the honourable member might comment on what specific problems or concerns he might have with the agencies that we've selected to carry out the aid to the people of Sri Lanka in the hardest hit areas, specifically the International Committee of the Red Cross, Oxfam Canada, Médecins Sans Frontières, Care Canada, and World Vision. If there's any specific issues that he has with these organizations, any specific concerns that he has, if he could shine some light on those, and why he doesn't feel that, doesn't have confidence in these organizations to actually get aid to the people who need it in the areas that are affected.
The honourable member from Brampton West.
Thank you for your question. The point is not whether you support or don't support other organizations. They're all worthwhile organizations. The point is to help the 300,000 people that are trapped as fast as possible, the best possible manner, and to construct a permanent solution. When Lester Pearson won the Nobel Peace Prize, he didn't say, look at other organizations and maybe they can do it. He did it. And I want Canada to take a lead role right now to help these people without excuses that other people couldn't get the job done.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. There being no further members rising for debate, I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.